Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter became dragon after getting abandoned by Dumbledore at doorstep? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. LSO check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. In Surrey, England, at the front door of the number 4 Privet Drive, a little bundle had just been placed on the ground. Inside, gently placed between a few small sheets and with a letter, a small baby with black hair was asleep. "Good luck, Hagrid," the old wizard Albus Dumbledore said, looking at the baby one last time before turning around. He suddenly vanished in the night as the street lights turned on again, waking up the little Hagrid. Too young to understand what was happening now or what happened a few hours ago. He stirred in his little basket. The small covers did little to warm him up in the cold of the night, and he started to cry silently, wishing from the warmth of his mother. Sadly, his mother would not come again, not now. Never again. But one who did come was one that had never been seen by regular mortals and not much by the wizards of the world. A flow of blue arcana, like a small breeze in the wind, flew around Hagrid Potter, who suddenly dried his tears before the beautiful light. This wasn't a spell or a curse, this was the essence of arcana, replying to the call of this lit. one who possessed a arcana that no other wizard in this world would ever possess. It came because of its fear, attracted by the lightning scar on his forehead, which was full of arcana too. The why was scared, so the arcana gave him what he needed to defend himself. The baby was cold, so the arcana gave him the fire to warm himself. The baby was hungry, so the arcana gave him what he needed to hunt. Slowly, the flow of arcana flew around the baby like a small mist, changing his body for one more suitable to survive. His tiny arms and hands grew longer, taking the form of long and thin wings similar to a bat. His entire body grew tiny yellow scales as his neck got longer, his head stretched as sharp fangs appeared, and he also grew a thin but long tail. His little feet grew sharp claws, and suddenly the arcana vanished. The only thing that remained from his old body was a scar with the form of lightning, made out of white scales instead of gold. The blue light disappeared as quickly as they came, leaving a little yellow wormling no longer than a meter long in the basket that was now a bit too tight for his large wings and his long tail and neck. His body was thin and slender, but in no way lacking of muscle. Perfectly balanced to fly and take to the skies. Raising his neck to look around, his deep green eyes searching for anything of interest, the instincts given to him by arcana took over. Very carefully, the little wormling got out of his basket, using his wing arms to climb out before choosing a direction. With only a few powerful flaps of his wings, he rose above the silent street and used his good eyes to fly toward the closest forest, where his instincts told him he could find easy prey. It had already been 4 years since little Hagrid had become a wormling, and his life was a simple one. Now living on a forest not too far from London, he was asleep and waiting for the night to go hunt. He learned that the tall white creatures around him were humans, and he did his best to avoid them at all cost. After he almost got caught while someone screamed about giant bats, his nocturnal hunts allowed him to go around humans and learned a bit from them, observing how lived and reacted while he could feed on pigeons, small woodland critters and rats. He didn't grow much in all these years and was now barely a meter long from head to tail, nested in a small hole in a tall tree that had become his since 2 years now. All around him were small bones, a few leaves and shiny objects that human called gold or something like that. He didn't had many of those, but or some reason he couldn't stop himself when he saw one of these coins, necklace or watch made out of this magnificent color that always called to him. But of course he remained careful, not taking any chances if there was a risk to get caught. The sun went down that he woke up, stretching with a yawn and getting his head out of his little nest to look around for a tasty prey. His eyes locked on a deer, but that was far too big for him. He could burn the prey, but what was the point if he couldn't pull it up in his nest? Opening his large wings, he jumped in the air before flapping toward the sky, going higher and moving toward the city to find a juicy rat or two. Humans were fascinating creatures that he couldn't really understand. They had so many weird tools and contraptions that he couldn't get what they would be used for. Their decisions were not really good when coming to survive, even if he never saw one hunt. They all seemed to always have food and exchanged it for some coins. They had no claws, no sharp teeth, and couldn't fly. To him they were completely unfit to their environment, and he felt superior for that. What was interesting was how they communicate, not by simple NDS like other animals, but with a whole number of words that he could sometime understand when they were simple and repeated many times, like a car. A move on a roof suddenly got his attention, a small rat running away from a cat that was chasing him. Cats were prey too, but they were sometimes too big and too dangerous for him, so he tended to leave them alone. But right now that didn't mean that the prey couldn't be taken. Diving at high speed, he opened his mouth as he guessed the path followed by the rat. In a single snap, the rat was caught between his teeth as he pulled up in the air, the taste of blood spreading in his mouth as the cat watched them fly away, annoyed to have to find another meal. The little rodent tried to get away, trashing in all directions with his body and squeaking loudly, but incapable to remove the powerful jaw that trapped him. Hagrid flew back to his tree and landed quickly before he trapped the rat with his claws and killed him with a bite on the neck, ood covering his teeth and lips as he got ready for his dinner. 7 years later, Hagrid had unconsciously passed his 11th birthday. His routine didn't change much between eating, sleeping and observing humans. He had a near fascination for them, for their intelligence and tools, even if he couldn't understand everything they said or did. While they didn't change and he saw the time pass, all pair of black horns going backward covered his head. His body grew to reach 1.5 meters long, allowing him the choice of new prey as his hunting tactics evolved and improved. The years gave him the opportunity to travel, using the roof of trains and buses to go further, but always coming back after a few days. He learned how humans got their meat, that his forest was only a little part of the world and that he couldn't see its end. Things should have continued like this for a while, but it wouldn't happen. Hagrid woke up startled by a loud bang and quickly looked past his hole to see a group of humans with rifles hunting a prey that got away between the bushes. Annoyed as he knew he wouldn't have the chance to sleep before long, and hungry as last night didn't give him any rat or cat to satisfy his hunger, he opened his wings wide and jumped in the air. Time and experience taught him that humans almost never thought to look above them, so as long as he was careful he could hide between the roofs and try to look for an easy meal. His flight brought him high above the sky of London, using the warm winds to go higher, both to look and to hide. Never stopping to flap his wings, he continued until he saw the weird train station. For some reason some humans couldn't see it and some could, but it wasn't impossible for him, and it was something he discovered 2 years ago. He never took this train before, as it was a bit different and apparently always full of smoke, but the people taking this specific train always looked funny, and more than once did he wondered where it led. But something between this sea of humans caught his attention. A family of red-hair humans was moving around the train with big trails full of stuff and some very looking tasting owls. Hard pre-ys with their beaks and claws, but always tasty if he managed to catch one. Once he even got a letter with it that he promptly burned as he couldn't read what was written. Since this train wasn't here all year, almost never actually, and having nothing else to do, he was about to go for it when a small bird appeared not too far from him, flying without care in the air. Such an easy prey would not escape him, and he took more speed before catching the small bird and eating it in the air, enjoying the flesh and blood like always. A sudden whistle forced him to look down, and he saw the smoky train starting to move. He didn't make a sound, but internally his mind was boiling about if he should go or not. On one wing he could go, explore something new and discover who were these weird humans. On other he could stay here and keep his usual routine. Staying wasn't bad, but it had been a long time since he last moved and he still wished to see more. So just like that, he flew toward the train. That was slowly starting to leave and take speed, ready to try his luck. Flying as fast as he could, it didn't took long for Hagrid to land on the roof of the train. And it was surprisingly comfortable. As this train was quite slower than the other ones he took before, quite different in appearance and made out of wood rather than steel. Something hard to understand, as every creature knew that it wouldn't resist fire. But he put that aside. He saw humans make stupid decisions all the time, so he wasn't surprised anymore. Clutching tight to the roof with his claws, he moved away from the smoky paw. RT of the train and jumped from one car to the other, before stopping as he heard something, a voice from the train that went above the winds. "What house you'll be in? I've been asking around, and I hope I'm in Gryffindor," said the voice of a young human female. Gryffindor. Hagrid wondered before he walked toward the side of the car from which he heard the voice. Me too," said a smaller voice that he barely heard. A boy if he was right. "Yeah, all my brothers got in Gryffindor, so I'll probably go there too," another boy said. Curious, Hagrid got closer to the edge of the roof and, using his claws to not be blown away, slowly got closer to a window slightly ajar. "I wouldn't mind going in Ravenclaw. Apparently they are the only ones to have a private library," continued the girl from earlier. "Everything but Slytherin," said the boy who wasn't shy. Even more curious with all those words he never heard of before, Hagrid continued to get closer but stopped when he heard a new noise. Something rolling on the floor of the car. "Anything off the cart, dears," said a definitely old woman. "All I have are my mom's sandwiches. May I have chocolate frogs, please?" asked the shy boy. "Of course, dear," replied the older voice. Hagrid didn't heard the rest as the very distinguishable sound of coins rolled in his ears like the sweetest of melodies. It took him a few seconds to focus again, but this time he had a new goal in mind. If those humans had more shiny coins, then it was for him to take. They were apparently young ones too, so it would be even easier. The sound of Terran G paper came from the car as he got closer to the window and finally got a look at who was inside. A boy with ginger hair was sitting, eating a weird-looking bread without much appetite, in the middle of the left bench. Across him another boy with black hair and a baby face was looking at a card and holding a real frog in one hand with another one made out of chocolate resting on the couch and looking around, jumping everywhere. Next to him was a girl with bushy brown hair and eating a little chocolate that was the definition of normal. "Careful with your frog," said the ginger-haired boy. Hagrid, who had his head hanging above the window, noticed the chocolate frog climbing the window and coming directly toward him. The fake animal barely got the time to reach the edge of the window. That Hagrid lunged forward, extending his neck and opening his jaw to gobble the frog in a single bite. The taste was nothing like he ever tasted before, very surprised by how sweet it was, and it took few seconds for him to notice that everyone in the car was looking at him, perfectly immobile with wide eyes, doing their best impression of a trio of paralyzed owls. "Shite, it's a baby wormling," said the ginger-haired boy, instantly getting the attention of Hagrid, who looked at him. The girl looked to be about to speak, but something seemed to have stopped her. The other boy was completely paralyzed and didn't even blink once. Jumping from his position, Hagrid landed on the window and slowly got inside, looking at every human and at the little pieces of food on the couch. "Don't move," said the same boy as before, now as white as snow. Hagrid just looked at him and landed on the couch, looking at the food and smelling everything in search of something edible as well as the coins he heard earlier. His eyes landed on the rat held in the hands of the ginger-haired boy, who quickly saw the danger and teared up a part of his sandwich, before giving it to him with a very shaky hand. "Okay, don't bite me and just go away," he said slowly. With a quick move that got a yelp from the boy, Hagrid got the small piece of bread and meat and ate it in a few bites before sniffing the air. There were many scents around, but one bought his attention, one that he couldn't ignore. Moving forward, he got closer to the boy and sniffed him as he looked to be about to pass out before turning away, not smelling the distinct smell of coin. Going toward the other boy, Hagrid stopped and got closer. His eyes darted to the frog for a second, but it wasn't his objective, and his nostrils guided him toward the pockets of the boy. Wary, Hagrid looked at the boy and jumped next to his legs, getting a frightened squeak from the child, and dived his head in a small pocket sewed in the pant. "He smells your coins," guessed the girl, her eyes fixed on the little wormling. "Don't move, maybe he'll go away," said the other boy. Hagrid didn't listen as he put his head in the pocket as the boy whimpered. But finally he got his prize, and bit down on a few coins before taking them out, jumping on the couch before spreading them. There were coins, but not the golden ones, his favorites. Not satisfied, he turned toward the girl, who quickly understood and pulled out a few coins in her hands. He got closer and she tensed in reply, but sadly there were no golden ones again. Still, he grabbed two of the most shiny ones and placed them near the other coins to select which ones would be the best for his nest. Should we call a watchwarden? Asked the ginger boy holding his rat closely. No, no sudden move, instantly replied the girl. As they spoke, Hagrid made his choice, and looked outside before realizing that he wouldn't be able to take the coins back with him, already too far from his nest and now stuck with a small pile of coins. He didn't really had a choice if he wanted to keep his coins rightfully taken, so he took all of them in his mouth to the apparent relief on the humans. Okay, now just go away, said the boy. Why would I do that? It's my coins now, thought Hagrid before putting the coins in the corner of the couch, near the door, and resting right on top of it, keeping his eyes on the humans. A near-perfect silence followed as the children seemed to realize the problem of a small wormling resting in their car, almost blocking the way to the door. None of them moved, but they all kept their eyes on him. What do we do? Whispered the boy, not relaxed at all with the wormling right next to him. I don't know. There's nothing about that in my books, replied the girl as silently. What if someone pass and he gets angry? Continued the boy, getting more scared by the second. Is there a spell against dragons? I don't know. My grandma told me about one, but I don't know it, whispered the boy with black hair who hadn't spoke since Hagrid's arrival. Bloody brilliant. Rowan. Language, said the girl a bit louder. Come on Helena, it's a wormling. Who cares about language? These humans are so loud. Hagrid thought before letting out a small growl which immediately got him the silence he was looking for. Several minutes passed before the boy next to him put his rat in a small box, the animal apparently very happy to remain out of sight of the small wormling. The girl in front of Hagrid, Helena if he understood correctly, slowly moved her hand toward a long stick and pulled it out. What are you doing? Asked the boy, whispering loudly and panicking. I read about a spell to stupefy people. Yeah, people, and most spells don't work against dragons. I don't know. We're not supposed to study how to deal with magical creatures before a while, and certainly not dragons. The girl panicked. Suddenly steps came from outside their cabin and a few people walked right next to them. Hagrid looked up warily as no one seemed to see him as they were going in the other way, much to the children's greatest disappointment. More steps followed and sudden the door opened on a blond boy with pale skin followed by two other fatter boys. Weasley, I smelled your lack of soap from the other side of the train, the boy said without even looking at Hagrid, who sank in the corner of the couch, looking straight at this intruder who was talking loudly. Shut up, Blackthorn. There's started the boy with ginger hair before being interrupted. Who do you think you are to tell me to shut up, Weasley? I am Damon Blackthorn and no one tells me to shut up. The now named Blackthorn almost screamed, pointing a finger at Rowan, who paled at the view of Hagrid. Indeed, Hagrid was starting to have enough. Not only was he disturbed many times in his nap, but this loud human was just too much for his ears. Slowly raising his neck and opening his wings to appear bigger, he got ready to strike. Eyeing the fleshy limbs, pointed at the other human. Blackthorn, for the love of Merlin, please shut up, repeated Rowan in a loud whisper. I said, started Blackthorn, getting closer. He didn't got the time to finish. A maw of sharp teeth came down on his hand and bit him hard, blood coming out as Blackthorn let out a scream of pain. Shacking his arm, he quickly got rid of the wormling, who remained on his very small pile of gold and staring at the boy with his mouth wide open, small drops of blood dripping around. All the children in the cart instantly screamed loudly. The two fat humans accompanying Blackthorn turning around and leaving without their leader, who was too busy clutching his bloody hand. This excessive noise was not to Hagrid's taste. Ready to strike again. Shall the human want retaliation? Who brought a stupid wormling? I'm going to report you and my father will have you all expelled, he yelled as he grabbed his injured hand close to his chest. It's a wild wormling. Go get a watchwarden, Rowan screamed while looking at Hagrid. Hagrid prepared his fire and a bit of smoke came out of his mouth. At this sight, Blackthorn quickly ran away after his goons, the door closing right behind him and trapping the children with the wormling again. The three kept screaming for a few seconds, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the wormling, but quickly shut up when the wormling turned toward them. Satisfied with this, the Golden Danger stood down and stopped breathing smoke, to their greatest relief, laying down on his coins. A near minute passed before one of them dared to speak again, and in a tone no higher than a whisper. "I hope they won't be dumb enough to not get a watchwarden," said Helena, keeping her eyes on the Wormling. Barely a minute passed in absolute silence, as Hagrid started to relax a bit, before a loud set of steps came down toward them and a tall man opened the door. "Is it true that you have a Wormling on board?" asked the guy wearing a red dress, with the same red hairs as Rowan. "Percy, right here," said Rowan pointing frantically at Hagrid. "Bloody hell," exclaimed Percy before taking out his wand. "Stand back. Dragons are naturally resistant to arcana, so it needs to be done quickly and precisely. Just hurry up." Feeling the danger, Hagrid stood up and bared his teeth at the new threat. This substantially taller human, ready to face him directly. Petrificus totalis. Percy cast. A shock of arcana traveled through the air and ended up inside the Wormling's mouth. Hagrid gave a little choke of surprise, not having expected anything to come out of the stick, but found himself surprised that it was actually good. Very heavy on his stomach, but good. All eyes widened even more than they were already when nothing seemed to happen and Hagrid was merely licking his lips, enjoying the taste of this weird blue thing that he never saw before. "That's impossible," slowly said Percy as he moved backward. "Percy," Rowan asked afraid. "Don't move. I'll try again." Petrificus totalis. Whatever this stuff was, Hagrid was happy to have another one and this time aimed for it and ate it exactly like the previous one. "He is eating arcana," Percy concluded dumbfounded, realizing that the problem might be even bigger than he thought. "What do we do?" asked Neville, completely terrified. "He looks calm for now, so don't do any sudden movement. There's nothing to contain him right now, just stand up slowly and get out of the cabin." Helena was the first to act, being the closest to the door, and stood up very slowly as Hagrid kept his eyes on her. She moved one foot after the other and got out of the cabin to release a big sigh that she had been keeping since Hagrid's arrival. Neville was the next one and stood up like Helena but rushed outside, making all those outside the cabin gasp. Thankfully Hagrid didn't react. It was obvious that the boy posed no threat to him. Things got harder for Rowan as he was right next to Hagrid and wasn't decided to move. "Come on Rowan," encouraged him Percy. "But Charlie said that dragons," Rowan said, panicking again. "Everything will be fine Rowan. Get up slowly. Go around him and get out." Trembling, Rowan grabbed his rat and got up, staring right at Hagrid who was doing the same, still giving a glance towards Percy right next to him. Preferring Neville's method, Rowan ran outside and Percy instantly closed the door behind him while glaring at Hagrid. But Hagrid didn't really care about them. He was finally alone and even if the humans were still making a lot of noise outside, at least the door blocked the majority of it. "Tell me everything," asked Percy with a harsh but caring voice. "We were eating when the Wormling came in by the window. He looked around and I gave him a bit of my sandwich. He left me alone and took some coins from Neville and Helena before sitting down on the couch." Rowan quickly explained. "That's when Blackthorn arrived," said Helena. "Yes, the Wormling bit him after Blackthorn started yelling. I understand. He came to me with his hand covered in blood. Were it not for the blood I wouldn't have believed him," replied Percy. "He looks very different from the dragons that Charlie talked about. Tell me about it. I don't think I ever heard of a Wormling capable to eat arcana," said Percy as he looked through the window, looking at the Wormling that one could have believed asleep. But he would bet anything on earth that the fire-breathing lizard was awake. "What do we do about him?" asked Helena. "We leave him here for now. I'll keep watch until we arrive and then I will ask Hagrid to come help me. He have his ways with magical creatures." "It's only a baby," added Neville. "I'm not sure. The size would suggest so, but his reactions are those of a near-adult Wormling. The hatchlings are normally not very aggressive and not territorial, and at that point they are already starting to be bigger than that. I wouldn't be surprised if this is either a new species of Wormling or just a very small one," explained Percy. "Anyway, you'll have to go find another cabin. Go see the watchwarden room and tell them that I'm keeping an eye on the Wormling. Stay there until we arrive." "Okay," said Rowan turning around. "You're coming Helena?" asked Neville. "Yes," she replied after giving a last look at the napping Wormling. Hagrid was happy. He finally got the peace he wanted. It didn't mean that he was completely relaxed. He was in a dangerous territory full of humans and one was watching him since the younger ones left. Not that he minded much, but they had more coins, he was sure of that. At least they left the food, so he took a bite of the weird food that humans ate. No. Too bad, but definitely not worth the meat he grown accustomed to. At some point many other humans came outside his temporary nest, looking from behind the glass door and chattering loudly. They only CTED when he opened an eye to look at them, seeing them grow pale before the taller human that was guarding the entry chased them away to his greatest pleasure. The train kept moving for a few hours where he managed to get a very short nap. Certain that no human would come take his coins. The night was starting to fall when the train slowed down and he knew that it would be time for him to leave. The humans left him alone for now, but he wouldn't give them the chance to trap him or to take his coins. Opening his eyes and stretching, he saw that the human that kept the door had left. Taking this opportunity, he stood up and took a mouthful of the shiniest coins before jumping to the window with a little flap of his wings. Hagrid was about to leave when the door opened and he looked behind him. To see the man with red hair's back with two other people of the same age, all of them with their weird sticks in hands. He didn't give them the chance to do anything and flew away in the dark of the night. Percy looked at the Wormling flapping his wings, too far to try any spell now. He only got the time to go require the help of two other prefects before coming back to see the Wormling leaving with the stolen coins. "What do we do?" asked a brown-haired Ravenclaw watchwarden. "I'll go report the Wormling to Hagrid and Professor Matilda. Even if it is a small one, it's still a Wormling. We can't let one free so close to the school," replied Percy. "He could even hide right here, in Hogsmeade," added the third watchwarden, a girl from Hufflepuff. "Possibly. At least it's out of the train now. We should go back and inform the professors." Quote, staying high in the sky, Hagrid watched the humans leave the train to embark small boats. However, he was a bit lost. Never did he traveled so far in the surroundings were very different than the London he grew up in. There were no loud cars, many humans who almost all wore dark dresses and going through old streets. For a moment he pondered the idea to remain in this small town, but it was clear it wouldn't do. There wasn't a single tree suitable to his needs and there were no high place above the ground for him to hide. Making his mind, he looked around before following the boats. It was easy thanks to the torches carried on each one. His eyes darted for the surroundings, looking at the forest located far to the left. Hagrid didn't know why, but his instinct screamed danger at the view of these dark woods. There was some kind of aura that repulsed him by a single look. Quickly looking away, his eyes landed on the lake that the boats were on. A massive amount of water, but it wasn't as impressive as the dark castle coming out of the night, revealed by dozens of windows sharing light and clearing the silhouette of the stone giant. To him it seemed like the perfect place to hide. Even if all the humans were going there, he could fly to the top of the massive towers and make his new nest there. Humans were a danger, that was a fact. He saw them hunt and kill other animals with ease. He saw them make nests that seemed indestructible, and they were always grouped in massive packs. But they were an easy source of food. Hagrid could easily find to eat around them. And if all of them had the same coins as the two children of the train, then it meant that he was potentially looking at a massive reserve of coins and maybe gold. That argument alone was enough for him to choose this place as his new nest. Of course his instincts took him toward the highest tower, where he would be able to dominate the skies and be out of reach of most humans. He already saw some climbing trees and they could be fierce climbers. He almost got caught once by one of them. But it was better than resting in a hole like rabbits. Preys really were stupid to prefer the ground to hide. It was so easy to kill them once stuck in a hole. That was the exact reason why he was superior. He could fly and hide anywhere, out of reach of any creature as long as it didn't have wings. Pushing his wings harder and taking advantage of the air currents, he climbed high in the sky until he made his way to the highest tower. There were no apparent entrance at first. He looked on the roof for any holes but couldn't find a single one. He then flew right beneath, arriving at the small window of a very dark room, full of seats and tables with a collection of cups of tea in one cupboard. There was even one female human moving objects that he didn't recognize inside. It was annoying, but he couldn't select this room as his new nest. Flying down, he looked at two other towers that shared the same attributes before finding a suitable one. Sure, It wasn't the tallest and it wasn't the most impressive looking one, but at least it would hide him well. The room on top of the tower was empty of all contents except a few spiderwebs that seemed to have been here for a long time already. All he had to do was break the very small window that was barely tall enough for him. A good protection against climbing humans and predators even if didn't knew of any. He rammed the window with his head once and the glass cracked, still standing in his way. Not shocked or anything, he repeated his attack and flew right in the attic as a few shards of glass fell on the ground. He would have to clean that later. Hagrid stood in the air for a few seconds, taking in the appearance of the room before landing on the wooden floor, breaking a few webs on his way. The floor only had one distinctive feature, a sort of square in the wood with a handle attached to it, but he didn't pay it much mind. Hagrid went to one side of the room and put down the coins he gathered, finally relieving his mouth of the little weight and stretching his jaw a bit. It wasn't a proper nest yet. There was much to do between gathering more gold, clean the webs and the shattered glass and find where he could feed himself. Hagrid returned to the now fractured window and jumped in the air before opening his wings wide. Trying to find what the humans called kitchen and where there was always all kinds of food. He flew down and let his nose guide him and he quickly got the smell of food, lots of food. Even judging by the incredible number of scents. This led him to a window where he looked at the biggest room he ever saw, full of humans but more importantly with tables loaded with food. His mouth watered at the first sight of the many pieces of meat and he knew that this place was really the best of he could have ever wished for. He went from one window to another to find an entry but all were closed and it would be too noisy to break one. Sadly he would need to be patient. There were too many humans in the room for him to steal anything. Happy with this new discovery, he flew back to his new nest in order to get back the sleep he missed in the train. In the Great Hall, the old headmaster Albus Elderon was looking at the new group of students fondly but with a touch of sadness. He read a month ago that the young Hagrid Potter was nowhere to be found, that the Dursley never saw him and that no owls would reach him as there were no address in his Arcana book that displayed the addresses of all future students of Eldertower. However, he did notice that one of the owls never returned and that the ones sent after this one refused to deliver the letters. He was looking at the Gryffindor table when a tap on his right got his attention. Minerva Matilda, usually happy to see the sorting the ceremony and the new students, wore a slightly nervous expression that didn't escape the old wise eyes of Albus. "Yes, Minerva," he asked softly. "I received a few concerning news from 3 prefects who were on the train. There was a wormling on board, in a cabin." She explained quickly. "Really? That is most curious. Albus, this is serious. There is a wormling looming around the school. It isn't safe for the children. If he fit in a cabin he must not have been too big. But you are right, it wouldn't do to leave such a dangerous creature grow around us." Albus conceded while brushing his long white beard with a hand. "So what do we do? Should we contact the Wormling Reserve?" suggested Minerva. "That would be the preferable option. I will contact them shortly." "Is there any news about Hagrid Potter?" "No. No one saw him in the train. I knew we shouldn't have left him with those muggles. Now Minerva, we know that they wouldn't have lied to us about him. It appears he vanished the very night we left him in front of their door." "Which was a terrible idea," commented Minerva with a scowl. "I realize that this might not have been my brightest moment. But we know he is alive. My book is simply incapable to tell us where he lives and owls don't seem to arrive to him." Albus was about to continue until he noticed a shadow where there should be none, right next to a high window. He had to squint his eyes a bit to see, but the creature quickly revealed itself to be a small golden wormling looking hungrily at the food displayed and shared between the students and the staff. A faint smile covered his face as he watched the wormling move from one window to another there before giving up and disappearing in the night. "You know, Minerva, I think this year will be a very interesting one," said the old headmaster before returning to his dinner. The sun had already been up for a few hours when Hagrid woke up on his little pile of coins. He fell asleep shortly after coming back and it was a long rest well needed, but now he was ready for this new day. Stretching his wings, he looked at his little treasure, observing with great attention the tiniest details on each coin, learning their differences to recognize them later. It took him a few minutes, but he was satisfied. There wasn't many coins or gold yet, but it shouldn't be too hard to find more inside this giant hive of young humans. Turning toward the window, the feeling of hunger made him change his mind, feeling like eating 1 or 2 rats. Getting close to the humans would be risky. He hadn't found an entry yet and where the food was prepared. That would be a problem for later. Right now a rat or 2 would be enough, and there was plenty of fields and nature around for him to hunt. Jumping on the window frame, he looked at the lake and the dark forest that was on the other side. Hagrid knew he wouldn't go there. Not even for all the gold in the world. He jumped in the air and went toward the opposite direction, where green grass and more regular forest stood in the landscape where prey was certain to be abundant. Helena was sitting with Rowan in the Transfiguration class, taught by the severe-looking Professor Matilda. Helena was having a lot of fun, managing to cast her spells with ease. Ike changing a match into a needle where her red-haired friend had a few difficulties, not helped by his bad-looking wand. The bell rang the end of the class and only Helena managed to change her match into a needle. Almost all children were already starting to leave the classroom that Helena gathered her books to go toward the desk of the professor. She had a question in mind that remained since yesterday night. More precisely about a dangerous encounter in the train. Yes, Miss Granger? Asked Professor Matilda, turning toward the studious girl in front of her. Professor, I wanted to know if you have heard anything about the wormling that was in the train yesterday, stated Helena. The old woman let out a sigh, clearly annoyed about this issue. I'm afraid not, Miss Granger. The entirety of the staff have been made aware and is actively looking for this threat, but it might take a while to find him. Rest assured that there is no reason to be scared. We are all perfectly safe in here. But that's what has been troubling me. The wormling wasn't aggressive. Besides, with Blackthorn, he even went into Neville's pockets to take his coins. Not once did he made any attempt to attack against us, explained Helena. Miss Granger, I understand that seeing a wormling for the first time might be very impressive, but I assure you that they can be terrible creatures. I ask of you to not try and why attempt to befriend it should you find yourself in its presence. We're very lucky that the only injury was a bite on Mr. Blackthorn's arm, and Madame Pomfrey has already fixed his wound, said Professor Matilda with a strict voice. Yes, Professor. Good. Now you should hurry up if you wish to be on schedule for your next class. It's a bit disappointed that Helena left the Transfiguration class for the potions lesson. Even if she was scared when she found herself in front of the small wormling, she couldn't admit that it looked beautiful with its golden scales, and it never did any aggressive move against her. Sure, he bit Blackthorn, but the rude and obnoxious Slytherin was clearly too loud and too stupid to not notice the golden wormling had been right next to him. What were you doing? Suddenly asked Rowan, coming to her right. Asking something to Professor Matilda. She replied, Such an egghead, you're the only one who would do that, he said before going forward, not realizing that his comment hurt Helena deeply. Hagrid was flying back from his hunt, a bird in his stomach and a small rat in his mouth that he was finishing. As he expected, prey was indeed abundant, and it was reassuring to know that he could feed without the need to go close to the humans. That was one less problem to think about. But his hunt also taught him a lot, as he saw many small creatures that he never saw before. Some looking like tiny humans with wings, others complete mysteries that he was in no hurry to meet again. He returned to his nest briefly, just to make sure that no one took his coins. Thankfully no one did, and he spent a few minutes to pick up the broken glass and throwing it out the window, not even thinking about what was beneath, and he also took care to remove the rest of the spiderwebs, burning them with a small flame that cleared the attic. Satisfied with the look of his new nest, Hagrid returned to the window for the second most important task of the day: acquire new coins and potentially gold. Flying in circles to slowly get closer to the ground, he flew to a smaller tower and looked around many windows except when he saw humans behind. His flight took him across the large castle, and he found a few transparent buildings, sadly filled with plants instead of any precious minerals. He continued and went toward a bigger tower, looking through the window of a medium-sized room with an impressive desk and many books sprayed all around with dozens of objects that he couldn't even guess the use. But what got his attention were the many small golden rings, coins and diverse tools that shone under the light of the room. Hagrid was almost paralyzed. incapable to look away from the golden treasures that were only a few meters away, separated by a sturdy window. Such beauties could only be his. No one else could ever appreciate their value more than him. Landing on the window sill, he looked at the glass that dared to be in his way and recoiled his head, ready to smash the glass to pieces. Tunk. Needless to say, such treasures were well protected. He felt like he hit the ground at full speed and ended up with a little bit of pain on his skull, nothing big but quite annoying. He glared at the glass to see that not a crack had appeared, not a single dent or even a scratch. But nothing would keep him away from the gold, and certainly not an insulting window made out of fragile glass. Tunk tunk tunk. Now his head was starting to spin a bit and was quite painful. His opponent on the other hand was perfectly fine and ready for another round. Hagrid was disappointed. Never before was he ever stopped by a window, and now there was one just in front of him that kept the precious gold out of his reach. He was ready to try again when the old white-bearded man he saw in the large room yesterday suddenly appeared in front of him, staring right at him through the window. Hagrid was so startled that he let out a little yelp of surprise before falling backward. He quickly stabilized himself, but he wouldn't go back near that window today. The gold stocked in this room would become his later. Albus Elderon looked at the little wormling until it disappeared out of view. A small smile was stuck on his face as he recalled what just happened. He was on his way back to his office when the distinct sound of something hitting a window came out, and he slowly got in, resting out of sight for a few seconds until he found the culprit. Never did he imagine a wormling to come up to his office, but he was agreeably surprised to recognize the wormling as the same one he was spying on the students in the Great Hall last night. It didn't took long for him to find what was the creature looking at, and he amused himself at seeing the annoyed look of the wormling. Quirrell. Why pissed to not have access to the objects of his desire. Albus had chuckled at the thought that the wormling could try all day long for nothing, as the windows of his office were enchanted to resist the strongest assaults. He put an end to the wormling attacks on his window by jumping out of the shadow right in front of him, and a new smile grew on his face when the wormling, obviously startled, fell backward. Even if he had to agree with Minerva that dragons were dangerous creatures, he couldn't help but find this one amusing. In no case was he a specialist, but he learned quite a bit about dragons in his long life, and never did he read or heard about a wormling either this small or so obsessed by gold and precious materials. It was even a myth. In most cases, an ancient story spread by less centuries ago, and that stuck in most minds. In a better mood, he sat on his chair and took a pile of letters that required his attention, the wormling turning in a thought in the back of his mind. Annoyed to have been denied his gold and to have spent so long looking for more, Hagrid wasn't about to stop. He would not return to his nest before getting at least a coin. Flying around the tower where his nest was, he went to each window to find rooms full of beds and stuff without any humans. He didn't know if the windows would be like the one who stood up to him, but he wasn't about to try his luck now. And speaking about luck, his eyes caught the sight of an open window leading to a room almost identical to the ones he just saw. Hovering in front of it, he looked and didn't found a single human, but beds with red and golden covers along with clothes and stuff. Something that got his attention though was the smell of the room, the same one than the human girl in the train, even if there was other smells mixed in the room. This was a good lead. This girl gave him coins last time, so there was probably more hidden around. Hagrid looked around one more time before landing on the windowsill and entering the room. His small claws clinking on the stone, he jumped on the bed and instantly started to sniff everything around, trying to catch even the smallest scent of gold or precious material. His nostrils lead him toward a small wooden construct slightly ajar, and he opened it up fully before sticking his head inside. It was full of clothes of all sorts, perfectly stored in order and sharing the same scent as the girl from the train. Some were long black robes, some clothes that humans put on their feet, and some small pink ones that he couldn't guess the use for. But he was certain that some coins were here, or at the very least were here not long ago. He was reaching the end of the drawer when a small scream almost startled him for the second time today. "Who touched my stuff?" said an offended voice behind him. It had been a long day for Helena. She hadn't been able to forget the little wormling and her conversation with Professor Matilda, but the potions class had been horrible. Not only was the professor obviously against Gryffindor, but she had been shushed after she gave too much good answers. And to make things worse, they had this class along with the Slytherin, who were making all Gryffindor students feel horrible. She even heard a few whispers talking about her. Helena just entered her room in the dormitory only to see that a few of her clothes were scattered red on the ground and that someone clearly went through her personal belongings. "Who touched my stuff?" she asked, both feeling angry and sad that someone would do this to her just a day after she arrived. Her outrage turned short when a move in the open drawer got her attention, and she stopped when the head of the golden wormling from the train appeared. Helena blushed a bit at the idea that the wormling was between her panties and socks before palling as the wormling got out and approached her, barely tall enough to reach her stomach as he used the small claws at the elbows of his wings to come toward her. She stood perfectly still as the wormling sniffed her and quickly turned toward the pocket where she kept a few nuts. The creature used her robes as a support and tried to pass his head in the pockets. "No," she yelled suddenly, slapping the wormling on the head like she did with her cat, looking with wide eyes at the wormling and afraid that he would attack her. He moved backward with a growl, apparently not taking well her sudden cry of fear and her little slap. Reacting quickly, Helena took out the first coins that she could grab in her pocket and handed them to the wormling, who instantly calmed down. His eyes fixed on the small pieces of bronze. His deep green eyes locked on her for a second, apparently looking for a sign of threat or danger before he grabbed them in his mouth and moved backward as his target was secured. Watching with a strange fascination, Helena dared not to move and looked at the wormling jump to the window with a flap of his wings and stood on the window sill for a few seconds before leaving her alone. Not losing an instant, she ran after the fire-breathing lizard and saw him fly around the Gryffindor tower for a second only to lose sight of him. Taking a big breath, Helena turned around to look at the mess left behind, puzzled on what to do now and trying to put some order in her mind. It looked like the wormling took the open window as an opportunity and searched her belongings for coins. Mechanically, she started to arrange back her clothes that had been thrown out of the drawer, taking a few minutes to do so before leaving the dormitory to go find her favorite professor. She went through the long corridors and the moving stairs for a few minutes, the big castle being hard to travel quickly, and reached the office of Professor Matilda, where she knocked on the door. "Come in," replied the old woman's voice from the inside. Helena did as she was invited and opened the door to quickly close it behind her, a gesture that didn't escape the professor, that rose her head and caught the slightly lost look in Helena's eyes. "Is everything all right, Miss Granger?" Professor Matilda asked. "I saw the wormling from the train. He was in my room," flatly said Helena. "Oh dear, he didn't hurt you, right?" asked the professor, concerned, standing up. "No, he was looking through my drawers. He was looking for more coins or gold, I think. I didn't saw him at first, but he came out and started to sniff my pockets as I have a few nuts inside," started to explain the brunette girl with bushy hair. "What happened next, Professor Matt?" Ilda said, looking at her student for any sign of injury. "I slapped him on the head when he tried to reach my pocket." "You, Miss Granger, I hope this is a joke. What could possibly make you slap a wormling?" asked Professor Matilda as her stern face returned. "He acted like my cat. It was a reflex," Helena confessed, lowering her head. Professor Matilda was about to reply but didn't got the time. "I quickly gave him some of my coins. He grabbed them and left right after that." Minerva Matilda was at a loss for words, not knowing if she should take points away from her student for her reckless N.S. or give her some for her quick thinking. It took her a few seconds as she put some sense behind Helena's words before she could reply. "Miss Granger, I would ask you to never do such a thing again. If you do see the wormling again, please don't stay close to him and call either a watchwarden or a teacher based on the most convenient. I'm going to have to take 5 points from Gryffindor for reckless behavior. Please note that I never did such a thing only a day after the beginning of the classes," she stated, without mentioning the Weasley twins, who had their own set of records. Helena could only lower her head in shame, conscious of her mistake that, when looking at it from an outside perspective, was completely crazy. "I'm also giving 5 points to Gryffindor for your good reaction, after your mistake, which might have saved your life." She almost broke her neck when she looked at her teacher, eyes wide with a gobsmacked expression on her face. "Please be careful, Miss Granger. It seems this wormling is closer than we thought. I will notify the rest of the professors of this concerning news, and please try not to talk about this to the other students. It wouldn't do well to panic now. You're allowed to return to your activities, said Professor Matilda, lifting her stern face a bit. Thank you, simply replied Helena before leaving the office, having a hard time to believe what just happened. She closed the door behind her and returned to her room, where the invasion and robbery of the little wormling, which was already in all minds anyway since most first years saw him in the train, was once more shared, and quickly went through the whole castle. Back in his nest, Hagrid gazed at his small pile of coins, now bigger by 5 bronze coins. He returned as soon as he left the human, happy to finally having been able to find some precious and shiny for his growing hoard. The girl had the audacity to attack him for some reason, but then she offered him some coins, probably as a token of peace for her aggressive behavior. It took him a long time to find this window and get his teeth on more coins, and he pondered if this human would give him more, since she seemed to always have some. The last week in Elder Tower went very normally for everyone in the School of Arcana. Well, almost everyone. The past few days, many students and even a few teachers reported the disappearance of some of their personal belongings, more specifically their money and jewelry, with an estimate of 1 or 2 robberies per day. Annoyance and suspicion quickly grew in the school, and everyone was very careful not to let their precious valuables in sight, but even then coins and even a precious collar belonging to a Hufflepuff girl still disappeared. High in his tower, sat in his office, Albus Elderon already had a good idea of who was behind this thefts, but what he didn't came up yet was what to do about it. Certainly, he could contact the Romanian Wormling Reserve and have the wormling removed by professionals. But something told him that it wasn't the right solution. After all, the little wormling had done no harm, except a bite on the young Blackthorn, and kept to gathering more for his hoard. But Minerval Matilda wasn't sharing his views and repetitively asked him to act and make sure that the little threat wasn't around their students anymore. Should he try to catch the wormling? Should he let him be free? It didn't really matter in the end, but he already knew he would have to address this issue soon, as too many students had already complained, and he couldn't let the suspicion and fear take over his school. But then a small idea came to his mind, a very simple one that wouldn't require to capture the wormling but would explain everything. It wouldn't only require the presence of one particular guest. Helena had just finished her last class today and was heading back to her room. Many other students asked her why she returned there so early every day, and she replied that she just wanted to see something, which was absolutely true. The little wormling came back every day, staying at the window for a few minutes at the same time like a clock before flying away when he understood that he would not be allowed to enter. Helena saw him twice do it and remained hidden, observing the small wormling from afar with a great fascination for the mythical creature. She would be lying if she said that she was not scared by his fangs and claws, but after a bit of reasoning she thought that her cat had the same characteristic, but he wasn't attacking her either. He spent a lot of time in the library to read and learn more about dragons. She found out a lot about them, but, to her growing disappointment, nothing on this species of wormling. The books said that the smallest dragons were around 3 meters long, when the one that kept coming to her window was clearly not a young one, since it already had its horns, and yet it was half the size, far less aggressive than other dragons and not displaying the same behavior. After building up some courage, she even asked Professor Matilda about it, and she said not knowing much about dragons, as well as trying to discourage her to get closer to the wormling. But Helena wasn't in Gryffindor for nothing. She would persevere and find out this wormling's mysteries. She already had her plan and had started to gather the equipment required. Being a pair of thick gloves and a brown apron from Pomona Sprout, the teacher of herbology, that would protect her should the wormling reveal itself to be aggressive. Along with that, she also prepared some coins and even a slice of bacon that she kept from today's breakfast. But for that she needed him to come back, and that's why she was quickly making her way toward her room to arrive before the creature. Once there, she immediately opened the window, not without a certain apprehension, and readied herself in wait for the wormling. Hagrid was just returning from his morning hunt. His past days passed fairly quickly and simply, but he was very happy with the growing size of his hoard, managing to get on average 5 to 10 coins every day by entering open rooms, and he even got a collar and a pair of earrings. Every morning he would go hunt, come back, check on his hoard, and then hunt the school grounds in search for anything suitable for his hoard. Thanks to those flights, he managed to get a rough map of the castle, and he found a few small passages that were big enough for him to enter but too small for the humans to follow. What he also did every day was turning to the brown hair girl that gave him coins twice already, but he always ended up in front of a closed window. Today was no different, and so he headed for the window and was happily surprised to see it opened. Flying around lazily, he landed on the windowsill and retracted his wings to fit inside before looking around. His eyes landed on the girl that was sat on her bed, looking straight at him with a heavy pair of gloves, an apron, and a plate that smelled really nice behind her. "Hello," shyly greeted Helena, not moving. She read that the best way to interact with a wormling was to remain calm at all times and to avoid any sudden movements. But that was true for dangerous, very big dragons, so she could only speculate on what reactions this wormling would have. Wary, Hagrid jumped on the floor and got closer. Helena moved to grab a starbit and offered it to him, extending her hand covered by the dragonhide glove. Still careful, Hagrid walked to her and quickly caught the coin before moving backward, already thinking to go back to his hoard. "Wait," gently called Helena, turning around, not at the word, for he didn't know it, but rather at the simple fact that she spoke. He saw that she had another coin in her hand. Curious, and mostly attracted by the coin, he dropped the one that he already had behind him and moved to grab the new coin offered to him. But before he could reach it, Helena closed her hand and he looked at her with an expecting look. "No," she simply said. "Give it to me," he asked, frustrated in a little cry. "No, I heard how you stole everyone else and why. Oh, you need to learn that this has not got good," she explained, like if she understood what he said. Annoyed, Hagrid got closer and tried to force her hand by pressing his muzzle inside, but Helena simply retracted her hand while giving him the sternest look she could master before repeating herself. "No." Now Hagrid was starting to get angry. She kept denying him of this coin even after she showed it to him. He didn't understood everything she said, as his knowledge of humans' words was very limited, but he understood the message. He saw many times humans use this word to refuse each other's. He just didn't felt concerned, and he let out a little growl to make it known. "No," steeled herself Helena, trying to remain stern even if she was starting to panic when he growled. Even if he was small, the wormling in front of her was still a dangerous predator that could either bite or burn her. Fine," conceded Hagrid, retreating, ready to pick up the single coin he got and leave the annoying girl alone. "Yes, that's good," happily sighed Helena, letting the anxiousness go down. She opened her hand and showed the coin to the little wormling. Eyeing the coin, Hagrid stopped and looked straight into Helena's eyes, looking for any form of trickery or malice. "Go on," she encouraged him with a smile. Slowly, Hagrid made his way back to her and carefully grabbed the coin, giving a quick glance at Helena and looking for her approval before taking the coin, as she did nothing else but smile. "Good. Now, we're going to do that again, and if you're a good wormling I'll give you a treat at the end." Helena grabbed a moon disc, a coin made out of silver that got the interest of Hagrid in less than a second. He knew this was more valuable than the other ones. He didn't know how or why, but he knew it was rarer. Putting the starbit in his mouth with the first one, he went to grab the coin and eyed Helena, who shifted quickly but didn't close her hand. "No," she said. "I want it," he whined, getting closer. "No," repeated Helena sternly, not giving any ground to the wormling. Knowing he wouldn't get the coin otherwise, he stopped and waited for her. Helena was delighted and extended her arm, shoving the coin right in front of him. She couldn't believe that she was doing it. She was teaching the wormling how to behave, and it was working. It also meant that he was understanding her at some degree, something that wasn't possible according to her books. "Good," she complimented him. Reacting quickly, Hagrid grabbed the moon disc and placed it with the two nuts before turning toward Helena, expecting more from her. Understanding, she grabbed another starbit and placed it in her hand. "Yes, you can take it." He took the coin and turned toward her again. "One more time." "Okay." "No," said Helena, handing him a second moon disc. Hagrid stared at the coin but didn't make any movement, waiting for her approval, as he now knew this was the way to get the coins. A few seconds passed before Helena's smile widened and she gave him the authorization he was eagerly waiting. Good Wormling. It didn't took long for him to get the coin and he turned toward her again. This was awesome from his perspective. He was getting more coins and learning how to get them from humans, a double win. Sorry, but I don't have any more coins for you. I don't want to end up broke before the end of the month. But, since you have been such a good student, I have a little reward for you. Helena congratulated him before reaching for the plate behind her and grasped the piece of bacon to hand it to the little wormling. The invasive and divine smell quickly got to him and he walked closer, staring at it and already starting to open his mouth. But he suddenly remembered what he just did with the girl and looked at her in the eye. Frozen barely a few centimeters from her. Yes, she simply said. Not waiting for another second, he grabbed it and ate the small slice in 2 clean bites. Helena couldn't help but see her cat, maybe a bit smarter than her cat, in the little wormling, and she moved her hand by reflex and stroked him on the head for a few seconds and taking care not to touch his horns. Hagrid froze for a second, eyeing her carefully and ready to attack at any moment. Never did any creature touched him like this before. In fact, the only creatures he ever entered in contact with ended up in his stomach. Expecting a threat, he did not react at first but relaxed after a short moment, appreciating the calming motion on his head. Helena was stuck in the motion, not only appreciating it herself but also aware that she was taming a wild wormling. All her books said that it was pure madness to even attempt approaching a wormling, but she did it and managed to have its trust. "You're a nice wormling. Would you mind coming back later?" she asked. He thought in bliss as he was starting to completely melt in the stroke. Pulling her hand back, Helena looked at him for a few seconds before he managed to gather his spirits. Hagrid walked to the small pile of coins and took them all in his mouth before walking back to the window, and he climbed the wall before giving Helena a last glance and he jumped in the air, extending his wings and flying back to his hoard. Still sitting on her bed, Helena was overjoyed as she removed the gloves and the apron to place them next to her. She was playing the whole interaction in her head when she wondered if she should share what she just did with Professor Matilda. On one hand, she did manage to successfully tame the wormling, at least to a certain degree, but on the other hand there was a high probability that she would be punished for her rather dangerous decision. In the end she settled to not reveal anything, not yet. She wanted to try other things with the little wormling and understand why he was so different from the others described in the books she read. She already thought about the possibility that this was a brand new species of wormling. The sun was already high when Hagrid woke up and he quickly disappeared in the sky, flying high to avoid being seen and going to hunt his daily meal over the forests and fields. His curate eyes quickly sighted a little mouse near a tree, close to a burrow that was too small for him to fit in. Patient, he waited for the mouse to walk away from the burrow before closing his wings and diving at high speed toward his unsuspecting prey. He slowed down only a few meters above the mouse that looked up at the sound of his wings and make a run for the burrow. But it was already too late, for his sharp claws grabbed the animal in a swift move before Hagrid rose into the air. He kept the mouse in his claws, letting the mouse struggle for nothing before it was too exhausted to fight. The small wormling who moved in the air to bit the mouse and ending its life. Not really satisfied with such a small meal, Hagrid continued his hunt for an hour, but either no other prey showed up or the ones he was looking at hid from him before he could strike. So it's a bit hungry that he flew back to his hoard and, like usual, checked that nothing had even moved. He was a wormling, he would know if a single coin would have been moved during his absence. He learned the shape and details of each one to make sure to know if a thief thought he could take away his treasure without him noticing. Leaving his hoard again, he flew around the tower for a while before flying toward the massive tower with the indestructible window where many precious and shiny trinkets made out of gold were displayed. Even if he couldn't access it, Hagrid couldn't help himself to go gaze upon the beautiful pieces of gold that he wished to add to his hoard. He landed on the window to see that the old human who kept the gold away was here, sitting at his desk with a quill in one hand and the other holding a parchment on the table, sometimes dipping the tip of the feather into an ink bottle. Hagrid's arrival went unnoticed, and Albus looked up to see the golden wormling. He didn't manage to see him often, but he knew that the wormling was coming regularly at his window, with the only difference was now he wasn't trying anymore to break the window. apparently content to stay and look at the various tools and jewels displayed in his office. "Good morning," greeted the old man with a small smile adorning his face. Hagrid stopped looking at the treasures to stare at the man for no more than a few seconds before his gaze returned on what really interested him. "I'm sure you would like to look at me if I was made out of gold," chuckled the old headmaster. Albus was not quite sure of what to do with the Wormling since he wasn't really bothering anyone except stealing from everyone around the castle. But the issue still had to be addressed and Minerva was pressing him to do something, and now even Snape was also getting annoyed at him from the moment the Wormling had took a single starbit from the stiff man. Looking at his little visitor, Albus grabbed a Suncoin and moved closer to the window, instantly attracting the attention of the golden Wormling. In a swift move, he unlocked the window and couldn't help but smile as the little creature seemed puzzled to see the unbreakable glass give way that easily. "Here you go, my little friend. Please do keep this between us. I'm not sure. Dear Minerva appreciates my liking to you." Cautious, Hagrid, who couldn't believe that he was finally able to have a golden coin, looked at the old man before stretching his neck and was about to take the coin when he remembered the lesson of the human girl named Helena and the proper way to get coins from humans. So he looked at Albus, barely controlling his envy, to simply take the coin right now. "Yes, my little friend, it is for you," encouraged him Albus, surprised to see the Wormling seemingly waiting for his approval. Not wasting another second, Hagrid took the coin with his teeth and ended his wings to jump in the air and fly away from the old headmaster, who couldn't erase the small smile on his face. Hagrid quickly went to his hoard and entered the window to directly go to his pile of treasures, and with the utmost carefulness placed the golden coin on top of his pile, a stark difference of the many nuts and few sickles he already managed to get. Today was Saturday and Helena was enjoying her day, patiently waiting for the little Wormling to come, as she knew not a day passed without his visit. He probably didn't even know about the concept of weekend and the fact that Helena would be waiting for him the whole day. But her behavior was starting to attract questions from Rowan, Neville and also Parvati, who she shared her room with. All had noticed how much she remained in the dormitory, and at first the two boys thought she was there studying, but they could only wonder what she was really doing once Parvati told them that she wasn't studying anything. A strange fact in itself, knowing how much the girl loved to study. Even if she heard much and was grateful for her friends' worries, she wouldn't tell them the truth no matter how much they asked. They did, and every time they got the same answer, as she felt that the little Wormling was her secret, and she knew the reactions wouldn't be very positive should it be revealed. Just seeing how Professor Matilda was asking her about the Wormling and her obvious view on how the Wormling should be dealt with didn't help Helena to decide. And right now she was thinking about the little coin collector. He was calming every day, and she felt like she couldn't keep calling him Wormling. He was already starting to appear as a pet, no a friend to her. Even if the Wormling was only coming for the coins, she did manage to teach him to accept being refused his desire, and even petted him, a most unusual feat according to the many books on dragons she read. Helena was about to start thinking about a name when something got her out of her thoughts. Tunk. She instantly stood up from her bed to see the Wormling at the window, obviously the one who made the noise, and she quickly walked to the window to let the Wormling in. Just after giving one last glance behind her to make sure no one else was coming. Opening the window, she smiled as the Wormling entered without even a doubt, and she moved back to her bed, sitting down on it as the Wormling remained in front of her, his emerald eyes staring right at her. Hagrid didn't thought the human girl would be here already, as he came earlier than usual, but he was happy to see her nonetheless. He had to get her attention by attacking the window, and she did let him in, and now he was waiting for his daily collect. "Hello, how are you?" asked Helena, putting on the gloves of Professor Sprout. A simple safety even if she didn't felt threatened in any way. Hagrid didn't reply as he barely understood what she said, merely observing her. He did frown when she got her hand closer and thought about moving away, but stood still until the protected hand landed on his head and started to stroke him nicely, as he remembered the same feeling a few days ago. With a wide smile on her face, Helena saw the Wormling lean in her stroke, and she continued for a little minute, the two sharing a perfect silence, until she thought to hear a growl, only to understand that it was something close to a purr, yet slightly different. "You know, I've been thinking about a few names for you. Do you mind if I give you one?" she asked gently, turning the wormling's head toward her. Name. Hagrid wondered. He knew what names were as he saw all humans share different ones, but he didn't know he could have one. It never really seemed very important to him as he never really got into any sort of conversation before. Since you're obviously a male based on your spikes, she said, thinking about the books she read, we need a suitable name, and luckily for you, I've already got a few. First, I was thinking of Goldie, seeing how much you like coins and how your scales looks like. Goldie. It doesn't seem good. Humans have such weird names. He thought, giving her a small hiss. Okay, so not Goldie. What about Precious? No, too cliché and it doesn't suit a wormling. She interrupted herself. Do I need a name? I am unique. A unique name. He hissed in agreement, even if she couldn't understand. I know you wouldn't like it. What about Emerald? That's what your eyes remind me of. I don't understand. He hissed, having heard too many words too quickly. Tough to decide, huh? Then what do you think about Shimmer? I know it's not a scary name or very impressive, but you are really beautiful with your golden scales, so it would be a shame to not give you a name based on them. Shimmer, thought Hagrid, stopped as he examined the name. He couldn't understand the meaning, but the sound of it pleased his ego and he knew he would enjoy that name. Moving his head, he leaned into Helena's hand to purr lightly. I'm glad you like it, Shimmer. Widely smiled Helena, stroking the newly named wormling affectionately. Happy to have named him. They remained like this, with her stroking his head and him purring softly. Suddenly Helena got an idea. Since the wormling understood the concept of yes and no, it might be possible to teach him his name and hers. Shimmer. She Kae. D, and he turned to her for her greatest joy, and quite a deal of shock at how fast Shimmer understood that this was his name. But now came the hard part, and she pointed a finger toward her. Helena. My name is Helena. What does she want me to do? Say it. He pondered, understanding her name but not the whole intention behind. He never spoke before, not seeing the point of even learning about it. Your name is Shimmer. My name is Helena, she repeated, pointing at him then at herself. Ion. He managed to said, frowning at how difficult it was, in a voice that seemed to be between a real slightly squeaky voice and a feral growl. Helena's eyes opened wide and her mouth fell agape, not capable to process that the wormling was trying to speak. It took her a few seconds before she recovered, and even then she still had a hard time to accept what she just saw and heard. You speak. Say it again, Helena, she repeated slowly. Ion, he said. On. She repeated again and giving great care to separate the syllables. Her, he attempted, dissatisfied with himself for not being capable to do something that these humans could achieve with ease. We're getting there. On. She approved. Harryon. Almost. Helena, the now named Shimmer managed to say, looking at Helena, who instantly grew a wider smile. Yes, you did it. One more time, Helena. She cheered, bringing a hand to pet his head. Of course he succeeded. What kind of wormling would he be if he could hunt a mouse but be incapable to speak with humans? It wasn't as hard since the mouse could ran away but speaky. Ing was just moving his mouth and tongue and make noises to form words. But he had to concede that it was harder than he expected. Helena. Perfect. Still a bit hoarse, but I suppose dragons don't have the same vocal cords. Now let's try yours. Shimmer. Shimmer said. Almost on your first try. Come on, Shimmer. Helena encouraged him. Shimmer. Perfect. You're a very smart wormling, Shimmer, she said before handing him 2 sickles, not forgetting to reward him for his efforts and to use his name as much as possible to get him used to it. Shimmer's eyes glinted for a second before he moved forward to grab the coins but stopped right before, looking at Helena for her approval. Go on, you deserve them, she said with a smile. He didn't understood the word deserve, but the intent was clear both in her eyes and in her voice, so he grabbed the 2 coins before walking away toward the window. Using the small claws on his wings, he climbed the little wall beneath the window. And used his small but strong legs to push himself on the window sill. He looked behind him and saw Helena looking at him from her bed with her usual smile. He wanted to thank her, a first for him, but he had no idea on either how to do that or to how he could say it. Have a good day, she said. Helena, he replied before leaving her. Helena kept a small smile for the next few minutes before she stood up and closed the window. Still thinking about what she had just done before it finally sunk in. She made a Wormling talk. Sure, it was only 2 words, but the Wormling understood the meaning of the words, that it was their names. And managed to speak them, something that wasn't even said in books, as dragons were never thought to be able to speak at all. It was supposed to be impossible, and yet she succeeded. The more she reflected on this, the more she believed that this Wormling was either unique or from a species that was completely new. This Wormling was a mystery that only grew bigger, and she would be the one to uncover it. Shimmer woke up as usual, stretched a bit and took off for his morning hunt, flying through a very gray sky that looked ready to make rain fall upon the castle. His wings quickly took him above the forest, where he often found mouses and other little prey. He remained high, keeping the advantage of surprise and observing everything around with his excellent GHT for half an hour before he spotted a prey of the best quality. A hare, a fine meal indeed. Not that it was rare, but catching one was always a bit tricky due to their speed on the ground. Of course, he was faster, but he couldn't maneuver as fast as them, so a bit of stealth was always required when trying to catch one. Settling on eating this prey, he positioned himself to be in the right direction. Observed for a few more seconds and waiting for the right timing before diving at full speed with his wings closed. Shimmer was so fast that the hare didn't got more than a few seconds to raise its head before getting violently pushed on the ground, sharp claws keeping it stuck. Sticking like lightning, a large number of fangs ended its life almost as fast as the attack happened, and in less than a minute Shimmer had his meal. His sharp and powerful fangs made it a child's play to eat the hare, and almost nothing remained in short time, a meal that he didn't had in quite a while and would let him satiated for 2 days. Returning to the air with a powerful flap of his wings, Shimmer returned to the castle to see a little rain falling on the numerous roof tiles before sliding on the ground. It wasn't the best feeling to be wet, but Shimmer didn't really mind, as he didn't had the choice if he wanted to go back to his lair. Going faster, he reached the window of his lair quickly and okay himself a bit before resting on his hoard, the feeling and scent of gold instantly making him forget about the water outside, and it didn't took long before he fell asleep. He awoke only an hour later from his digestive nap and looked outside to see that the gray clouds were still there, but at least it had stopped raining. Satisfied so far with his morning, Shimmer reached the window and jumped to go see his favorite human friend, and flew down around the tower to reach the room where she usually was. But to his disappointment, Helena wasn't here today. He did knock on the window a few times in an attempt to get her attention, but it was all in vain, as after 10 minutes no one showed up. And that wouldn't do. How would he get his daily coins if Helena wasn't even present to give it to him? Helena, he thought briefly, thinking about how the use of name could make it easier for him to get coins. It was indeed easier if he could call the human, so he gave it a try. Helena, he screeched loudly, looking through the window in another attempt to see her, but that was for naught as no one replied. A bit grumpy, he jumped in the air and flew toward the tower of the old man, only to see that he was too absent. Even if Shimmer did like to stare at the gold displayed in the office, it wasn't very interesting if he couldn't access it. So it's an even grumpier Wormling that left the head Aster's window to fly down toward the other building of the castle, reaching for a small hole in the wall that allowed him to enter the school unseen. Looking around, he saw that the corridors were almost completely empty. Quite a luck for him. Staying close to the high ceiling, he moved around and was as stunned as always when he passed near the many paintings hanging on the walls. Not only were there people and creatures moving inside them like if they weren't trapped, but they also didn't smell like living creatures, an anomaly that he couldn't understand. The little burner is back. And one lady in a painting on the opposite wall, quickly moving in other paintings as fear spread among the paintings, all afraid of the flames of the Wormling. Fear not, this one is no match for me, Sir Galan Strongfeet, said another painting, a man in armor rushing toward him with a sword in hand. Shimmer watched with amusement the man come in the painting right beneath him and trying to force him to go away. Even if he was just a painting, he understood perfectly well why they were afraid, but he didn't felt threatened in any way. After all, they were just moving colors to him. Shoo, go away, firmly said the probable knight. Knowing that staying here would only be bad, he left and flew in another part of the castle where the paintings were not aware yet of his presence and just lazily moved around in the empty corridors. He did so until he heard a voice that he recognized beyond a large wooden door and stopped right above it to listen. "It's Wingardium Leviosa, make the gar nice and long," said the obvious voice of Helena. "You do it, then, if you're so clever," another voice that he barely recognized said with a snarky tone. "Wingardium Leviosa," Helena said. "Oh, well done," cried a cherry person, clapping. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." Curious, Shimmer remained above the door for a few more minutes before the classes apparently stopped and a flow of students entered the corridors. Climbing slightly higher to remain unseen, he stood there until the unmistakable hairs of Helena appeared and he followed them, keeping his eyes on her before leaving his spot and passing well above the students, too taken in their own discussions to notice the golden wormling flying above them. As Helena entered a new room with several students, he took opportunity of a small gap in the door and entered in a flash before it closed, and he quickly reached the ceiling to hide and wait. Observing the room, he was quite surprised to see a cat on the table, and wondered if he could eat it, and saw that the animal was looking straight at him. Little did he know, Minerva Matilda was trying to remain calm. Her students knew by now that she was the cat, but why remaining in her animagus form she could hide her fears a bit as she was staring at the wormling who entered her class with her students. Thankfully the wormling didn't seem to be hostile, but she wouldn't take any risk, and attacking it was one of those risks. The first thing to do was to make sure that none would even notice him in the first place and hope for the best. She was good with spells, and catching a wormling as small as this one wasn't outside her capabilities, but doing so with a full class of first years was too dangerous. Transforming back to her human form, she made sure to keep her eyes on her students. "Hello children, today we will continue to transfigure a match into a needle for those who didn't succeeded last time, that is everyone except Miss Granger, for whom I have prepared something different," started Professor Matilda with a stern voice, making sure that no student would even dare to think looking around in this class. The whole lot of students remained silent. And they all drew their wands and notes as she gave each of them a match before addressing to Helena, placing a little mouse locked in a glass box before her. "Miss Granger, I want you to try the mice to snuffboxes spell. This spell is a bit trickier than the needle one, as you will be changing a living creature into a box. The prettier the box the better. I'm sure you can do it, but take your time reading these notes first," advised Professor Matilda to her favorite student. "Yes ma'am." The deputy headmistress turned around and gave a subtle look toward the wormling to see that he thankfully hadn't moved and seemed very captivated by the mouse. She hoped it wouldn't give him any idea and made sure to keep an eye on him at all times. Perched high near the ceiling, Shimmer was only looking at Helena and the strange woman who somehow managed to appear as a cat before. Even 5 minutes after she did it, he simply couldn't understand how it was possible and wondered if all the other animals were human disguised. It started to hurt his head just by thinking about it, so he focused on Helena and the little snack before her, wondering what she was waiting for to eat it. Since the mouse didn't changed into a human, he supposed that not all animals were humans, a reassuring feeling as he didn't want to know if he ate one disguised as a hare. But his eyes widened and he recoiled a bit when the mouse in front of Helena transformed into a golden box in an instant, right after a flick of her wand. Minerva couldn't help but let out a chuckle when she saw the face of the wormling at Helena's success, attracting the attention of her students for a second before she managed to get back her straight face. "Very good, Miss Granger, 5 points for Gryffindor." She congratulated her student with a smile. "Now change it back and keep practicing if you please." Shimmer watched with fascination for an hour, seeing the mouse being changed into a box before being returned to normal. He also gave a look at the other humans who were changing a stick into a thinner and silvery stick, even if he couldn't even understand why anyone would ever do anything like this. Soon the class ended and he vowed to leave when he saw the eyes of the professor on him, eyeing him with narrowed eyes that promised something. But what he could only wonder. So he simply left and remained in the corridor only to find out that Helena had disappeared, and he now had nothing left to do beside going back to his hoard. Minerva got out of her class quickly after the wormling and saw him fly around the corridors for A bit before going inside a little hole that lead outside, judging by the wormling flying by a window 10 seconds later. Even if she didn't wanted to admit it, mainly to Elderon, as he would not stop to annoy her afterward. The little wormling was indeed a cute little one. Plus, she never saw a wormling as calm and inquisitive as this one. He was still stealing coins though. Back in his lair, Shim-R remained there for only a short time before feeling that it was time to meet with Helena. Making his way through the air, he arrived to see the window opened this time for his greatest pleasure and landed right on the window sill. His arrival didn't went unnoticed as Helena quickly made her presence known. "Shimmer, how are you today?" she asked cheerily. "Helena," he replied with his slightly raspy voice, jumping on the ground with the help of his wing arms to land. "Right, we probably won't have a proper conversation before a while." Helena said more for herself than him as he didn't understood the meaning of her statement. "Helena," he repeated as he got closer to the bed she was sat upon. Yes, you want your coins, but I want to try something new today," the bushy brown-haired girl replied, taking a moondisk in her hand. Shimmer stopped right in front of her, waiting patiently even if the simple sight of the coin was enough to get his patience cut in half, and extended his head to catch the coin under the watchful eyes of Helena. "Go on," she encouraged him. He took the coin as usual and started to turn when he was stopped. Shimmer, turning around, he saw that she had her hand opened in front of him but completely empty. Surprised and a bit confused, he looked at both her empty hand and her head, trying to understand what she wanted. "Give me the coin back please," she asked, making a motion with her hand to go toward her. "Why should I give you my coin?" he hissed angrily. If there was one thing he never did before was to give a coin, he always took them but never did he even thought about giving one. This was an absurd idea. "Shimmer, give me the coin please," she repeated with a strangely authoritarian voice, one that he would not have expected from her. A bit confused, he looked at her eyes to see that Helena was frowning at her and it made her look almost intimidating. He never considered the young human as a danger, but right now he realized that she towered over him like any other human, and that was one of the reasons he was wary of them. Still, he wouldn't give the coin back since it was his now and he had to bring it back to the horde. "Shimmer," she said again, her frown deepening even more. Now he really felt like it would be a bad idea to disobey her. He briefly wondered if she would stop giving him coins if he didn't obey, which was troublesome and more worrying. He also remembered seeing her change a mouse into a box not even 20 minutes ago, and he feared that she might do the same to him if he made her angry. Going against his most natural instincts, he slowly crossed the short distance between the two of them, pondering at each step if he was doing the right thing, and opened his mouth to place the coin in Helena's hand. As soon as he did so, he watched with surprise as her frown vanished to be replaced with a wide smile and a little glint in her eyes. "Very good, Shimmer. I knew you could do it," she cheered before giving him not one but 2 coins. More than shocked, he moved to take the coins and after a quick nod of approval from Helena grabbed them only to look at her, afraid that she would take his coins again. "Don't worry, Shimmer. These ones are yours now," she said with a smile. He placed the coins on the ground near the window and returned next to her, placing his head on her lap as she let out a little coo of surprise. "You're almost like my parents' cat, you know," Helena said fondly, stroking his head for a few seconds before he started to purr slowly, remembering her even more of said cat. They remained like that for a few minutes before footsteps and voice came from the other side of the closed door, and Helena quickly figured out that it would do her no good to be seen with Shimmer standing up and ignoring the small indignant cry from the little wormling. She took the coins on the ground and handed them to him as she pointed the window. "You need to leave, Shimmer. Nobody can know that you're here," she quickly whispered as Shimmer caught the coins. A bit confused but understanding what she meant, he reached the window and jumped barely a second before Parvati entered while waving at another Gryffindor of second year. "Helena, what are you doing here? I swear you're deliberately trying to stay here as much as you can," said Parvati, not really surprised at this point. "I just like to be here," replied Helena very naturally, with the window wide open. "It's starting to get cold, you know. I like to watch the sky." "Sure," concluded Parvati before sitting on her own bed. Focusing on Shimmer, Helena wondered what she would be teaching the wormling next time. Even if it might have not seemed very important, she managed to force the Wormling to willingly give back the coin, and this meant that he could learn what was right and what was wrong. He would need to know that if she wanted to teach him how to speak, the basis of social and moral interactions would have to come later. Another couple of nights had passed nicely that Shimmer woke up early in the morning, yawning and stretching for a few seconds before checking his ever-growing hoard of coins and precious jewelry. He did that every morning to be sure to find the same number than the day before, a safety to make sure that no thief were coming at night while he was asleep. Satisfied with his hoard, he jumped on the window sill and looked at the blue sky slightly covered with some white clouds, promising a beautiful day ahead even if he wasn't very concerned by the weather as long as it didn't stop him to fly. He jumped in the void before opening his long wings wide as he stared to glide down toward the fields to find his daily meal. He flew above a few fields, a small forest and quite a few different places but didn't manage to find anything even remotely interesting, the only good prey he saw being a squirrel, then ran away as soon as Shimmer arrived. After a whole hour trying to find food, he turned around quite hungry and grumpy as he saw the castle grow taller as he picked up speed. His flight took him above the school grounds and he noticed the giant man that he saw a few times already. Carrying a large axe in one hand and an impressive quantity of logs on his shoulder, kept in place by his other arm. Shimmer tried to remain far from him as much as possible. He didn't know if the man was dangerous or not, but his size made him quite intimidating and Shimmer was already wary of regular humans. His curiosity stirred by the giant bearded man, he started to follow him from above until they reached a very large hut that was actually not that big for the giant of a man that had his head almost reaching the top of the door. But then he thought about something that could change everything about this giant. Do taller humans have more gold? He wondered, as until now all adults humans had more money than their youngsters. It actually made sense to him. And following this theory, his giant could possibly have the most impressive hoard of the school. For what other reason could force him to live so far from other humans if not to protect his gold? Flying around to lose altitude, Shimmer gently landed on the windowsill of a closed window and started to look through it. Inside the hut the giant had carried the logs near a fireplace and was now starting to grossly cut down edibles before putting them in a large bowl, making a big mix for a few minutes until he took the bowl and crushed everything inside with a large spoon. But even if it was interesting to see the giant cook, it wasn't why Shimmer was here, and he gazed through the whole room in search of coins or anything that could be precious only to be disappointed. There wasn't a single object even remotely interesting and not a single coin. Either the giant was the poorest human he ever saw or he hid his hoard with greater skills than him. His eyes fixed again of the giant that was now preparing some large piece of meat, instantly reviving the hunger that he managed to forget in his search for gold. There was so much meat being processed, either into a black cauldron over a fire or being cut in slices by the giant and the very crude but very sharp knife in his hand. The sight of all of this being enough for Shimmer to start drooling on the window as he had stuck his face closer in an attempt to reach for the meat. But his presence didn't went unnoticed as the giant finally caught sight of him at his window and reacted in a way that the little wormling didn't expect it. "Aren't you a little cutie?" said the giant with a smile almost as wide as his face, dropping the knife on the table before walking toward the window that he quickly opened. Shimmer remained there, wary and cautious at this man, even if the smile and happiness of the giant did great work to ease some of his fears. The opened giant's right hand before him did puzzled him a bit and he gave it a big sniff, looking for either coins or meat. Only to be disappointed to find nothing. "Come on, I won't hurt you," the giant said, insisting with his hand. As there was literally no other place for him to walk around, he hopped on and tried to stand still, his tail circling the thick wrist for stability as his talons dug lightly in the giant's skin, who didn't seem to mind, as the massive hand moved backward and the giant's smile seemed to grow even more than what Shimmer thought possible. "You're not very big, aren't you? Come on, I think I know what you were looking at," continued the giant as he let Shimmer get down on the table. Without losing a second, the giant reached for one of the slices of meat he was preparing and handed it over to Shimmer, who eyed the piece eagerly, its size being big enough to make a good meal with only a single portion. He lunged upward quickly as the meat dangled above his head and bit hard into the meat, bringing it down as he started to tear it up and chewing on it. Hungry aren't you? Well, luckily for you I have plenty enough for the both of us. I've been looking for you for quite a while now. Shimmer was listening with only one ear, both focused on his meal and not understanding the words the giant said. Professor Elderon asked me to find you, but it's you who found me, and I have to say that you're a bit smaller than I thought. Not a hatchling, but not much bigger, a male judging by your beautiful spikes and nothing like that brat of a Malfoy says. He really didn't like you biting his hand, but you and I know that you had a good reason, chuckled the giant as he finished to prepare his meal and sat down in a very wide and comfortable-looking armchair, bringing the bowl on his knees as he used a big fork to fish a big chunk of meat and a mush of vegetables. They both continued to eat loudly, Shimmer tearing up his meat quite loudly as the giant slurped almost as loudly every time he took some of the liquid mush. Surprisingly, they also finished at the same time, the giant putting the bowl back on his table and Shimmer licking his chops as he felt fully satiated. Now, Minerva asked me to capture you and Snape want me to put poison traps, but you don't seems like a bad wormling to me. Oi, I almost forgot. My name's Hagrid, gatekeeper of Eldertower. What am I going to call you? Smiled the now named Hagrid. Even if he couldn't understand everything, it wasn't the first time that he heard the word name, and he already knew its meaning thanks to Helena. Shimmer, he said looking at Hagrid. The giant froze for a few seconds, mouth agape and eyes opened like if he was crazy. His hand slowly went down and he took one extremely careful step toward Shimmer, who started to feel a bit uncomfortable in front of the strange behavior of the giant. Quote, "Am I going nuts like Merlin, or did you just talk?" Hagrid said very slowly. Shimmer, Merlin, you can talk. Can you say anything else? Hagrid asked, now far quicker than before, as almost as excited with a small smile on his face. Shimmer repeated. Maybe not, but I've never heard of a wormling being capable to speak at all. You have no idea how long I wanted to have a wormling. I'm sure I could ask Elderon to let me keep you, but I don't think the other teachers would agree. Especially not Snape, continued Hagrid, who reached for Shimmer's head with his massive hand and started to pet him. While he was a bit skeptical at first of the massive hand, he quickly melted into the petting and started to purr loudly as he nuzzled the rough skin above his head, surprising Hagrid even more than he already was. Well, all have seen everything with you, a purring wormling. Ha! Hagrid laughed, boomed into the hut. Satisfied with both the meat and the petting, Shimmer felt like it was time to go hunt for more coins for his hoard. He couldn't smell a single trace of gold in the hut between the numerous strong smells of either food or simply Hagrid's smell, meaning that there was either no gold at all or it was the most hidden treasure in the world. Leaving the comfort of the petting hand, he flew to the window in a few flaps of his wings and got ready to leave. Shimmer, wait, called Hagrid using his name. Shimmer turned around for a second to see Hagrid handing him a small cube of meat. He looked at it a bit unsure and then at Hagrid. You can come back anytime. Saw it, the giant with a smile as Shimmer grabbed the small piece of meat before flying away. Hagrid watched him leave with a heavy heart. He would love to keep the little wormling in his hut, but it was clear that he was too old for that and that he most likely had a nest somewhere around. He could only hope that the little wormling was trusting him enough to come back at some point. What he was certain of was that Shimmer was definitely not a bad wormling and had nothing to do with the bloodthirsty predator described by the young Blackthorn heir. Back in the airs, Shimmer was flying around the toe where Helena lived in hope to get a few coins. He already passed twice in front of her closed window in an attempt to see if she was inside, but it didn't appear so. He finally landed on the window sill and looked through the glass of the empty room, looking for Helena. Only having one last resort, he recoiled his head slightly before slamming it forward. Tunk. He waited for a few seconds, but, to his greatest displeasure, no one came. Annoyed, he hopped from the window and flew around the school again, looking for any open window. Sadly, it seems the humans were learning and almost all the windows were closed. The few opened, having people in their rooms. Turning toward another direction, he was thinking about coming back later to Helena's window when he noticed something in one court behind the castle. A few young humans were gathered in the grass and listening to an older woman that was talking about brooms. His eyes went from one human to another until his eyes stopped on the sight of one unmistakable head covered by bushy brown hair. Happy to have found Helena, he remained in the sky above them as he saw the humans lifting a hand over their brooms, and suddenly a few of them went up like pushed by an invisible wind. Sadly, it appeared that Helena couldn't order her broom to lift in the air. That was already quite a surprise to see flying brooms, but then the humans put the brooms between their legs, and he could only wonder about what they would do like that until the baby-faced boy from the train suddenly started to lift it up in the air. He always thought that humans were inferior since they couldn't fly, but it seems they could fly with brooms, and he briefly wondered why he never saw any fly like that, before focusing again on the boy. He watched in amusement as the boy screamed as his broom took him in all directions, flying in complete chaos until he fell down and got his life saved by the spear of a statue that caught his robes, slowing down his fall. Shimmer had seen all sorts of flying creatures before, but he was certain that none of them ever flew as badly as the boy before him that was being taken away by the older woman. He wondered what was going to happen next when two boys took to the air with far greater skills than the first boy. He recognized them quickly, having seen both of them in the train, with the first one being the one he bit because he was too loud, and the other one was the boy with ginger hair that had an appetizing-looking rat. The boy with ginger hair chased after the other one, flying higher and higher until Shimmer saw that they were coming directly toward him, even if none of the boys seemed to notice. He barely had the time to dive to his left that the first boy flew right next to him, with the second one following not too long after. But now it was clear that both of them were well aware of his presence if the screams and scared faces were of any indication. And he would not let two humans that barely knew how to fly beat him into a flying skill race. Flapping his wings as fast as possible, he dove behind the two boys that were now trying to reach the safety of the ground as fast as possible as the other students down there were trying to figure what was happening, none seeing the small frame of Shimmer hidden behind the boys. Even if he hated to admit it, the humans were very fast and he had to give his all to keep up with them. But as they got closer to the ground, he noticed that they were going too fast and were probably going to crash painfully at this speed. Preferring to keep his wings whole, he slowed down and abandoned the race. The same couldn't be said for the boys who were too focused on him and touched the ground harshly, projected forward and rolling on the ground until they stopped, owning and holding themselves in a failed attempt to contain the pain. Shimmer just flew above all the humans, passing only a meter above their heads as almost all of them screamed and ducked as he passed. Taking a bit more height to be safe, he looked down to see a pair of adults surround the two injured boys and taking them in the same direction as the first one of earlier, as the other students looked both at their injured friends or at him flying in circle. He remained there for a few minutes to watch them, and he noticed that Helena was looking at him intently, and while he wasn't the best at human expressions, he thought he recognized something like concern. But for who he had no idea. A bit tired after pushing himself against the boys and spending a good part of the day in the air, he finally left to return to his hoard where he knew he would take a good little nap. Although he didn't got any coin today, he was happy with how it went and couldn't wait to just relax. Back at the broomstick training grounds, it was still in a bit of chaos. Students were loudly talking about the three injured students, but mainly about the golden wormling that chased them. Many didn't really believe that there was really a wormling around the school, but now there was no doubts left after they all saw him chase the boys. The teachers were quite pissed when they learned why they were in the air in the first place. Damon Blackthorn even tried to blame the wormling, but Madame Hooch quickly shut him up when she told him that if he hadn't disobeyed her orders none of this would have happened, adding at the same time that if the wormling had wanted his blood he would already be covered in blood and not having a few bruised ribs because of his fall. But in all this chaos, one didn't share the same thoughts. Helena couldn't help but be worried for Shimmer, not that she feared that he could have injured himself while flying, but because the teachers clearly said that they wanted to get rid of him for being a danger to the school. Permanently or not. Thankfully she also knew that the headmaster shared her views on the wormling and that he would prefer sending him away rather than let Snape hex the annoying pest. It had been a few days already since Shimmer got to fly with the two human boys. He had made a good use of his time and managed to collect 23 coins, including 2 more Precio. A sunshinier than the rest, but sadly no golden ones, even with all his attempts against the old man living in his tower. Every time he arrived to his window the man smiled and kept writing, but he didn't give him any coins. Merely giving him a glance every now and then. But since there was a chance to maybe have a coin, he kept coming every day. Something that surprised him a bit was how Helena reacted when they saw each other for the first time after the flight with the two boys. She had been a bit too clingy to his taste and kept berating him about putting himself in danger or something like that. Personally, he didn't saw any danger other than crash to the ground, and he knew very well how to fly and avoid such silly accidents. But apparently he had to be careful about a type of human called teachers. Some of the older humans were apparently called like that and could apparently harm him. Even if he didn't believe it. But worries weren't the only thing that Helena had for him. She spent quite a lot of time trying to teach him how to speak human. It was laboring and annoying, but the perspective to have access to more coins wasn't something he would reject, plus every session with the girl ended with him getting at least 1 or 2 coins, so he had to keep coming. He had rarely felt this happy. His hoard was the biggest he ever had, and it kept growing every day even when he couldn't see Helena. There was always an open window or a hole in the wall that gave him access to the interior of the castle. And all of this led him to now stand in Helena's room for his collective coins. And the coincidental lesson of human language. At least today's subject was interesting as he was learning more about coins. They were both sitting on her bed, her with a bag next to her and him listening more or less attentively. This is my coin," said Helena for the second time today, showing him the starbit hold between her fingers. "Me coin," Shimmer said, staring at the coin. No, maybe it's still too hard, so let's try something easier. My coin." "My coin," he said, applying the necessary changes. "Much better. Now on to the next step. There isn't a single type of coin, you know," she said, rummaging through her bag. Shimmer intently looked at her, expectantly waiting for what she would put out of the bag, and he was not disappointed when she took out not only of the shiny coin but also a golden one that immediately attracted his gaze as he stood fixed on this specific coin. He was so focused on it that he almost drooled on the cover. Of course, none of this escaped Helena, who smiled and let out a small sigh at the Wormling's obvious desire for coins and gold. She had already guessed beforehand what would be his reaction to seeing a Suncoin, and she was not disappointed. Shimmer's eyes following the golden coin as she moved it in the air. "All right, I know it's a pretty coin, but I'm not giving you this one. My parents would scold me hard if they learned that I lost a Suncoin," she said, clutching her hand, hiding the coin and thus taking Shimmer out of his trance. Shaking his head, he kept looking at her hand for a few seconds before focusing on her face again. "So here you have a starbit." "Starbit," Helena repeated, holding out the brown coin. "Isn't it a coin?" he wondered, slightly confused, looking at her and the piece of metal. "Coin?" he asked. "Yes, but not only," she replied, putting the starbit on the cover and then the moondisk right next to it, staring at Shimmer to make sure that he wouldn't take any of the coins. "Starbit," she saw it, putting her finger on the bronze coin and then on the silver one. "Moondisk." He simply stared at each one, not really getting what she was trying to say, and then stared at her. "Coin starbit, coin moondisk," Helena said, repeating the motion. "Do coins have different names? Different coins like different birds?" Shimmer pondered before placing the small claws of his right wing on the bronze coin. "Starbit," he asked, not sure if he got the correct idea. The big smile on Helena's face was all he needed to see to understand that he got it right. "Very good, Shimmer," she praised him by petting him slowly on his head, not giving him the coin yet as she moved her finger on the second coin. "Now the other one." He looked at the silvery coin and placed his little claws on top of it. "Moondisk." "Perfect. One more time." "Starbit, moondisk, starbit, moondisk," he repeated. "Very good. Now, I want to stay calm and focused." "What am I saying? You can't understand that yet," Helena said to hers, elf, as she removed the starbit and the moondisk out of Shimmer's sight only to get his full attention as she showed him the golden suncoin in her hand. The effects were instantaneous. His eyes widened slightly and remained perfectly fixed upon the coin as his body unconsciously started to go toward the golden piece of metal that represented everything in the world for him at the moment. Helena watched him carefully and moved back her hand as he got closer, taking him out of his trance as he stared at both her and the coin. Now that I have your attention, we can talk about the Suncoin. Suncoin, she explained as she played with the coin in her hand. So that's the name of the most beautiful one. Shimmer pondered in slight shock and excitement, happy to have a name for the most beautiful coin that only had a place in his hoard. He simply couldn't look away from it, and it took him a few seconds to come back to the reality as Helena moved the coin in front of her face to truly get his attention. Shimmer, are you even listening to me? She asked him, a bit annoyed to see him so distracted by the coin. This did get a reaction as he stared directly at her, trying to forget the coin for a few seconds. He knew that if he did what she asked from him, there was a chance for him to get the precious one. This is better. Shimmer, this is a Suncoin. Suncoin, Helena explained quickly, wanting to use the short span of attention he had to its maximum. Suncoin, he said, almost hypnotized by the beauty of the word that whispered beauty and richness in his ears, the name of the most beautiful thing in existence. And the best part was that there were lots of them. His mind wandered for a few seconds as he imagined himself in a cave filled to the top with galleons, where only he could admire their true beauty and give them the rightful place they deserved, under his scales as the best bed a wormling could ever ask. Very good, Shimmer. I knew you could do it, and I lost you again. Helena praised him again before sighing, as it was clear that Shimmer was not here for the moment. It took him a few more seconds for him to leave the dream-like trance he was in, and he looked intently, looking to and fro between the human girl and the object of his desire, making his intention very obvious that he only wanted to have the coin. Helena, Suncoin, Shimmer said eagerly, surprisin'. Helena that didn't really got to see the wormling express many emotions. Sorry, Shimmer, but no, this is too much money for me to just give it up to you. She said, even if she would have liked to give it to him. What? But, coin. He thought, dumbstruck, as he really expected her to give him the coin, for there was no other reason for her to bring it. He moved forward, glaring at the coin, when Helena retraced her hand and put it behind her back, efficiently placing the coin outside of his reach. No, Shimmer. She stopped him with a stern and authoritative voice, glaring down at him to make him understand that it was wrong. Despite being afraid of what Shimmer would do if he turned violent in an attempt to get the coin, there wasn't much that she could do against him if it would come down to this. A sudden rush of anger ran through him, and he screeched loudly, flaring his wings to appear bigger and more threatening. This worked far better than he thought as Helena screamed, crawling backward on her bed until she reached the wall, eyes wide and filled with terror at both the sound of him snarling at her and at the sight of him displaying his sharp fangs. The poor girl was so afraid that she didn't realize that she was still keeping the Suncoin clutched tight in her hand as she put her arms in front of her as a last line of defense, breathing heavily. However, she wasn't the nay that stopped the angry little wormling. Shimmer had stopped himself and was looking at her strangely, almost frozen in a fighting stance, but all traces of aggressiveness on his face and body had vanished, leaving him just staring at her. It doesn't feel good, Shimmer realized as he looked at Helena, still terrified albeit slightly relaxed at seeing him not attacking her. He couldn't comprehend why, but attacking her just didn't felt like the right thing to do, and he couldn't understand why. He always took whatever he wanted whenever he wanted, but not with Helena. She had taught him to restrain himself and be patient, and now that he tried to go back to his old ways, where he would have simply taken the coin and left, he understood that he couldn't do that. He didn't really understood why, but it simply felt wrong to see her afraid of him, because he was starting to see her as more than just a human girl. Shimmer wouldn't learn the word before a long time, but Helena became her friend. Slowly, he lowered himself and quit appearing threatening and took a hesitant step toward Helena that was still scared. He kept his head low and stopped only 24 centimeters in front of her legs, looking at her with what was clearly concern. Shimmer, Helena called him with clear uncertainty in her voice with a tinge of fear left. Helena, he simply said, not knowing what else he could say. He felt bad but had no way to say it. But he could show it. He pressed his head against her legs and purred softly as an apology, keeping his eyes on her and acting submissive to show that he meant no harm. It took some time, but Helena finally relaxed and carefully moved her hand that was empty to stroke his head very lightly, afraid that he would bite her or something. She wouldn't talk, but she was truly scared of how Shimmer reacted to being denied the Suncoin, showing that he was more than just a little wormling that she had actually barely started to tame. A couple of minutes passed like this, her petting his head and neck with a bit more confidence at each stroke. That was very, very scary, Shimmer. Please never do that again, she pleaded, almost whispering. He kept nuzzling her leg and her hand whenever it was above his head, feeling bad for what he did while trying to control himself as he could still smell the distinct scent of the coin in her other hand that remained far from him. Helena was still a bit scared and, as the tension started to disappear, her usual train of thought came back and she couldn't stop herself to speak. You need to say that you are sorry. It means that you apologize for what you did and that you feel bad for it. Sorry, Helena said. Shimmer would probably have never understood what she meant had he not heard the word before. Maybe on CE from Helena, but his many flights above London gave him plenty of opportunities to hear this specific word, and he remembered that it was for when one was feeling bad for something that this same person had done. Shimmer, sorry, he said before licking her hand with his forked tongue as an apology, and Helena realized that it was very much like dogs when they wanted to show empathy. I was about to say that it's okay, but not really. I think I forgot that you were a wormling. It's partially my fault for not being careful enough. So I'm sorry too, she apologized. He didn't really understood why. She was sorry since he was the one who got too aggressive but didn't linger on it, continuing to purr instead. He would have continued were it not for Helena gently moving him aside as she reached for the little bag that stood at the other side of the bed, and he got a glimpse of the Suncoin being put back in the bag as she looked for something in particular, and he could hear the distinct sound of coins being shaken together before she pulled out her hand. The bag remained there as she came back next to him and handed him a moon disc. He stared at it and at her for a few seconds, not understood why she would give him a coin after what just happened. Was she rewarding him for being sorry? It's for you. I plan to give it to you anyway, but it will also be my apology gift, she said with a small smile on her face. The first since he scared her. Very gently, not to scare her again, he grabbed the moondisc between his teeth and moved back to the end of the bed, jumped on the floor and made his way to the window that he reached with a flap of his wings before stopping on the windowsill. He turned around to look at her, still a bit uncertain about this whole situation. Bye-bye, Shimmer, encouraged him Helena, waving with a smile. Happy to see her like that instead of being scared, he jumped in the air and opened his wings at their maximum wingspan before flapping them hard to carry himself around the tower and toward his hoard, eager to add this new addiction to his pile of treasure. Helena let out a loud sigh right after Shimmer left her room, falling on her back and relishing on the comfortable cover of her bed. The whole conversation replayed again and again in her mind as she remembered how Shimmer reacted and mainly why he did it, understanding that she had been too trusting in the little wormling. Not that she should be more strict or severe with him, but she had clearly expected too much from him, and she forgot that he was a wild wormling that had never been tamed, that while he was friendly, he could still be aggressive and unpredictable. As she kept thinking, she also thought about how he reacted after, how he expressed a very human-like feeling of empathy and apology. None of the books specialized in dragons that she had read had any wormling that behaved the same way as Shimmer, and today's meeting proved again that he was unique, not only by being capable to learn speech, but by displaying a larger array of emotions than regular animals and other dragons. Shimmer was starting to take a bigger place in her life, not only by visiting her regular LY but also by helping her to get her mind away from her everyday life. Not that it was bad, but quite a few other students had been giving her a hard time recently, laughing about her long hairs but mainly by insulting her eagerness to be a good student, shunning her at every opportunity. Especially Rowan Weasley after she tried to help him in class. At least Shimmer seemed to love listening to and he apologized quicker than any other student that insulted her. Hi, Valexto at the keyboard. I forgot to put an AN in the previous chapter, so I shall do so here. I wanted to apologize for the long delay between chapter 7 and 8. Nearly 3 months without updates. I forgot a bit about the story, even if it remained in a part of my mind. I focused on my work and some other projects, but now I'm back into the story. Some of you asked me by PMs about the updates and the future of the story. While I can't promise you to release as often as you would like, it should be more frequent than before. And I started this story I planned to do only the first year, as it has been nearly 10 years since I read the books and didn't felt very confident to go further than that. I wasn't sure of what Hagrid, Shimmer's future could be. But now I think it is possible to go at least at the second year. I can already try to imagine the fight against the basilisk. I'm not promising that we will go this far, but if the story pleases you, then I shall carry you there. Thanks a lot for the many messages of appreciation and support, as well as those of you who reminded me that this story couldn't be left like this. See you soon. It had been almost an entire month since Shimmer learned the difference between a starbit, a moondisk and a suncoin. During this time Helena helped him a lot to work on his speech, but it remained quite basic. Just a few words and some basics about making sentences, but it wasn't going much further than that, as he was incapable to speak either too long or too complicated words, and he simply couldn't grasp most of the human concepts that Helena tried to taught him. These teachings also helped him a lot to better understand humans and how they lived, and while he agreed with the concept of a school to teach the younglings how the world around them worked, he didn't understand why none were taught how to hunt. How would they be able to survive once they'll be adults? He had no answer to that question. Of course, in all this time his hoard had kept growing even more as he got accustomed with the school and its many shortcuts, hidden entrances, and the nightmare of a labyrinth that was the inside of the castle. Now his hoard was big enough that he slept on a pile of coins that was larger than his whole body, enough to not touch the planks of the floor of his hideout. The lost days had been quite calm, but he could tell that something was bothering Helena. She wasn't as happy as usual, and she kept saying words that he couldn't understand, like this egghead thing, whatever it meant. He had tried to cheer her up by nuzzling her and purring, and while it worked every time, he always had to try even harder the next time they met. He had never felt worry for anyone else other than himself in his life, so it was quite unsettling for him to care about someone else, and a human at that. But it didn't bother him in the slightest. Helena was very nice, patient enough to teach him how to speak human, and always ended their meetings either by giving him a coin or a little slice of meat. Or both. Today had been quite the quiet day, spent hunting in the morning without much success. Watching the old man in his tower and his amazing collection of precious objects and trinkets in the early afternoon. The only thing that bothered him was when he went to see Helena. She wasn't at the window at the time they usually met, a bit unusual, but it happened before, so he let it slide. Now he was taking a little flight in the early hours of the night, relaxing in the air currents. Had allowed him to fly without efforts for a few good long minutes. He was however disturbed by a loud grunt followed by a few human words that he didn't know, but the tone made it clear that the human saying them was angry. Curious, he flew down toward the direction he heard the sounds come from, and his eyes widened as they defined the shadows going toward the castle. It was a creature that he never saw before, walking on two legs like a human and carrying himself similarly, but that's where the similarities ended. The creature was huge, walking clumsily on massive feet. His hands were as big as his feet, and he carried a large wooden club on his shoulder. Next to his small ugly head were a dumb expression laid between his eyes and opened mouth that revealed large teeth. Quite surprisingly, a human was hidden in the shadows near a door of the castle, where he forced the troll to go inside. All he could see about that human was that he appeared to be male, was wearing very long robes. The creature lowered himself to get in, and the human gave a quick glance outside before closing the door behind them. Shimmer didn't really know what to do of what just happened. He didn't know what creature was with the human and had no idea if it was normal or not, having never seen one before. Perplexed, he flew toward the main part of the castle and landed next to the big windows, where he could see the big room where the humans ate. Their meals seemed to have already started. Many were gorging themselves with food, especially the red-haired boy that he saw in the train and flew against a few weeks ago, and Shimmer could only wonder how he could eat that much food that fast. Even he wouldn't be able to keep up. The humans were all talking happily, but he couldn't understand why the little ones were separated by different tables, with different colors on their clothes. He briefly remembered Helena explained something about that, but he forgot what. His eyes went to the food displayed on tables, and he wished so hard to at least be able to go down there at least once to try the many plates of food that looked delicious, especially the numerous meats that made him drool every time he got a catch of their scent. But what got his attention at the table of the students with red robes was Helena. And more especially the lack of Helena. She was always sat at the same spot, so it wasn't hard for him to notice her absence, and he couldn't help but be worried. Of all the times he watched over the dining hall, Helena had never been absent. He looked around the whole place, hoping to find her at another seat, but she was nowhere in sight. Even the teacher's table didn't have the girl, and he noticed that another seat was empty at their table, the one with the teacher wearing that weird ECE of rag on his head and that smelled like death, but he didn't give it any more attention, focusing on finding Helena. He might have stayed there the whole night in a hope to see Helena when the gray doors of the hall opened loudly, and he recognized the missing teacher coming in quickly and shouting something, a troll apparently, before falling face first on the ground, completely exhausted or terrorized. Frankly, Shimmer couldn't tell which one brought him down. But whatever the teacher had said, the effects were instantaneous. All the children in the hall started to scream and ran around when the old man spoke far louder than Shimmer thought him capable of, stopping all the students in their steps and reducing them to silence. He said a few more words, and some of the older humans started to organize the evacuation. Shimmer remained there for a few seconds and then took off, worried for Helena, as all the humans seemed to be afraid of something, until he heard a sound that sounded like a heavy crash. Like if a tree had just broken down. Slowing down as he passed around a few buildings, trying to get closer to the sound he just heard, a loud scream suddenly pierced the night in one building a bit behind him. Turning around, he passed in front of several windows quickly until he saw one of them being broke down by a massive club, wood, glass and stone falling toward the ground quickly and leaving a small hole in the wall as another scream followed, coming from a voice he instantly recognized. "Ah, help." Folding his wings, he passed through the hole and instantly recognized the weird creature that he saw earlier, the same one that had been let in by a human. It was even uglier under the light of the room and appeared even more stupid than before, not noticing Shimmer's presence and focusing only on Helena that crawled from under a pile of crushed wood. The monster raised his club, ready to strike again as Helena tried in vain to crawl away. Not waiting a second longer, Shimmer let out a threatening screech and dove straight on the monster's head, all claws and fangs out. He passed a first time, trying to dig his talons in the scalp of its head, but it didn't appeared to do much, and he passed a second time only to have the same result. He tried to dig all of his sharp weapons on the creature's head, but it was completely useless. Its skin was so hard that he barely managed to leave a scratch. During all this time Helena kept avoiding the club, falling left and right and missing her by only a couple of centimeters. At least his attacks seemed to annoy the creature a bit as it raised its empty hand to push him away like one would try to remove an annoying fly. Another scream from Helena was all Shimmer needed to double his assaults, and he aimed for a softer and easier part of the monster, its ears. Opening his mouth wide, he bit down hard on the overly big left ear of the monster that let out a roar of pain as blood started to run on the creature's head and neck. Shimmer tasting both the blood and the disgusting skin of the ear. "Shimmer, help me," screamed Helena as she jumped to her right to avoid another strike, falling hard on her stomach. Figuring that he wouldn't beat the monster like that, Shimmer let go of the ear right as the massive hand of the creature rushed to its ear, almost catching him. He had no doubt that a single strike of the massive hand would be enough to crush his body, but he was far more agile and kept flying around, making himself a very hard target for the slow and clumsy creature. Opening his mouth again, Shimmer unleashed a stream of fire right in the monster's face before moving away as the monster howled in pain and dropped its club, putting one hand on its face to protect it from the flames while using the other in a useless attempt to catch him. It was hard to admit for the little wormling, but the creature was incredibly resilient, barely burned with only a few scorched black spots, but at least it was as impossible to tell if it ever had any eyebrows. Flying around, always staying on the move, Shimmer let out another jet of flames on the monster's face, but it didn't do much. Even this didn't really helped Helena as she was trapped in a corner of the room with the monster flailing left and right, making it impossible for her to pass next to it. But he wasn't the only one changing tactic. The monster grabbed his club again and tried to crush him, only to smash the weapon into the wall, stones falling on the ground as Helena screamed again, terrified and afraid to see Shimmer being crushed to death. Returning to his original strategy, Shimmer stopped right in the face of the ugly creature and bit down on his nose as hard as he could with a small stream of blood following. Another scream of pain came from its big mouth, almost deafening him in the process. He had no idea of what was going on inside the creature's head, but it raised its club and, right as Shimmer moved away to not be crushed, smashed itself in the head with a sickening crunch. Shimmer stood in the air near the monster's head as it wobbled a bit before falling down hard on its belly, its body going completely limp. Only for good measure, he landed on its head and bit on the ear again but got no reaction, meaning that this fight was over. He had won, proving that he was stronger than this monster. He fully opened his wings and let out a roar of victory. Or it might have been a roar if he had been a massive wormling, which he was not, his scream being closer to a loud screech than an actual roar. With his victory, the pressure of the battle finally dropped and he smelled the horrible scent of the monster. It was very strong and disgusting, but also mixed with another scent, one that he didn't know but felt terribly wrong and close to the scent of death. It was so bad that it forced him to close his nostrils in an attempt to block the smell. Shimmer. That took him out of his musings and he turned to his left. Looking at Helena that was still huddled in the corner of the room, looking at him wide eyes and a shallow breath, covered in dust and broken pieces of wood. Seeing the girl reminded him of the many times the creature tried to harm her, and he forgot everything about his victory, opening his wings for a second, just the time to land in front of her. As soon as his talons touched the ground, he started to sniff her entirely, looking for any scent of blood as he looked at her arms, legs and head quickly. But before he could even finish, he got trapped between a pair of arms as a sobbing sound came from above. Letting out a small squeak at the surprise attack, he raised his head and looked at Helena that was crying, hugging him tightly to the point it was almost hurting his shoulder blades, but he ignored it, returning to his checking as he searched for injuries around her neck. I'm fine, Shimmer. I was so scared. She cried, getting louder at the end as tears flowed freely on her cheeks. He replied by licking her tears, trying to cheer her up. I thought that no one was coming to help me. Helena sobbed, tightening her hug slightly. Helena, okay? Shimmer asked before nuzzling her chin. Yes, I'm okay. Just very scared. She finally let go of her hug, keeping him on her lap and petting his head, more to reassure herself than him, as he turned to look at the body of the creature that was thankfully still knocked out. He let out a small snort as he could still smell its horrible scent, but remained where he was, appreciating the strokes on his head and neck. Thank you, Shimmer, she said with a very small smile coming on her face. Helena really thought that it was over when she saw the giant troll towering her as she exited the toilets. She had Quirrell. Why got the time to walk back that the troll had tried to smash her with its club, and she kept avoiding his strikes by a few centimeters until Shimmer arrived, defending her against the troll and ultimately vanquished it. She had been so terrified that she didn't even thought about using her wand to defend herself, and she was certain that she would have died if not for Shimmer's intervention. For a second she thought about how on his own, Shimmer was nicer than almost all of her class, excluding Lavender and Parvati and the two other girls in her room that basically ignored her most of the time. It wasn't much, but it was better than being insulted all the time for being a good student. They remained in the rumbles of the bathroom for 2 more minutes before the sound of voices and footsteps came from the corridor leading here. While Helena didn't know how she would explain everything to the teachers, she couldn't let Shimmer be seen here or he would be in even more troubles than he already was. Standing up, she carried him in her arms even if he was pretty heavy for her 11-year-old body and walked toward the destroyed window. Shimmer, you have to go now. No one must see you, she said quickly, pushing him toward the hole. Helena, he asked, surprised to see her put him outside even if it wasn't the first time that she said that. It took him only a few sessions with Helena to understand that he shouldn't be seen around her, but he didn't want to leave her alone after everything that just happened, worried that another monster would come to harm her. Bye-bye, Shimmer, Helena said, using their usual farewell. Knowing he would understand like that, he moved from her arms to the window and gave her a last look, a last check to make sure that she was fine. Bye-bye, he said before jumping in the air and flying away from the building, toward his hoard where he couldn't wait to fall asleep on. It had been a very taxing evening, and even if he could have kept fighting for far longer, It had still taken a lot from him as he hadn't eaten anything since this morning. But he would catch up later. Now he just wanted to go to his hoard and profit of a well-deserved rest, happy to know that Helena was safe. In the girls' bathroom, Helena had just forced Shimmer to leave that she turned around and a second later a few of the professors arrived, including Professor Matilda followed by Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell and lastly by Headmaster Elderon. They all wore a look of surprise and awe at seeing the little girl standing next to the wall with a hole inside. The troll knocked out between them as Quirrell sat down apparently scared of the monster, clutching his heart. "Miss Granger, what are you doing here? Why are you not in your dormitory?" started Minerva Matilda looking very strictly and sternly at Helena, barely hiding her fury. I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. I've been here for the last hour," she answered lowering her head. "And what were you doing here that stopped you to go eat with your friends?" continued the stern woman. Helena didn't reply. How could she tell them that she was crying because said friends preferred to be mean and cruel to her rather than anything else? In shame, she kept her head down and remained silent, avoid the stern gaze of both Professor Matilda and Snape. "Speak, girl, why were you here?" harshly asked the head of the Slytherin house. Helena winced under the order and she could barely contain herself anymore. She was hiding the truth from her teachers and it went against everything she ever did in a school. I came here because my classmates keeps laughing and insulting me each time I'm trying to answer in class. They say that I'm an egghead and a nightmare," she said, incapable to stop the small sobs. At that the stern face of Minerva melted, replaced by empathy for a few seconds and then again by anger, but this time directed toward her own house. She wouldn't allow this kind of behavior to continue between the members of her house. "My apologies, Miss Granger, it seems that my outburst was uncalled for. Rest assured that everything will be done to rectify this tomorrow. I only ask of you to inform me sooner of such issues in the future," said Minerva, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder, still a bit stern even if her eyes were saying otherwise. By now Helena was breathing heavily and she nodded. Incapable to speak for now, she kept her head low until the unmistakable robes of the headmaster appeared in front of her and she raised her head to look at the headmaster. He was looking at her with his grandfatherly smile and spoke with great care as she looked at him. "It is good to know that you are safe, Miss Granger. I believe it is the first time a first year defeats a troll on her own. Truly a remarkable feat. Would you mind telling me how you managed to do that?" he asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Panic suddenly surged in her mind that went overcharge. In an attempt to find a solution, but she wasn't good at all at lying and she had no idea of what she could say that would not appear ridiculous or anything that would be credible. She kept thinking for a few seconds as everyone around her waited in a heavy silence that only made it harder for her to come up with something. "Well, Miss Granger?" asked Professor Snape, towering her with a cold glare. No matter what she thought, she had no idea of what she could say beside the truth, but she didn't want to put Shimmer in danger. He had risked his life for her and she would be damned if she didn't do the same for him. She was however interrupted by the gentle hand falling on her shoulder and she looked up again at Elderon that still had a smile plastered on his face. "I believe me and Miss Granger will have a little chat in my office," he said very gently, only making it worse for Helena that could already see herself being expelled from the school for lying to the teachers. She stood silent and refrained to cry as the old headmaster took her toward his office, fearing that she would never see Shimmer again. The door of the headmaster closed behind her that she stood up in front of his office, waiting for the old man to sit and invite her to do the same. "Please take a seat, Miss Granger." She obeyed and kept her head low, avoiding to look in his eyes. "Now, Miss Granger, can I call you Helena?" he asked. She replied by nodding quickly. "Good. Sherbet lemon?" he asked, showing a little bowl full of yellow candy. Now she shook her head even quicker. "Helena, I will first say that you are not in trouble. You will not be excluded and I see no reason to contact your parents other than to tell them that you are fine." Her head snapped up so fast that she almost broke her neck. She stared at him incredulously, not believing that he was saying the truth. "I'm not, but she started before stopping as Elderon raised his hand. "As I said, you're not in trouble. I believe that facing a troll is a traumatizing enough experience for today, no need to go any further." I promise you that nothing will happen to you, I simply want to know what happened within the bathroom. He said, smiling. Even if she was apparently saved from any consequences, she couldn't speak about Shimmer. It would either mean his death or him being taken away, and she didn't wanted her only friend to disappear. But she was again stopped by the headmaster's next words. Now Helena, far from me the idea of taking away the feat of taking down a troll tonight, but we both know that you didn't do it alone. Our little flying fire-breathing friend was there, Helena. He continued with a small smile. At that her mouth dropped, and it was all the old man needed to confirm his doubts. The smell of Wormling fire is something that I know very well, there's no need to go around the bush. I've met him too, you know. He keeps coming at my window and spend a few minutes every day to stare at all of this. He said, pointing the many objects made out of gold lying on shelves. I really? She asked in disbelief. Yes, and I can assure you that I have no wish to take him away. I appreciate his regular our visits, and I believe that he has his place at Elder Tower. All I want to know is what happened in the bathroom. She took a long breath, letting go of her fears and choosing to trust the headmaster. Since there was no way to hide the truth. At least not all of it. I was crying in the toilets after being insulted again, and I saw the troll when I came out. He tried to crush me with his club until he made a hole in the wall, and that's when the Wormling came in. He attacked the troll, bit him even if it didn't work until he breathed fire at it. The Wormling kept annoying him until the troll got enough and smashed itself in the head with his club in an attempt to kill the Wormling. After it was over, the Wormling just looked at the body and flew away by the window. She explained, omitting only the most important details like Shimmer's name or that she hugged him when she was terrified. The headmaster kept thinking silently for a few seconds, eyes closed and passing his right hand through his long beard until his eyes focused again on Helena. I see. It seems our little friend is more active than I thought, not that it's a bad thing, mind you. Helena let out a small sigh of relief, but it didn't last long. Now, would you mind telling me everything you know about our little Wormling? I believe you know a little more than that. It also reminds me that Hagrid met him too, and it appears that our friend is called Shimmer. As he told Hagrid. Any idea why? He asked as another twinkle appeared in his eyes. Helena was panicking again at the thought of telling what she had learned from the Wormling and what she had taught him. While she trusted Elderon, she was worried at the idea to reveal everything about Shimmer, since it might take her only friend at Elder Tower away. But it could also make things easier for her to see Shimmer more frequently without the fear of getting caught by a teacher or another student if Shimmer was allowed on the school grounds. She took a deep breath before giving her answer. I have to answer this question, sir? She asked. This seemed to genuinely surprise the old headmaster if the fading smile was of any indication. Well, you don't have to, but I would like you to. He replied. Sir, I want to tell you the truth, but I don't want to lose my friend. She explained with a pleading look in her eyes. Elderon remained silent for a few seconds, and she felt like he was looking into her soul for a couple of seconds. And suddenly it was over, and the old man let out a long sigh before relaxing in his chair. All right, Helena, I understand. And will respect your concerns for Shimmer. Let me tell you that I plan to officially introduce him to the school very soon, nothing excessive, and I will make sure that nothing happens to him. You're free to return to your dormitory. It is getting late after all. A good night's sleep will do you the best. Helena would have liked to know what he meant by introducing Shimmer, but the conversation was already over. She would have to wait and see what Elderon was talking about, but she dreaded to think about how wrong it could go. She wouldn't be able to forgive herself if Shimmer was harmed because of her lack of faith in the headmaster, or, at the contrary, if she chose to trust him only to see Shimmer be put in a cage and taken away. Her mind told her to trust the old headmaster, but she couldn't. Not with the life of Shimmer being at stake. Good night, sir, Helena said, standing up. Good night, Miss Granger. Shimmer woke up as a ray of light pierced through the broken window of the little attic that he called his lair. His eyelids opened slowly as he yawned silently before shaking his head to finish waking himself up. Standing up, he did his everyday routine of checking his hoard, moving a few coins to put them where their beauty would be the best reflected before he recalled what happened yesterday night. The panic in the school, the ugly and smelly creature, helping Helena and winning the fight. He recalled all of it and wondered what happened to Helena, a bit worried as he had left her alone since apparently no one else was allowed to see him because those teachers were dangerous for him. He highly doubted that, but since it was reassuring Helena, he chose to follow her advices. Focusing again on Helena, Shimmer would have flown directly to her window if it wasn't for his very angry stomach that reminded him that he had to feed soon, having barely eaten anything in more than a day. Leaving his hoard, he flew toward the fields and forests away from the castle and did quick work of his breakfast. His hunger pushing him as he caught a small pigeon in the air, devouring the flying snack in 3 bites. It wasn't much and he kept hunting until he caught a squirrel, and only then did he felt his hunger being satiated. At least for now. Now truly ready to start the day, the first thing Shimmer did when he arrived in sight of Elder Tower was to fly straight to Helena's window. Slowing down, he landed on the windowsill and peeked through the old glass, trying to see who was inside as he stuck the left side of his face to the window. But it appeared that he was unlucky. No one was in the room and there wasn't a single sign of Helena. Knowing that knocking on the window wouldn't bring Helena, and also because she told him to stop, he opened his wings and was out to jump back in the sky when the door of the bedroom flung open, startling him a bit as he lost his balance and fell. But there was no reason to panic. He knew very well how to fly and it took him only a second to stabilize himself before he flapped his wings hard to carry himself back to the window where he saw the very recognizable hair of Helena, the girl laying in her bed and sobbing silently in the middle of her cover. Had she been hurt again? He didn't know why she was like that, but he decided to make himself known by gently taping his head against the window. The reaction was instantaneous. Helena's head sprung upward before turning toward him, her eyes filled with tears as she briefly brushed away the tears on her face with her hand before opening the window. "Good morning, Shimmer," Helena said with a small smile even if a slight touch of sadness was present in her voice. "Helena okay?" he asked as she petted him on the head. She let out a big sigh in reply before grabbing him in her arms to carry him on the bed where she let him go. He quickly moved around to look at her as she sat down next to him, her legs hanging from the border of the bed. He waited a few seconds for her to reply before letting out a small whimper to get her attention. "Professor Matilda asked me to come in her office this morning. She asked me to tell her everything, why I was crying in the bathroom yesterday, and she asked me to list what everyone did to me," Helena said as small tears returned on her face. Shimmer didn't like to see Helena cry and he mainly didn't understand why she was crying. He had already guessed that something was wrong but he couldn't understand all the words that his friend said, only that a few of the words that she spoke of in the last days were about her being attacked by other humans even if there was no physical traces of violence on her. Maybe words could hurt too. He never thought about it before, but since there were words like, "sorry," when you did something wrong, then there might be words that could be used to harm. That was starting to be a bit too much for him. Trying to think like a human really was too complicated. They created so much more problems than they already had that he couldn't follow anymore if something was wrong or bad. But right now it was obvious that Helena was sad and that something bad had happened to her and that it was still upsetting her. He didn't really know what humans did to reassure each other, but he could do what he felt was the thing to do, nuzzling against her arm as he purred softly. "I didn't wanted tea. Oh, at first, but then she convinced me and I told her everything. How almost everyone was either insulting or ignoring me. The only one that has always been nice to me is Neville, but he is also mocked because he is terrible at arcana," said Helena, continuing, still stroking his head. "Not," Shimmer replied. He wanted to say something but he forgot the word that was coming next. Not what?" she asked, genuinely interested, taking her mind out of her dark thoughts for now. "Shimmer not." He tried again as a flash of recognition went through Helena's eyes. "Is it that you don't understand?" she suggested. "Yes." Shimmer not understand. He exclaimed happily, finally getting the word even if it was a hard one to say. "Well, it might be a bit too hard for you. It's just silly, stupid human things. Even back in primary school it was almost the same, not as bad, but other children don't like me because I always try to answer right. Don't worry about all of that. Besides, if what Professor Atilda said is true, then I shouldn't have any more problems with my classmates, at least from Gryffindor. Helena said as she dried her tears, preferring to stay silent, partly because he wasn't used yet to talk and didn't like it more than that. Shimmer simply purred as he rested his head on Helena's lap. A few moments passed like that, in a nice and relaxing silence that did cheered up Helena enough for her to focus on something else. I just remembered. Headmaster Elderon took me to his office yesterday to talk about how you defeated the troll. I told him everything except that I know you He said that he will try to introduce you to the rest of the school very soon. She explained. Shimmer listened lazily, not that he didn't wanted to listen to Helena but simply because he didn't understood all the words she just used. He did recognized a few bits like this Elderon that was apparently some sort of human ranked above the teachers, and he wondered if it was the old man living with all the gold stuff as who else but the richest man in the castle to control the rest of the human pack. His musings got interrupted by Helena, who caught his head between her hands and forced him to look at her in the eyes. He squirmed a bit but she had a strong enough grip to stop him to move. Shimmer, you must be very careful. I can't believe I'm saying that about a teacher, but I'm not sure if I can trust Elderon. I know he is a great wizard and the headmaster of Eldertower, but you're my best friend here, Shimmer. I don't want to lose you, she said, releasing his head only to hug him gently. As much as he liked Helena, Shimmer wasn't used to hugs and very close contacts, so it was to no surprise that he squirmed even more until he broke away from the hug, sitting down on the bed and looking warily at the danger that were the two arms of Helena. His reaction got a chuckle from the girl that settled for a simple pet on his head before she reached for her pocket with her other hand to offer him a starbit. By now she was so used to his desire and love for coins that she always carried a few on herself, just so that she would always have one for Shimmer. I need to prepare for my next class, Helena said as he grabbed the coin between his teeth. By now Shimmer knew that those classes were where young humans learned how to be adult humans. It was still a weird concept for him. Why? Their parents weren't teaching their children how to be good humans. But he didn't bother thinking more than that. Humans were weird, had weird ideas and could do weird things. He wasn't interested in the slightest about figuring the why. Jumping from the bed to the windowsill, helped by a few flaps of his wings, Shimmer looked at Helena that did looked happier than when he came in. Bye-bye, he said, dropping the coin just for a moment before grabbing it again. Bye-bye, replied Helena, waving at him. Opening his wings, Shimmer flew straight to his hoard to let the new Moondisc join his hoard. He didn't really know what was bothering Helena, but from what he understood things were going to be better for her, so he didn't worry more than that, focusing instead on how he would spend his afternoon to loot the castle for more coins and precious things to add to his hoard. The day went slowly for Helena. First her talk with Professor Matilda, her short but very relaxing conversation with Himmer, even if she was the one to do most of the talking, her next classes and the few snarky and horrible comments about her that still hadn't stopped. Her head of house told her that she would take care of the problem tonight, and this only served to make Helena more nervous. She would be glad once it would be over, but now she just hoped that she wouldn't be thrown into the spotlight. A part of feared that it would only make the attacks against her more frequent. As she reached her seat at the Gryffindor table, Helena noticed that a small stone pedestal had been placed in the center of the room, in front of the teacher's table and with nothing on top of it. She, like most of the other students around her, tried to figure out why the pedestal was there, but most quickly put it on either a speech of the teachers or chalked it up to arcana. When the last students finally arrived in the hall and took their seats, Elderon stood up and silence fell as everyone got ready to listen to him. If only to start eating sooner, as the headmaster could sometimes speak for far too long to their taste. But before he started, Helena caught him looking quickly at one of the windows before a small eel made its way on the headmaster's lips, and she could only wonder what he was looking at. Dear students of Eldertower, there are 3 announcements that I would like to make tonight. Do not worry, I won't be long, he assured. I bet he will, whispered Rowan. First of all, and probably the most obvious, the troll that entered the castle yesterday. A few whispers erupted around the hall but quickly silenced themselves, waiting for the rest of the explanation. While you were very right to panic yesterday, I want to assure you that no one got injured and that the troll has been defeated into the girls' bathroom, announced the headmaster, a bit more cheerful. A large sigh of relief washed through the students that didn't already know, a few having already asked the teachers in the morning about the troll. Yes, it is good news, but I am not over with our troll. You see, it wasn't a teacher that saved our school yesterday but a student. A first year like many of you. This time, the voices of the students weren't silent at all, many talking about who could have done this and even more looking around in a hope to identify the student that achieved this. As he kept talking, Ina had this inner feeling that the headmaster wouldn't hide the truth from the students, and she was already dreading the reaction of those around her, especially Rowan Weasley. Silence please, called Elderon as the hall quieted down. Thank you. Now I would like to thank Miss Helena Granger for her great victory yesterday. The entire hall remained silenced for just a second before cheering Foos. Ed in the air and head swirled toward Helena that was trying her best to make herself look smaller. She knew it was coming, but it was still too much for her, and she just stood there as all those around her stared, speaking to her. I haven't done anything. Shimmer defeated the troll, Helena thought as she looked at her hands, embarrassed by the attention. No way, said Rowan, standing there, mouth agape. Well, it looks like she is more Gryffindor than Ravenclaw, right Fred? Smugly said the twin George. Well, it appears that she is more of a lion than a raven, right George? Replied Fred. You really did that? Asked Neville in awe. Quite a lot of other people were congratulating her at her table and even from a few other tables, but no praises came from the Slytherin table. It was more of disbelieving glares and even one that almost looked like hatred from Blackthorn. At least some things didn't change. Quiet please, called Elderon. It took a few moments, but everyone was finally back at their seats and either looking at the headmaster or at Helena, that did her best to focus on the old man and ignore the looks that some were giving her. While it is true that Miss Granger did something that most wouldn't had been able to do in first year, other issues are to be addressed, and for this I will let Professor Matilda continue. Announced Elderon before sitting down as Professor Matilda rose from her seat. Thank you, Albus. Now, as much as it pains me to say so, I need to explain why Miss Granger was in the bathroom that night when she should have been eating with us. She started, keeping a stern tone, making sure that no one dared to interrupt her. Helena couldn't believe that her head of house was going to do that, but she listened silently as a few students looked at her before focusing back on the professor. It appears that quite a few students of my house have taken a liking to harass and insult Miss Granger for her involvement in class. Let me say that I am extremely disappointed by all of my Gryffindors. Never in my career did I ever had to say such words so soon after the beginning of the year. She continued, not mentioning how quickly the Weasley twins broke that record last year. At that, many instantly understood what she was talking about, and a few heads lowered in shame, a guilty silence weighing heavily on the Gryffindor table as the rest of The Hall listened in silence to the teacher's remonstrance. I have talked in details with Miss Granger about this unacceptable behavior, and a few of you will be called at a later date in my office so that appropriate punishment can be given. In addition, I'm saddened to say that I will be taking 100 points from Gryffindor and hope that I will never have to hear about such behavior again. Finished Professor Matilda, staring coldly at her students before sitting down. Many of the Gryffindors were keeping their heads low, all those who were mean to Helena at some point, and the rest were ashamed for not having done anything. All of them were thinking about their behavior and how it costed them quite a lot of points, while a few were white as sheets and worried about what their punishment would be. Helena dared to look at her classmates and saw that Rowan, more than anyone else, was looking down at his empty plate. Now that this has been addressed, there is a last announcement that I would like to make. Continued Elderon, standing up again. This got Helena out of her thoughts, and she listened with trepidation as she feared what could be the last announcement. Helena wasn't the only one to face the troll. I knew it, sighed Helena as she tensed, listening with attention the headmaster's words. Shimmer had been staying at the window of the Great Hall for a little while now. He came to make sure that Helena was there and was relieved to see her in the mass of students. After that, he listened to the old man talking, and he noticed that he was looking at him a few times, and when he wasn't speaking and the other old female human talked. He almost laughed when the young humans got agitated all of a sudden by the old woman's word, going from quiet to excited, only to do it again, but this time with all of them looking at Helena. He almost tried to break the window seeing how uncomfortable Helena was, but it all calmed down when the old man talked again and he listened to his words. Not getting everything but trying to. Now that this has been addressed, there is a last announcement that I would like to make, said the old man. That was too hard for him to understand. Too many foreign words and not having a clue of what he was talking about. Helena wasn't the only one to face the troll. She had help, and I would like to introduce this other savior to our school today, for he is not a student. Now he got Shimmer's attention at the mention of Helena's name, and he understood that they were talking about the creature of last night. He quickly associated the word troll with the creature, as it had only started to be used once the monster appeared in the school. The entire hall was plunged in silence as everyone waited for the headmaster to continue, and Shimmer looked at Helena and saw that she was very clearly distressed, even if couldn't tell why. His eyes quickly darted back when the old man left his chair and walked in front of a small pedestal of stone that he never saw before, standing in the middle of the room, and he waited expectantly to see what he would do. But these thoughts changed quickly when the old man took out a golden coin, a Suncoin, and showed it to everyone around the room, lifting his hand at his head level to be certain that all could see it. Shimmer's eyes never lost sight of the beautiful coin and didn't saw the look of terror that went through Helena's face when she understood what the headmaster was up to. He then placed the Suncoin on the pedestal, and Shimmer stared at the coin as the headmaster brought the weird stick that Helena called wand on top of it, and then nothing happened. No light or nothing. The coin simply remained there while the headmaster returned to his seat. By now the entire hall's attention was focused on the coin, and everyone wondered why the coin was there, but Shimmer feared that another human would grab it before him. He was already starting to plan how to get the Suncoin when the window at blocked his way simply vanished before his startled eyes, leaving nothing but emptiness as he stared at the coin that was now in his reach. Now I ask of you to not panic and remain calm as our friend enters. We wouldn't want to startle him after all, the man said with a twinkle in his eyes as he glanced very briefly at Shimmer one more time. Albus, what are you doing? Asked Minerva that he was about to do something that would give her a headache. Don't worry, dear Minerva, you will understand as soon as you see him, he simply replied. At the Gryffindor table, Helena was sweating out of fear as she understood what the headmaster wanted to do, and she completely ignored those around her that tried to ask her who was this mysterious person that helped her defeat the troll. She knew that if Shimmer was there he wouldn't be able to stop himself to take the Suncoin, and it was actually very likely that he didn't even saw that at a trap. She was of course absolutely right as Shimmer prepared himself to jump, stretching his wings a bit as he calculated the trajectory he would follow to grab the coin and leave the room as fast as possible to bring the Suncoin back to his hoard. He knew the concept of ambushing his prey, but he never made any trap before, so he didn't even consider the possibility of being in danger. Please welcome Shimmer. The headmaster's voice boomed in the hall as everyone waited impatiently except Helena. As soon as the headmaster said his name, Shimmer figured that the coin truly was for him to take, and he jumped from the window. He dove straight for the Suncoin as he ignored the screaming students and the shouts of surprise coming from the teachers, focusing only on the coin as he extended his talons forward to grab it in flight. Time slowed down, and as he moved through the air, and in a few seconds he got close to the Suncoin, and he could already see it resting in the middle of his hoard with him asleep on top of it. Just a meter, then only half a meter, 10 centimeters. Then his claws grasped the Suncoin and he gave a powerful flap of his wings to fly upward. But as soon as he flapped his wings he knew that something was wrong, as his talons were empty when he was sure that he had the Suncoin firmly in his grasp. He let out a little cry of indignation as he turned around and saw the coin still on the pedestal, almost taunting him to try again, and that's exactly what he did. He tried to grab it a second time, and again he felt the coin between his claws, but it simply remained on the pedestal as he flew off. He tried again, and even with his teeth, but the Suncoin seemed to be stuck to the pedestal, impossible to move and resting on the stone. By now the hall was a cacophony of shouts and whispers that he simply ignored in favor of catching the coin. Many of the students and a few of the teachers had fearful expressions on their face, but others were simply too surprised to react or in awe when they understood that the Wormling was only focused on the coin sticking to the pedestal. But all of them were talking loudly as they never left the Wormling out of their eyesight, a few teachers even having drawn their wands out. "Please be quiet," called Elderon with a strong, stern, yet calm voice, having no need to appear angry as their fearful reactions were justified. Even if his powerful voice did silence the majority of the students. The little Wormling was just too much for some to listen to the headmaster. "That's the Wormling that was in the train," recognized Rowan. "Really? It doesn't seem very dangerous," said Parvati, a bit disappointed. "It's the one that bit me. My father will have his head," almost screamed Damon even if no one listened to him. "Oh Shimmer," thought Helena as she watched her friend try his very best to take the Suncoin that had obviously been enchanted to be stuck to the pedestal. She glanced at the headmaster that bore a very satisfied smile, also looking at Shimmer getting upset as he couldn't grab the coin. Looking at the rest of the teachers, it was obvious that Professor Matilda was containing herself very hard to not shout at Albus even if the cold glare she had for H.I.M. made it obvious that she had her own opinion about this situation. Professor Snape looked absolutely furious and had his wand in hand and would probably have used it if not for Professor Flitwick W.Ho was bearing a huge smile on his face and excitedly pointing at Shimmer, a hand on Snape's wrist to stop him to do anything. Her eyes returned to Shimmer and she saw that he had landed on the pedestal, trying to pull the Suncoin with his mouth without success. Her eyes widened as she realized what easy target he made for the teachers were any of them to wish harm to him. "There is nothing to be afraid of, so please quiet down," repeated Elderon until the silence returned, only broken by Shimmer's talons scrapping against the stone and his small growls of annoyance as he tried to pull the coin. "As I said, Shimmer is completely harmless, so please remain calm for now." "He bit me," exclaimed Damon, getting the attention of everyone. "While this is true, Mr. Blackthorn, I am certain that there was a good reason for that, and I believe that you won't make the same mistake again," scolded him the headmaster, his smile vanishing for a few seconds until he was sure that Damon wouldn't interrupt him again. Helena watched everything happening in silence, but she could hardly contain herself much longer, the stress of tonight starting to be too much for her to handle. And when she saw the headmaster pull out his wand, she couldn't stop herself from intervening. "Shimmer," she called him loudly, standing up as everyone in the hall looked at her. Their gaze didn't linger on her as all nodded that the little Wormling had actually listened to her and was watching her intently. "No," she firmly told him. He let out a little whine of sadness at that, understanding that she wanted him to give up the coin even if it had been put out for him. He didn't understand why the Suncoin wouldn't move, but he would not let such an easy catch escape him that easily. "No, Shimmer, come here," she said, softening her tone as she showed him a moondisk. Shimmer looked at the Suncoin laying in front of him that wouldn't move and then at the moondisk that Helena was giving her. One very precious but apparently unobtainable, and the other less precious but a very easy catch. Letting out a small whine at the idea of abandoning the Suncoin, he opened his wings and panic surged through the hall before he even took to the air. Everyone watched in fear and awe as the Wormling left the pedestal and flew straight toward Helena, a few teachers screaming to intervene but stopped by Elderon and the whole If indoor table lowering themselves as Shimmer passed above them, most screaming in fear. He slowed down before reaching Helena and landed on the table, pushing aside the empty plates and cutlery as his talons scraped the table slightly. All those sitting near Helena had walked away from them and everyone watched in trepidation as Shimmer looked at Helena expectantly, giving a few glances at the coin. "Good," she said, petting his head and giving him the moondisk as a large number of gasps spread through the whole hall. He grabbed the coin between his teeth and let it down on the table, looking at Helena with a look that she understood very well but didn't oblige. "What do you say?" Helena asked. He knew the answer, but it was still a bit annoying to say it every time he got a coin, only perspective that it might get him more coin forced him to say it. "Thank you," Shimmer said with his slightly not human voice, shocking the entire room for the fourth time tonight. "Almost. It's, thank you," she corrected him. "Thank you. Quote, very good, here you go," she said, taking out a second moondisk and giving it to him. Adding it to the first one, he looked again at Helena. "Helena, moondisk?" he asked. "No, it's enough," Helena relied, petting his head. "It had been worth asking." Only now did Helena remembered where she was, and she looked around to see that everyone, students and teachers included, were all standing immobile and completely silent. They all had faces of clear disbelief or awe, and no one dared to speak until Elderon stood up from his seat. "Thank you for the introduction, Miss Granger. I knew I could count on you," he said with his trademark smile. Helena groaned at first when she realized how the headmaster had set her up until she noticed that everyone was still staring at her, and she blushed before quickly sitting down as Shimmer looked at his two sickles. The little wormling did so as everyone remained silent, and when he raised his head to look at the humans, own flinched when his eyes passed on them, much to his fun and stroking his ego at the sight of so many humans cowering before him. "Now, as you can see, Miss Granger knows very well how to handle our little wormling neighbor and is still in the process of teaching him our language. While I am certain that you have many questions, I will ask you to keep them for later, as I believe it is time to start our diner," the headmaster said before clapping his hands and attending to his plate like if everything was perfectly normal. As soon as he had clapped, food started to appear out of nowhere and landed on the tables. Shimmer let out a small squeak of surprise at seeing the food appearing, but quickly recovered when the many scents of meat assaulted his nostrils, and he looked with a ferocious glint in his eyes at the nearest plate of pork that was barely half a meter away. He sprung forward in an attempt to catch the food, but was stopped by Helena, who caught him by the neck with a surprising amount of strength. "That's not how you should eat, Shimmer," she scolded him. "Not understand," he replied loudly between two squeaks and trying to get free without hurting her. "Of course you don't. We haven't talked about table manners yet." Helena sighed. No one had started to eat beside the headmaster, and all were still staring at them, and Helena was frankly getting fed up by all the attention. She turned toward Neville, that was sat to her right, whiter than a ghost. "Neville, can you put some meat on a plate, please?" she asked the terrified boy, more by mechanical reflexes than anything else. The child complied and quickly handed her a plate with 3 slices of pork. "Thank you. Here you go, Shimmer," Helena said, grabbing the plate and leaving it in front of Shimmer that she had just released. Not waiting another second, Shimmer started to tear out the flesh from the meat, and that finally seemed to take out most of the humans in the hall, many starting to talk in small groups but all still staring at him, watching in slight horror at how easily his teeth cut through the meat and the sound that it made. Helena picked up a few vegetables and a single slice of meat, such a normal action that took out of their stupor many of her classmates all around. "So Helena," started George quite blankly, "it seems that you," continued Fred as expressionless, "found a very unique wormling as a pet." "He is not a pet, he is my friend," she said a bit harsher than necessary, but it was all those around needed to remember what they did to her that quickly put them all back in to silence, and they started to put food on their plates as the rest of the hall did the same. Some now had a huge respect for the girl who apparently tamed a wormling and who was also teaching him speech, something that baffled both the students and the teachers, as talking dragons were completely unheard of. All only had a single subject on their lips, and it wasn't hard to guess which one. Yet one did broke that silence. "Can I pet him?" Quote. Helena turned around and looked incredulously at Neville that had just asked this question. Him, probably the worst student between all the first years and maybe even the whole school, was brave enough to ask such an dangerous act barely minutes after seeing Shimmer so close to him again. I don't know, he doesn't like it when he is eating. Maybe after," she suggested, still shocked. "Oh okay," he agreed before turning to his own plate as he started to eat too. Looking at Shimmer, Helena brought her hand closer to the wormling, and she was barely 20 centimeters away that he started to growl dangerously at her, seemingly frozen while keeping his eyes on her hand. "Definitely after," she said before returning to her meal. Did you had him with you all this time?" "Since the train?" asked Rowan, still a bit in awe. "No, well almost. The next day after we arrived he was in my drawer looking for coins. I gave him some and he left me alone. After that he kept coming. Not every day but once or twice a week at first, and now he is here almost all the time." Helena answered, even if she didn't want to look at Rowan. "Wicked. Does he sleep in your room?" "I hope not. I never saw it before, so please don't tell me you were keeping it somewhere in our bedroom," stated Parvati, looking at Helena and Shimmer. "I can assure you that he isn't. I don't even know where he sleeps. Or maybe I should say where is his nest? Wondered Helena. Was he, started George. The one, pursued Fred. Who took? Continued the first twin. All our valuables, finished the other twin. Helena flinched at that, looking at every other student that heard the twins as a look of understanding passed on most of them. She had hoped that no one would associate the loss of coins with Shimmer, but both Eldaron and her threw that possibility away when they used coins to get Shimmer's attention. There was no way to hide the truth, and it might actually be better to do it now than later. Yes, I've been trying to get him to stop, but he doesn't want to. She explained, looking at Shimmer attacking his last slice of meat. So you're the one who took all of our money? Exclaimed Dean Thomas, one of her fellow Gryffindor classmates. No, started Helena. Really? Said a Ravenclaw student that was listening to the conversation. Not only does she have a Wormling, but she stole from everyone. Added another student. It's not me, I tried again, Helena, getting flustered and upset, talking a bit louder even if it didn't help in front of the angered mass of students around her. I've lost more than 5 sickles, complained a student somewhere behind her. Overwhelmed, Helena couldn't do anything else than looking down at her plate with tears forming in her eyes. She had feared that tonight would made things worse, but now she couldn't imagine anything else than the harsher words everyone was and would unleash on her. A very loud growl pierced the cacophony. Everyone silenced as they looked at the Wormling that a few had forgotten in their anger against Helena. Shimmer didn't understood why the young humans were getting angry and loud, but he clearly saw how their words and anger was directed toward Helena, and he didn't like it one bit. Not only did it stop him to finish his meal, but they were making his human friend cry. Darting his head left and right, glaring and growling at a few students that he judged too close to Helena, he raised his head high and opened his wings slightly to appear bigger, forcing almost all of them to take a step back as Helena looked at him with a thanking look in her eyes. The tension was thick and many feared that the Wormling would attack. Even Helena wasn't sure how he would behave. But one voice cut through it with a powerful tone that left no doubt nor to argument. Thank you, Shimmer. May I remind you that while Shimmer is quite friendly, he remains a Wormling that isn't fully tamed, so please don't antagonize him. I would also add that Shimmer is indeed the one that took a few coins from all of us, even a Suncoin from me, but Miss Granger is in no way accountable for these thefts and is still trying to get him to stop. Let it be clear that no one is to turn against Miss Granger for Shimmer's actions. In fact, it would partially be my fault since I allowed him to remain here this long. Eldaron explained, making it very explicit that if anyone had a problem with Shimmer they would have to talk about it with the headmaster, and not many would take the risk to anger the most powerful magus alive. The entire hall fell into silence as the words sunk into everyone's mind until it was broken by Shimmer finishing his meal, the Wormling not caring any more about the humans since they returned to silence after the words of their pack leader. He of course had no clue of what had been said except that his name and Helena's had been said a few times and that he talked about coins. What about our coins? Asked a voice from the Ravenclaw table. I understand your concerns, but rest assured that you will get your coins back at some point during the year. We have kept a record of every coin and jewel stolen since the beginning of the year, and if we can't take them back from Shimmer then I shall see to it myself. Does this satisfy your request? Replied the headmaster. Yes, sir, agreed Terry Boot, not wishing to remain the point of everyone's attention any longer. Perfect. Now please continue your meal and let Miss Granger breathe a bit. I believe that is enough questions for tonight, and you will all have the time to question her later, said the headmaster, no reassuring Helena in the slightest. All returned to their meal except for the one who was already done, Shimmer licking his teeth satiated. He had only smelled the meats displayed on the tables before, but now he was certain that there were almost nothing better than that. The taste of cooked meat was simply divine. And he would have called it perfect if it had been a tad more bloody. But he wouldn't complain since his stomach was full. Looking around, he saw that the young humans had returned to talking, even if they were now far quieter, and a few were still looking at him, probably admiring his scales or trembling in fear at the mere thought of him being near them, as many flinched or looked away when his gaze fell on said students. But now was the time for him to leave. It was quite late already. He was completely satiated and getting a bit sleepy as he yawned loudly. He glanced at Helena, silently eaten her meal, and even he could see that she wasn't perfectly fine. keeping her eyes fixed on the plate in front of her and ignoring the few other students around her. "Helena," he said to get her attention. "Yes, Shimmer," she replied instantly, looking at him as he somehow got the attention of everyone around even if he wasn't talking to them. "Bye-bye," Shimmer said before grasping the coins with his teeth. "Already," she said, looking a bit sadder for a second before she let out a sigh. "Okay. Bye-bye, Shimmer, have a good night." "Helena, okay?" he still asked, concerned. "Yeah, it should be okay," Helena assured with a very faint smile that barely convinced him that it was fine. But he was no human expert, so he let it go. "Shimmer," called the strong voice of the old human. Shimmer turned around to see the pack leader of the school standing up and coming close to the coin. He watched him take out his wand and tap it on the coin before reaching for the coin and, under Shimmer's incredulous eyes, took it away from the pedestal. Shimmer couldn't believe how he did it, but he could only suppose that it was thanks to the weird stick that could apparently turn boxes into mouses and stick coins everywhere. He was so surprised that he completely froze and kept looking at the Suncoin into the old man's hand. "Come over here, please, this is for you after all," said the headmaster, handing the golden coin towards him, shocking many pupils who couldn't believe how he was giving so much money to a simple wormling. It was absolutely not greed that powered him to fly towards the old man and landing right on the stone pedestal. Looking expectantly at the coin, he was so focused on the coin that he didn't notice the twinkle shining into the old eyes of the human above him. "What do you say?" asked Elderon, far too amused to not say it. "Please," replied Shimmer, still focused on the coin. "It's, please, young Shimmer," corrected Elderon, much like Helena did. "Please, Suncoin," said Shimmer, even if he didn't understood the meaning of young. "Much better," approved the headmaster, pushing his hand and the coin right in front of him. Not waiting any longer, Shimmer caught the Suncoin, and as soon as it was resting next to the two sickles already there, he opened his wings wide and flew toward the window he came from, leaving the hull under the eyes of every human inside as the glass of the window magically reappeared right after the wormling left. As soon as he left, he flew toward his hoard to add his 3 new rightfully acquired coins to the many already gathered there, leaving behind the humans who suddenly started to be noisy and loud again. He was exalted to know that he now had a new Suncoin, his second one ever. Helena spent the rest of the night to answer her classmates' questions about Shimmer. How he was, how he defeated the troll, if he was really dangerous, and all sorts of other questions. It had been very hard for her at first, but when she realized that the questions weren't about her and that no one seemed to have any bad or angry feelings for her, she relaxed, answering as many questions as possible. She even had the surprise to see a few of her classmates. Atesh apologized to her, but it was only those who were the least insulting or those who did nothing. It seemed like it would take at least one more day for Rowan Weasley to apologize. Their talks about Shimmer continued until the teachers had to force them to go to their dorms. Even on the way out, Helena quickly caught the look in Professor Matilda's eyes, one that was both of disappointment but also some sort of pride. Although she didn't have the time to talk with her head of house, many classmates only begged to have more time to talk with her, but she was starting to feel tired herself and left the majority of the chaotic Gryffindors behind as she finally sat on her bed, yawning already and only asking for it to be over. "He won't come tonight, right?" asked her roommate Lavender Brown. "He never did before. I don't think he will tonight," replied Helena, removing her robes for her much more comfortable nightwear, slipping under the cover of her bed. "Good. It would be creepy otherwise." "Yeah, like a flying stalker," agreed Parvati Patil. "He isn't like that. Plus, he is a wormling. I'm pretty sure he don't even know the concept of being a creep." "Can we go sleep now?" assured Helena, starting to have enough of all these questions and only wishing to go to bed. "Sure. Good night," Parvati said. "Good night," continued Lavender. "Thanks, good night," whispered Helena, finally going towards the dream realm. "Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. Sorry for the long wait, but as you may have noticed, this is the longest chapter yet, and it carries a significant importance as the chapter introducing Shimmer to the rest of Eldertower. It took a long time to write, to find the right way to write it and make it look good, and even more time spent to reread and remove as many mistakes as possible. Even if I'm certain there are a lot I must have missed. If you see any, you're very welcome to point them, it will only make the story better. I'm a bit unsure about the next chapter. I think it will go towards the winter break or something like this, maybe annoying a few teachers along the way. I just want to thank you all for the support given to this story and the many suggestions that some of you have made. See you next time. The days were slowly starting to get colder, something that Shimmer dreaded as his body wasn't made to face cold temperatures and always had a harder time to survive through the cold winds of winter. It wasn't snowing yet, but he knew it wouldn't be long before the castle and everything around would be covered in snow. But it wasn't too bad yet, he could still go Lee around without problem and just had to deal with the slightly colder weather. Stretching himself to revive his blood flow, warming up his body in a few seconds, he left the warmth of his hoard to each the window and he flew down from there directly to Helena's window, knowing that it was time for their daily meeting. He landed on the windowsill and stopped in front of the glass obstructing his way. Looking through it, he saw that Helena didn't seem to be here, but two of the other human females she shared her room with were sitting on their bed leisurely and looking at some kind of book, not noticing him. He resolved this issue very quickly with his simple yet effective solution. Thunk! The two human girls jumped out of surprise before looking at him, and the one with curly brown hair stood up to come at the window, muttering something that he didn't understood with a scowl on her face. "That's the second time you're scaring us like that," she said, not very happy as she opened the window. "Helena?" Shimmer asked, looking around. "She is downstairs in the common room." "Come on," she replied, gesturing him to get in. He hopped down from the window and started to sniff for Helena's most recent scent. Not understanding what this common room was, which only seemed to make the human girls even more annoyed at him for some reason. "I'll take him there," said the other girl with low-ing black hairs and a slightly darker skin color, standing up and walking to the door. "Come on, Shimmer." Following the girl, Shimmer looked around curiously as he tried to identify the numerous smells around him. It had been a few days since his introduction to the school, and apparently the human pack leader told the rest that he was to be left alone and had access to pretty much the whole castle. It didn't mean that everyone let him in all the time or that he was welcome everywhere, but many started to relax around him and considered him as some kind of resident in the castle, much like the ghosts wandering the corridors. He actually didn't get to interact with many humans, for he spent most of his time outside of the school and he always stood with Helena the rest of the time. Rare were the moments like right now where he followed another human without his human friend, most young humans still preferring to stay far from him as long as Helena wasn't there. Like if she could control him. That was a funny thought that he always got when seeing humans avoid him and treating him like the great predator that he was. His thoughts got interrupted by the human girl starting to go down some stairs, and he followed, hopping down the steps one by one, until they reached the big room where the young humans wearing gold and red robes gathered sometimes. At some point Helena must have told him about why they wore different colors, but he couldn't remember what she said. He just figured it was because they either had different ranks in the pack or different roles, but so far he saw no differences between all the young humans. No matter their robes. It was quite confusing to him. All those weird things humans did make very little sense to him, and he always explained it by humans being humans. "Here you go. Helena is right over there," said his guide as the girl pointed to a corner of the room before going back toward the stairs. Looking in that direction, he noticed Helena in an armchair, with a big book in hands, silently turning the pages. What he didn't notice was how tensed many of the Gryffindor students became when they saw him arrive. They didn't feared him anymore as UCH is the first day, but he was still a wormling and thus a dangerous creature that had to be approached with carefulness. Walking toward her, he reached the side of her sofa and let out a little cry as he jumped on the armrest. Looking at her intensely, Helena jumped when she first heard and then saw him arrive. He didn't sneak on her, but she had been so engrossed in her book that she hadn't been paying attention to anything around her, but she relaxed when she noticed that it was Shimmer. Glancing at the clock, she saw that it was slightly past the time of their usual meeting time. She had no idea how he did it, but Shimmer always knew when it was time even if he had no watch, not that it could have been useful since he couldn't read anything. "Hello, Shimmer. I'm sorry, I didn't see the time pass," Helena said with a smile, noting at which page she was before placing the book on the table. "Hello," he said, looking at her. standing on the armrest as she reached for him and started petting his head. "Is everything all right? Are you hungry?" she asked as Shimmer purred under her strokes. "Meat? Sure. We still have time for a late breakfast," agreed Helena, standing up and picking up the book to put it back on the bookshelf. She barely had the time to retract her arm that Shimmer jumped on her shoulders, taking her by surprise as he was no featherweight, bending forward for a second. Before she managed to get her balance back, he was slightly longer than she was tall, and even if his body was made to be light enough to fly, it was still quite the weight for an 11-year-old girl. Even more for a bookworm such as Helena that had no particular physical strength. "Oomph, Shimmer, don't do that," she scolded him as she felt him move to be more comfortable for the both of them. "Shimmer, sorry," he replied, coiling his tail around her arm for support. But Helena wouldn't let him do that. Even if, and that was a big if, she was able to carry him right now, she wouldn't be able to do so all the way up to the Great Hall. Moving around, she caught him as he tried to steady himself even further and let out a small cry of indignation as she put him back on the armrest of the sofa she was previously sat on. "No, Shimmer, you're too big for that. Plus, you have wings, you can just fly around," she clarified as she petted his head. Shimmer not understand. He did unders too. D that she didn't wanted him on her shoulder, not the why. "Just no, Shimmer. Now come on, we need to be quick if you want to eat something," Helena replied, making her way for the door of the Gryffindor dormitory. With just a little growl of annoyance, he flapped his wings spread wide and followed Helena, who had already opened the door. He passed through the opening, leaving behind a lot of graffiti. Endor students talk about what the two just did, even if none of them had realized that the other students were looking at them the whole time. "Humph, that little wormling again," grumbled the portrait of the fat lady as Helena closed the door. "He is very nice, you know," commented Helena as she walked toward the stairs. "He will burn all of us down," she said as several other paintings shared her opinion. Shimmer didn't listen to what the weird flat non-human said. He wasn't sure if they were real or not as he couldn't smell any living scent from them, but they still moved and talked like other humans. Really something inexplicable that he quickly put as another weird human thing. He followed Helena as she got down the stairs, some moving and some staying in place, flying slightly above and keeping a steady flight as he looked at the many portraits and objects displayed in the corridors. This school was really a place unlike any other. So many things that didn't make any sense except for humans apparently. They continued their walk toward the Great Hall, a few students looking warily at him when they noticed him passing above their heads, and a few even giving a slow berth as Helena passed next to them. Shimmer had to admit that while he was usually cautious of everything, most of the young humans in this school were far shyer and more careful than him. After a few more minutes to go down the stairs and going toward the Great Hall, they finally reached their destination. Looking around, Shimmer saw that only a few students were still there, finishing their meal under the watchful eyes of the very little old teacher and the broom teacher, both of them instantly catching sight of Helena and Shimmer as they sat down at the Gryffindor table, him standing directly on the table between a few plates still there. A few full plates appeared and Helena quickly gathered a few slices of meat before giving them to Shimmer, who didn't lose a second to start eating under Helena's watchful eyes. The girl having already eaten earlier this morning. Just a few seats away, on the other side of the table, Shimmer briefly noticed the red-haired boy that he saw a few times already. Also eating what could be considered a heavy breakfast. They ate almost as loudly as the other, something that almost impressed Helena, and not for any good reason. She had to remind herself that Shimmer was a wormling and thus couldn't have the same table manners as humans, if he could even understand what it was, and that Rowan was just, well, being Rowan. And yet the boy's meal suddenly stopped and Helena watched him standing up, bringing his plate with him as he sat right in front of Helena with an uneasy expression on his face. There is something that I want to tell you," started Rowan, glancing at Shimmer. "I'm listening," replied Helena, not really liking where this was going. Shimmer just stood there, almost between the two, and not caring for what they were saying as long as no one tried to take his meal away. "So, I got punished by Professor Matilda to clean all the damages done by the troll and fixing all of it. Without Arcana, she explained to me how wrong I was with you, and how I was to never do anything like that again, but that's not what I want to tell you. he said a bit clumsily. And what is it? Asked Helena, thinking that he apparently didn't understood the lesson. My brothers told me before all of this that I had been a real git with you and I wanted to apologize, but I just didn't want to admit that I was wrong. I knew I had to, but I was too stubborn to do it. You almost got killed because of me and I acted like a Slytherin, not doing anything instead of being a true Gryffindor. I want to say that I'm sorry for treating you like I did and that I was just being an idiot for insulting you when you tried to help me. Confessed Rowan as he looked at her and then down at his plate when he was finished. If Helena thought she would have been surprised today, she would have never expected it to come from Rowan. She had truly thought that he hadn't retained anything from his punishment, but if what he said was the truth then he had already understood. He simply didn't get the courage to put his thoughts into actions and words. At least until now. She looked at him intensely, trying to see if it was only a lie or an attempt to escape further punishment from their head of house. But she couldn't find anything else besides honest remorse and guilt on his face. I accept your apology, decided Helena, while she truly hated how she had been treated by him and some of her other classmates. Helena had never been capable to hold grudges against anyone for long, and especially when someone presented her some truly apologetic excuses. Wait, really? Asked Rowan, lifting his head up very quickly, almost snapping his neck in the process. Yes, I can see that you're really sorry, so I accept your apology, clarified Helena. Oh, thanks, said Rowan, looking at her sheepishly. Sorry? Asked Shimmer, recognizing the word and wondering why the boy apologized to Helena. Had he done something wrong? Rowan is sorry because of bad words. It's okay, told him Helena, having to use easier words for him to understand. Looking at the boy, Rowan, if he understood well, Shimmer tried to find anything on him that appeared dangerous but couldn't find anything. It might have been true that words could be used to harm, just not by making the skin bleed. Another weird thing only with humans. Rowan looked away from the unnerving gaze of the Wormling and returned to his breakfast, eating slightly less loudly until Shimmer returned to his own piece of meat. Are you training him? Asked Rowan, looking quickly at Shimmer. I'm teaching him how to behave and how to speak. It is a bit slow, but he needs to learn more words first before we can move to anything more advanced. Right now he still can't understand most concepts. I tried to make him understand that he didn't needed coins, but I'm starting to think that this will never change. It's like some kind of instinctual behavior, but all the books I read said that Wormling's attractiveness for gold was only a myth. Helena explained, getting into her lecture mode as Shimmer tuned her out, incapable to understand the flow of words. Sure. Have you tried to make him blow fire on command? Asked Rowan, obviously not interested into the advancement that represented the possibility to speak with dragons. I know. I've seen him blow fire on the troll before, but I never thought about that, admitted Helena, looking as Shimmer finished his last slice of meat, licking his teeth. Do you think it would be possible? Continued Rowan, even more enthusiastic as he imagined Shimmer fighting the troll. Yes, but why would you do that? Asked Helena. Well, it would be pretty cool to have him light everything up on command. You can work on your pyromaniac tendencies later, Weasley. I would advise you go to your next class now if you don't want to lose points for being late, said the stern and cold voice of Severus Snape behind the boy. Rowan didn't dare turn around and quickly finished his breakfast before leaving, imitated soon after by Helena, who forced Shimmer to come with her even if the Wormling wanted more meat. Snape looked sharply at the little creature with a hard glare, not liking at all that he was forbidden by the headmaster to hex the Wormling on sight and that he had to tolerate the lizard presence for now. At least he had the right to block the Wormling to access his classroom. He certainly didn't wanted to deal with a pestering Wormling in addition to all of those annoying Gryffindors that kept being utter fools when practicing potion making. Barely 15 minutes later, Rowan, Helena and Shimmer were standing in the Transfiguration classroom, waiting for Professor Matilda, that was surprisingly not here yet. Up on the table, right in front of Helena and Rowan sat together for the first time in a while. Shimmer looked at the room they were in and where the humans learned how to change things into other things. Even in animals sometimes. He briefly wondered if they tasted as good as the real ones. Shimmer, you need to behave, okay? We're in class, so you must be silent, asked Helena. What behave? Asked the golden Wormling, not knowing this word. How to explain that? Pondered the girl aloud. You need to stay silent, no talking. Tried Rowan. At that moment Professor Matilda entered the classroom, instantly reducing the chattering to perfect silence as every student took their seat and waited for the old teacher to start her class. Like this, whispered Rowan right after Professor Matilda passed next to him. Shimmer could only admire he respect that the young had for their elders, and this one really seemed to be one not to mess with. He already got this impression the first times he saw her, but it was impressive how her presence affected the young humans. He stood silent too and watched her turn to the class before starting to instruct the younglings. Good day, children. Today we shall continue our transfiguration exercises. Everyone will start working on transfiguring a match into a needle. Those who can manage do so without problem shall continue on to the mice to snuffboxes spell. Introduced Professor Matilda. A few students gave a few sighs of annoyance at the idea to keep working on this spell, but they were already well aware that their teacher wouldn't let them go any further without knowing this one first. A few tens of matches were taken out by the children that started to work on them, wands out and pointed at the wooden sticks. Shimmer watched with great fascination as Helena instantly turned her match into a perfectly thin needle. A proud smile on her face. Turning sideways, Shimmer observed Rowan doing the same, only to come up with a larger needle, not as small and pointy as Helena's. Very good, Mrs. Granger, and I can see that you seem to be improving too, Mr. Weasley. Please work together until you've mastered this spell, and then you can move on to the mice to snuffboxes spell. Congratulated them the professor before eyeing Shimmer that was doing the same. In fact, he didn't stop there and walked in front of the woman and started to smell her in an attempt to figure if she did smelled like a cat. She stiffened as he approached, and he wasn't surprised to find out that she did smell like one. He might have done it longer if not for the woman's intervention. Miss Granger, could you move Shimmer away, please? I don't want to risk angering him by doing so myself. Of course, Professor. Shimmer, come here please. Helena replied, embarrassed by how Shimmer acted with her teacher. Shimmer complied, his curiosity satisfied. He looked at Helena for a few seconds and opened his wings wide before taking out to the air, flying toward ceiling for a few seconds until he landed on one beam. High enough to look at the entire class that was actually doing the same. He wondered why but didn't give it much thoughts, and the human teacher quickly regained control. Quiet please. Focus on your matches, sternly said Minerva. The students instantly obeyed under her strict order and returned to their magical exercises. Shimmer watched them all doing so, some better than others but still given special attention to Rowan and Helena, who worked on the boy's transfiguration spell for a few minutes until he managed to get a perfect one under the guidance of Helena. You're free to start working on your mice to snuffboxes spell, said Matilda as she noticed their progress. Shimmer watched them go toward the side of the class where they opened a closet and took out a mouse each, placed in a little cage that they brought to their table. He suddenly remembered what Helena did last time with one of these, and it was with great fascination that he observed them do the same. Helena managed to get her mouse changed into a very pretty golden box, while Rowan's mouse turned into a wooden box with whiskers and a tail. I don't get how you always manage to get it on your first try, frowned Rowan looking at his box. It's because I read everything about the spell and practiced the wand movement before coming to class, answered Helena a bit uncertainly, still afraid that things would return as it was before the troll incident. Right, said Rowan. Helena waved her wand again, and now the box was a mouse once more, looking around calmly as if nothing happened. Shimmer didn't let it out of his field of view, eyes fixed on the animal that started to walk away as Helena turned to help Rowan, transfiguring his box back into a mouse but visibly struggling as it didn't appear to do anything. But Shimmer was attentive, and he wouldn't let such an easy snack get away that easily, especially one that was completely unaware of his presence. He opened his wings slightly and aimed for the mouse that was now on the ground, walking between the humans that were still practicing without a clue about the fleeing rodent, his mouth ready watering at the perspective of this meal. He didn't notice, too focused on the mouse. But Professor Matilda was eyeing him very seriously, waiting to see what he would do until he started to prepare for his attack, and she could do nothing but watched as the Wormling jumped from the beam he was standing on and dived straight for the mouse at great speed. Shimmer remained completely focused on the mouse, forgetting everything else around him as he slashed through the air toward his meal. He opened his mouth as the students around took notice of him, and some started to scream as they feared that he was coming for them. A single, yet loud, squeak was every thing that came out from the mouse as he bit down on its neck, killing it in a few seconds as blood started to drip on its fur and on his neck. He pressed harder for a few seconds to make sure that it was dead before stretching his wings as he flew toward one corner of the ceiling and started to eat his meal under the disgusted and terrified eyes of the students. "Ew, that's disgusting," loudly complained Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin student. "It seems only purebloods' pets have manners," added Blackthorn between the many chatters going on in the class. "Quiet please, I will not have my classroom become a zoo," ordered Minerva, looking warily at Shimmer that was finishing his mouse, blood dripping from the beam he was onto the ground. "Shimmer," whispered Helena, ashamed that she let him the mouse without even noticing it leaving. "That was bloody deadly, you mean?" cheered Rowan in a half-whisper. Shimmer for his part didn't cared about their talks, mainly because he couldn't understand them, but also because he was busy licking the blood on his lips. Satisfied with this additional snack after the breakfast that was a bit too light for him, he flew down and landed near Helena. She looked him with some kind of sad expression in her eyes, even if he knew it wasn't the sadness he saw her display before. "What am I going to do with you? It was very bad, Shimmer." Helena tried to explain, even if she didn't see how. Mice were a very common prey in nature after all, and she was certain that it wasn't Shimmer's first mouse. "Bad, eat good," he replied, confused, much like Helena expected. This is going to take a while," sighed Helena, looking at him. "And you shall take the time to do so later, Miss Granger. Meanwhile you shall continue working on the match-to-needle spell," said Professor Matilda as she looked sternly at Shimmer that was completely unaware of the glare sent toward him. After their class of transfiguration, they had to go in the dungeon for the potion class. And despite Helena's many attempts to send him away or to make him understand that he wouldn't be welcome, Shimmer didn't want to go anywhere else for now and stuck with them, flying above the group of Gryffindors and Slytherins that did their best to ignore each other. They entered the classroom where Professor Snape was waiting, and it didn't took more than a second for his scowl to deepen even more, which many of the students didn't thought possible. "What is that annoying flying lizard doing here?" he instantly asked, cold yet slightly angry. "He doesn't want to leave, sir," replied Helena very carefully. The head of the Slytherin house looked at Shimmer that landed on top of a shelf, head upside down as he looked through the glass of the shelf he was standing on and staring at the many weird plants and animal parts displayed there. He was already far less excited to be here than he was originally, mainly because of the many strong smells mixed in the room that didn't do good to his nostrils, but he found that the teacher, covered in black clothing and with very greasy hair, looked like a black tree with old, oily leaves. "A wormling shouldn't be the one to make the rules, Miss Granger. You should discipline him until he obeys your every command," Snape said, even if he knew very well that dragons were usually too untamed to follow any order in the first place. He would never admit it. But he was impressed to see that she was somehow managing to keep Shimmer in check and even teaching him the human language. Standing up, Snape walked in front of his shelf where Shimmer was still looking at the ingredients for his potions, his eyes temporarily focused on some lionfish spines. Scowling at the wormling's carelessness, who could very well poison himself if he ate the spines. He reached for it when Shimmer's eyes turned toward him, hissing and showing his teeth in a threatening stance at the sudden approach. Snape froze at that, and many students around believed that he was scared of the wormling, but they couldn't be more wrong. "Lily," Snape thought, looking into the green eyes of Shimmer, who reminded him so much of his deceased friend. Never did he, though. He would see these eyes again, if not into the young Potter child that had disappeared so long ago, the child of a man that he truly hated and of a woman that he had loved with all his heart, and that he remembered seeing the jade-like eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the wormling obviously had diagonal slits, it could have really be Lily's eyes. He didn't stood frozen for long, but it was a new to make him doubt, and by now Shimmer was just hissing a bit lower, keeping his green eyes on Snape's hands. "Shimmer will be allowed to remain as long as he behaves," said Snape, turning around, redly wishing to have more time to gaze into those eyes that brought back so many memories. The class stood silent as they watched Snape, the inflexible teacher that only favored his Slytherin student. TS and hissed at everyone else all the time, tolerate the presence of Shimmer that he had been pestering about him since the Wormling's first apparition. After this strange interaction from their teacher, they returned to their usual potion classes with the cold and stern teacher checking on every student and their potion, doing his usual favoritism much to the pleasure of the Slytherins that smirked to the Gryffindors. Stuck with only doing their best to only end up with either a negative comment about their potion or a barely acceptable in the case of Helena and Rowan. It was the middle of the class when Shimmer finally hopped down from his perch and landed on the table right next to Helena, who quickly shuffled aside the ingredients for the potion to leave him enough space and not have any of them damaged. They had learned during the last class that Professor Snape was not kind with students using damaged or rotten ingredients. "Helena," said Shimmer as he landed, bored after watching the humans spending so long just to change the color of their weird waters in what they called cauldrons. "Shimmer, be silent and behave," whispered harshly Helena, who glanced at Snape only to see him staring at them. "Shimmer, fly, coin, bye-bye," he replied, not lowering his voice at all, not that he was talking loudly, but it was enough to be above the other students' talks. "I what?" she replied, not understanding if he wanted to leave or stay for a coin. "Miss Granger, would you mind sharing what Shimmer is talking about with us?" asked Snape from his office. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure of what he wants," Helena replied, uncertain. "Really? Now that is a surprise. What do you want, Shimmer?" he asked the Wormling directly after mocking Helena, who looked down. "Shimmer want fly, go coin. Want bye-bye," tried to explain Shimmer, forcing himself to remember as many words as possible, which made Helena proud of both her friend and her successful teachings. "Am I wrong to believe that he wishes to go steal more valuables for his own pleasure?" "No, sir," replied Helena, looking at Shimmer that was looking expectantly at the door. "HMPH, you ought to correct this habit of him soon. I don't want him to steal from me again. Now out of my dungeon," said Snape as he walked to the classroom's door and opened it fully for Shimmer to go through, frowning and angry looking, even if it wasn't really towards the Wormling. He would welcome him again if just to stare into his eyes. Finally having his will obeyed, Shimmer flew through the door and quickly went all the way back to the surface before finding an open window, startling many students and paintings on his way, even if he didn't cared. They were in no danger from him as long as they didn't try to steal his coins. Speaking of coins, it was time to do his daily collect, even if it was harder now that everyone knew about him. All the humans were now hiding their coins, and except for Helena and a very few teachers that gave him a few, he wasn't getting as much as he used to. "Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. Sorry for the wait, I'm preparing a trip before finally returning to my home country after 2 years. This means that it took longer to write this chapter, and I won't have as much time as before to write the next one. Don't expect any update before a week or two, but don't despair either, for I am not abandoning the story in any way. As you've probably noticed, I've forgiven Rowan for his harsh words and behavior. This is because he is only a 11 years old kid, not that smart and pretty brash, but ultimately with a good heart. I have read many fictions where is completely bashed and hated, and while it is not wrong, I simply feel like his behavior is simply because he is young and hadn't realized until now just how wrong a few harsh words could harm. The next chapter is already planned in my mind and will refocus a bit on the original storyline. It needs to keep going after all. Thanks for the support and the many comments. See you soon." When Shimmer woke up today, he instantly felt the cold. He had been quite aware of how cold the last days had become, and understood that it would soon be time for him to go sleep through the winter. He stretched a bit, looking at his hoard of exactly 2 galleons, 11 sickles and 79 nuts, along with a collar of white pearls, 2 pairs of earrings and a silver bracelet. There was a bit of sadness in his eyes, as the last week had been quite bad in his collect of valuables. The first reason was Helena, who told him, to his great shock and horror, that he couldn't steal any other coin or jewel. She explained that these belonged to the humans who had them, and that he couldn't keep taking any from anyone else. It was such a mind-blowing concept, so absurd that he blanked out for a few seconds once Helena finally made him understand what she was trying to say. And the worst was, that she used a very good argument. What if someone was to take his coins away from him? Now, that was ridiculous because he would bite anyone trying, but once Helena got him to look past that, he was very concerned for his coins and quickly told Helena that he didn't want to lose his coins. His worries skyrocketed when she told him that the humans wanted their coins back but that they wouldn't do anything if no more coins or jewels were being stolen. So, very, very reluctantly, he accepted not trying to steal anymore. It pained him to say it, but was slightly recomforted by Helena, who said that if he found a coin on the ground, then he had the right to take it. And then there was the second reason. That made the first one work. The humans learned to hide their valuables in places where he couldn't take them. Horrible, evil things called chests that once closed, would be impossible for him to open. He knew. He tried many times, now left to only get coins from Helena, and rarely from some of the teachers and even one or two students. Shimmer saw his hoard grow at a pitiful rate. But he was still happy with it, since he never had such a big hoard in his entire life. Reaching the window, he looked at the first snowflakes falling in the sky, almost glaring at them. As he hated the feeling of cold that spread through his body whenever he had to fly through them. But he had to today, for he absolutely had to see Helena. He had no idea how to say it, but he had to. Tell her that he was going to sleep for a long time. Jumping in the cold sky, he quickly made his way toward an open window in one of the lower floors of the castle, relishing in the heat that assaulted him once he was inside. He didn't know where Helena was, but at this time of the day she was usually eating, so he made his way toward the Great Hall. Soon, students, teachers and terrified Peyton GS noticed his presence, and he quickly entered the Great Hall, where most of the students were eating their breakfast, including Helena, who was at her usual seat. Flying a bit faster, he let out a SMALL screech and landed right next to her plate, alerting most humans of his presence even if it was quickly ignored by most, now starting to get used to the Wormling's presence. But one who didn't ignore him was Helena, smiling brightly at his arrival. "Good morning, Shimmer. How are you?" she asked, picking up 2 slices of bacon for him. "Hello, Shimmer. Okay," he replied, happy that he was starting to understand longer sentences and harder words. He was still very far from understanding the human language, but he was progressing. "This morning we have charms and defense against the dark arts," said Helena, finishing her own breakfast consisting of scrambled eggs, toast and orange juice. Shimmer noticed that, while it wouldn't be his first class of charms, he never saw the other one. He was slightly curious about it, especially since Helena told him that they were learning about dark creatures, dangerous spells and objects, meaning learning how to defend themselves. At least that's how he imagined it. His bacon didn't last long against his sharp teeth, and he soon followed Helena, who stood up from her seat. "Miss Granger, a moment of your time, please," asked the recognizable voice of the headmaster. Both the girl and the Wormling turned around, even if Shimmer was doing so in the air. Helena gave Shimmer a brief, slightly worried look, wondering if he did anything wrong before walking in front of the teacher's table as the students around her started to whisper while glancing in her direction. "Yes, Professor Elderon," she asked once in front of him. "How are you this morning, Miss Granger?" He replied with his usual smile. "Good, thank you. And you, Shimmer?" Elderon turned to the flying Wormling. "Shimmer, okay," he replied, landing in front of the headmaster, right in his thankfully empty plate. "Good, good. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Granger, but you are going back to your family for Christmas?" "Yes," she answered, not seeing where this was going. "And I assume that our dear Shimmer will remain here," he said to her surprise. "I've never thought about that. I expected him to still be here after the holidays," she replied sincerely, now starting to be truly concerned for her friend. "Then let ask the most concerned one," said Elderon as he looked down at Shimmer. "Young Shimmer, what will you do in Helena's absence?" The only thing that Shimmer understood was that a question was being asked to him and that it regarded Helena. "Shimmer not understand," he answered. "That may be a bit too hard for him, sir," said Helena for him. "So I see. How to simplify this?" The headmaster started to wonder. "May I?" she asked. "Shimmer, I am going bye-bye." Now Shimmer wasn't quite expecting that. Usually, he was the one going bye-bye, so he didn't understood why she was saying it. "Helena bye-bye, not understand," he said. "It's called holidays. Days. Children go bye-bye to their parents," simplified Helena, doing her best to recall which words Shimmer knew. Oh, that made some sense to him. She had explained, not without difficulties, that her parents and the ones of all the other students were sending them here to learn how to be adult humans. But now that he made that connection, he was starting to worry if she was going to come back. He didn't want to leave her, even less abandoning his now considerable hoard. Helena, here, again, he managed to say after a very hard time recalling the words and placing them in the right order. Yes, I'll be back here again. She nodded with a smile, petting his head as a small reward. Now, I'm going bye-bye. Are you bye-bye too? She asked. He barely managed to understand, but he did. He tried to figure a way to answer, but he simply didn't know the words to say that he was going to stay asleep for a long time. Until the winter was over. Looking at his claws, then Helena, then his claws again, he tried his best to find the way to make her understand what he meant. Shimmer, not bye-bye. Shimmer, bye-bye. He tried, knowing he wasn't clear but without any way to make it better. The confused faces he got from Helena and the headmaster told him that he failed. You're staying here, tried to clarify Helena, to which he nodded. I must confess that it is harder than I thought to teach a wormling to speak. You've done a really great job so far, Miss Granger, complimented Elderon, also trying to guess what Shimmer was trying to say. Thank you, Professor, glowed Helena, happy to be praised. Meanwhile, Shimmer was trying to figure a way to convey what he wanted to say. He was going to sleep for a long time, but didn't know the words for either sleeping or for a long time or winter. Shimmer, not Helena. Shimmer, coins, 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 bye-bye. He attempted, trying to convey the fact that he wouldn't see Helena because he'd be sleeping in his hoard. Huh, blanked Helena. I think we already know that you're not me and that you like coins. Shimmer huffed in frustration, blowing out a little bit of smoke at his second failed attempt. He really wasn't good enough with human words. Why did they had to use so many words? It's okay, Shimmer. I know that you're not fully voluble yet, coaxed Helena, petting his head as she saw how much he struggled. She realized how much work she still had to do. Instead, going for another tactic, he lied down and took his usual sleeping position, even going as far as giving a fake yawn. You're going to sleep, guessed Helena. Ah, I remember, suddenly cheered the headmaster, standing slightly more upright with a large smile on his face. Some species of wormling hibernate when winter comes. Our young Shimmer is probably going to do the same. Oh, simply said Helena, understanding what hibernating meant, but simply not having expected that. Will he hibernate for a long time? It does usually last the whole winter. I do not know for sure, but he might be absent until February. Maybe the early days of March. Will he hibernate soon? Asked Helena. Most likely. It is getting quite cold after all. Now, you probably have a class very soon, so don't let me keep you any longer, indicated the headmaster, waving at the door of the Great Hall. Oh, before I forget, does Shimmer knows my name? He asked, quite curious. Elderon didn't expected to see Helena's cheeks redden for a brief second as she looked at Shimmer in shame, just as Shimmer was starting at her with no real intent. He can't say it well. It would be better to wait a little bit, deflected Helena. Oh, why is that? Asked the headmaster, amused at his student's embarrassment. The lack of reply told him that she really thought it would be a bad idea for him to hear Shimmer call him, so obviously, he now really wanted to hear that. Shimmer, said the headmaster, pointing at the little wormling before turning toward Helena. Helena, and then toward himself. What is my name? Dumb, replied Shimmer instantly. Helena's hands flew to her face, hiding herself as she couldn't bear how Shimmer was incapable to say the headmaster's name. Really now, I believe that it's the first time I'm called dumb on a first-name basis. People usually call me dumb after they learn my name, smiled the headmaster, falling back a bit in his chair and staring amused at the little wormling who didn't even understand what was wrong. Nor did he understood much. Too many words in one sentence. I'm really sorry, Professor. I tried, but he has difficulties with long words. Helena apologized before looking at Shimmer, pointing an opened hand at the headmaster. It's Elderon. Elderon. Dumb. Door, said Shimmer, attempting to use the word even if his lips had difficulties with the sound of the middle. I do believe that no one called me Dumbledore before. Mused aloud Elderon. I guess I'll have to wait before he can properly address me. Be on your way, Miss Granger. Not wanting to embarrass herself any longer, Helena nudged Shimmer toward the door and quickly left the Great Hall, Shimmer flying right next to her. That was bad, Shimmer. You can't call the headmaster dumb. Out of all the people to say this to, she admonished as he flew around her head. Dumbledore, not Dumbledore. He guessed, not really sure what he did wrong. I'll make sure to make you a lesson on bad words, Helena affirmed, right before stopping as she realized her words. Or maybe not. Giving you the bad words now is definitely a bad idea. Not really knowing what she was talking about, Shimmer simply followed her as they went back to the Gryffindor toe. For Helena to get her classroom books and feathers. They made it in time for the charms class, Helena sitting next to a slightly sleepy Rowan, while she was busy opening her book, the page they stopped at during the last lesson. Only to have Shimmer walk right on it. Shimmer, don't walk on my books. She pushed him away gently, yet keeping her voice stern. Shimmer, sorry. Apologized the little wormling. Apology accepted, instantly replied Helena. I was wondering. Cut them off, Rowan. Don't he have a mother? He is very, very small for a wormling. I thought about that, but it's more like Lee that he simply differs from the other dragons. I've read every book in the library about dragons, at least the ones not in the forbidden section, and all states that a hatchling doesn't have horns. Started to explain Helena, entering teacher mode. Shimmer, having grown used to her speaking like this, not capable of following her speed or the words used, chose to fly up to the ceiling beams where he lied down. Enjoying the view he had on the whole class from up there. But he isn't an adult yet. Most wormling species adults are very aggressive, and are distinguishable thanks to many details either on the horns, tail, wings or claws. But Shimmer have none of them. Continued Helena. So, he's like us. An adolescent wormling. Understood Rowan. Pretty much, yes, agreed Helena, happy to see that he followed her until the end. She was trying to work on her tendency to speak too much, in an effort to be more friendly with everyone else, but being heard was quite a pleasing feeling. He's probably going to grow a little bit more, but I think he'll probably be among the smallest dragon species. Good morning, children, came the cheerful voice of Professor Flitwick, the very small W.I. Zard barely coming to the level of the tables as he got up the aisle, before reaching the pile of books around his desk that allowed him to be visible by the whole class. Today, we will continue on the wand lighting charm, also known as the Lumos spell. I hope you all read the last chapter as I asked you, otherwise we may have a few surprises. A few of the students shared uneasy glances. Are that the jovial nature of the little wizard meant that they sometimes had to face unwanted consequences for badly done spells. And among these students were mainly those who never read the said chapter. Shimmer watched, not without some enjoyment, as the young humans started using their wands to cast arcana spells. Even after Helena gave him a brief explanation of the wands and arcana, he had a very hard time picturing how it worked, quickly giving up as he simply couldn't follow all the concepts involved. He let out a little huff of laughter when Rowan, who apparently didn't revise the last chapter of the book, lit up his wand, but instead of having a clear ball of light at the tip of the wand, the wood of the wand itself was flashing between red and yellow lights, providing quite the show. In contrast, Helena, who did everything asked by her teacher, managed a perfectly cast Lumos. She wasn't the only one who managed the spell on her first try, but it was enough for the little teacher to be happy with his students. Very good. I see that some of you still require further practice. For those who succeeded to cast the spell right, please help your neighbors until you all are capable of casting it. Ordered Professor Flitwick, coming down from his tower of books to go help Neville, who still hadn't cast any light. Rowan tentatively reached out Helena, not wanting to have the same reaction where he got mad at her. I'm sure I spelled it right, complained Rowan, though without any bad feelings against Helena. It would be hard on a two-syllable word. Can you cast it again? It's probably your wand movements that are wrong. Sure, Lumos, he said, casting the spell, only to have his wand turn into a bright purple color. Amused, Shimmer jumped from the rafter he was on, flying down and landing right before Rowan, who was scowling at his wand. Shimmer looked at the wand, feeling a continuous scent coming from it that tingled his nostrils. "What is he doing?" asked Rowan. "I don't know. He never did that before," replied Helena as puzzled. "Can you stop your spell, Nox?" said Rowan, finally grinning as his wand successfully returned to its usual appearance. And just as it did, the scent that Shimmer smelled disappeared, leaving him a bit disappointed. But he didn't got the time to do more that Professor Flitwick came to their table, his short head standing a little bit above the table. "So, still having troubles with your wand, Mr. Weasley?" asked the professor, bringing a hand toward Shimmer, who gave a little growl. Only Helena could touch him, and Shimmer was proud to see the hand being retracted at his threat. "Yes, Professor," admitted Rowan, looking down at the wand resting in his hand. "He used the correct movements, Professor. I don't know why it didn't work," added Helena, certain of herself. May I see your wand, Mr. Weasley?" asked Professor Flitwick. Rowan didn't protest it and handed him the wand, carefully examined by the experienced professor, who gave it back shortly after. "It is most confusing. I can't see anything wrong with your wand. May I ask where you got it? Perhaps it has a defect." It comes from Ollivanders, sir. I don't think it has a problem," nervously replied Rowan. "If it really does come from his shop, then there's no chance for your wand to not be working." "Is there anything else you could tell me about this wand?" continued the professor. "Well, my mom said that I shouldn't speak about it," mumbled Rowan as a weak counter. "Mr. Weasley, I only want to help you and I cannot do that if you don't tell me what's wrong with your wand. Wouldn't you like to be able to cast spells like your friend here?" asked Flitwick, pointing at Helena. "Yes, but it's my brother's wand," finally let out Rowan in a big sigh. "Rowan, the books of wands and everything about them says that you must not use another wizard's wand or the spells won't be cast properly," gasped Helena. "Indeed, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor for knowing the safety aspects of your wand." "Now, why would you use your brother's wand?" asked Flitwick. "We're poor," harshly whispered Rowan, not glaring but almost, at the two. "We couldn't afford another wand, so Charlie gave me his." "I'm sorry to hear about this, Mr. Weasley," sympathized the little teacher. "I don't really know how to help you, but I will note this and bring it to the attention of the headmaster. Perhaps you could convince your mother of how important it is for you to have a wand of your own." "I tried, but she said it wasn't important," dejectedly replied Rowan. "Well, let's hope the headmaster will have something to help you then. Meanwhile, I want you to learn the wand movements and spelling as much as possible. I will be holding on you in the future. But as soon as you have a wand of your own, I'll make sure that you're knowledgeable in your spells," demanded the little professor before walking to another table, not without a last glance at Shimmer, who was busy licking his claws. Sighing again, Rowan fell down on his desk, looking at the wand still clutched in his hand. "I'm sorry, Rowan, I didn't know," said Helena, not really knowing what to say in this situation. "It's not the first time, you know," said Rowan sadly, turning a bit to look at her. "Before it was my brother's clothes, their stuff, their books. And now Charlie's wand. I'm tired to always have their old, broken stuff. I wouldn't know. I'm an only child. Lucky." With that said, the rest of the class went with a small, uncomfortable silence between the two of them, until it was time to move to the next one. The defense against the dark arts. Shimmer started coughing as soon as he entered the Dada's room, his nostrils assaulted by the overwhelming scent of garlic and so many other things that it overwhelmed him a bit. But, even if this was annoying, the worst was the scent of death that lingered in the room. And not the scent of a dead animal, but of death. Simply wrong and disgusting. "Shimmer, are you okay?" asked Helena, worried, seeing the little wormling retching as he landed. "Is he sick?" asked Rowan. "PP please, GG go to your SS seats," said Professor Quirrell as he came in, only to jump backward at Shimmer's sight. "WW what is that DD Wormling doing here?" Helena knew that their professor was easily scared, especially when she was told that he fainted when he entered the Great Hall to warn them about the troll in the castle, but she couldn't help but think that he was overreacting. "I can take him outside," suggested Helena. "Yes, TT that will do," Shakingly agreed Quirrell as he took a wide berth around Shimmer to join his desk. As he did so, Shimmer's head snapped upward as he frowned at the man. Instantly noticing how the scent of death came from him, he started to growl, which only prompted the teacher to go away faster. He didn't know how it was possible for a human to have this scent. But it was clear that he was dangerous and shouldn't be anywhere near young humans. Shimmer only felt this distinctive smell a very few times, and it always came from either some parts of the dark forest that he did his best to avoid, or some of the more abandoned parts of the castle. And the scent of this teacher in particular, he remembered it well. He smelled it on the troll, mixed with the filthy stench of the troll. "Come on, Shimmer, you can't stay here," said Helena, doing quite the effort of grabbing Shimmer as he was still glaring fiercely at the man. And even while he was being carried away, he kept glaring until Helena put him down outside the classroom, huffing as he was no lightweight. "What's going on, Shimmer?" she asked, curious, lowering herself to his level, not having seen that specific behavior before. Helena not understand. "Human," he said before looking for the right word. "Bad." "That's not very nice," frowned Helena. "Shimmer understand." Helena not understand. "Human bad." He tried again, slightly angry. "I'm sorry, Shimmer, but I don't think I can understand what you're trying to say," she said before standing up. "No," shouted Shimmer, biting down on her robe to stop her from going back to that death-smelling human. "Human bad," he growled through gritted teeth. "Don't bite me, Shimmer. Bad wormling," Helena sternly said as she gave him a light tap on the head. Well, if she didn't want to understand, it was her problem. He still had more important to do, like stuffing his belly before taking his long sleep tonight. Letting go of her robe, he gave her a small glare as she did the same. "Shimmer, bye-bye, sleep," he spat, showing his teeth a bit, barely recalling the word used by Helena this morning. Without leaving her the time to reply, he left her alone. Frustrated at not being understood and that Helena couldn't see what was wrong with staying near such a dangerous human, he flew through several corridors before reaching the Great Hall, where there was actually nobody. Landing on a table, he waited for a few seconds for the food to appear, but nothing did. Getting even more frustrated, he let out a small roar. "Meat," he shouted. "ASMA." LL clatter next to him made him look to his left, where 5 slices of meat had suddenly appeared. He quickly got to work and ate them all. "Meat," he called again. Another plate appeared, replacing the previous one. He ate it all and repeated the process one more time before being satiated. Taking flight again, he flew to an open window that was usually left open for him, and went back straight to his lair. The snow was even thicker than earlier, and he pushed himself to go faster until he reached the window of his lair. Getting inside, he shook himself of the snowflakes and started working on his winter nest. Where the coins, jewels and precious trinkets were previously stacked in the center of the room, he moved them all toward the side opposite the window, as far away from the source of cold. It took a little while to move them all, and to put them all back in the exact order he wanted, before he turned toward the window. He had been gathering dried wood, hay and grass for a couple of days now. And he promptly put himself to work, using all of it to seal the hole and cut the cold wind from coming in. After half an hour of placing, pressing and strengthening his seal, he was happy with the sight of a stuffed window. Walking toward his nest, he thought about Helena. The human that smelled of death was bad, there was no doubt in his mind, but he had been here since the beginning and no humans were harmed. Though there was still the fact that he had smelled him on the troll. For the umpteenth time, he cursed his lack of human skills. He wanted to warn Helena, but couldn't do it. He told himself that he would have to learn more once his long sleep over. Yawning, he curled around himself, laying on his comfortable pile of coins, ready to sleep. The end of the day had come, and Shimmer still hadn't come back. Helena was in tears, sobbing, sitting on her bed with Parvati trying to cheer her up, without success. Helena was constantly remembering her last words to Shimmer, the little slap she gave him. And how angry he had been. How could she not blame herself? He even told her bye-bye. She knew he probably went to hibernate, but she was crying over the possibility that he may have left for good. She didn't know what she would do without her best friend. "Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. It's been a while," hasn't it? Yeah, 2 years. Ouch. Really sorry for not updating since last time. Life took its way. I came back to my home country, had a grandfather dying, and simply moving on. I forgot about the story for quite some time, but I've started going back to my stories and my writings in general. So, I don't know when the next update will be, but you won't have to wait 2 more years for the next chapter, this I swear. I hope you enjoyed this one. Our little Shimmer is going for quite the nap. While Helena will not have the happiest of Christmas. See you soon. Tonight was the 20th of December, and it was the last day of class before the holidays. Helena, like most of the students at Elder Tower, would be going home in the Elder Tower Express, the train that brought them all here. Yet, despite being happy at the thought of seeing her parents again after so long, she couldn't find it in herself to be happy. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since Shimmer disappeared, and wasn't seen again. Helena had felt terrible during those 2 weeks, blaming Herschel for her harsh words to her little friend, and how they parted ways with Shimmer clearly being angry. It took her a couple of hours of crying, an unrestful night of sleep, and a barely touched breakfast the next day to realize that Shimmer had been trying to tell her something. She had been so focused on being afraid of not seeing him again, that she didn't thought about his reaction to Professor Quirrell and how he tried to stop her from going back to his class. Her rational mind quickly got back to work, and she started to wonder why Shimmer reacted like that, when he had never been openly hostile to anyone. Even stranger, why did he saw the stuttering, easy-to-afraid Professor Quirrell as a threat? Helena didn't have the answers to this, but, after an excruciatingly long day of class, which was definitely normal for her, she rushed outside the class of Transfiguration and made her way to the library, the only place that she could feel slightly more relaxed at the time. There, she read for the second time everything she could on dragons. It took her 3 days, and being chased out by the librarian after staying too long, but she finally could put an answer on Shimmer's behavior. Dragons were quite mysterious creatures and a lot was still unknown about them, but it had been observed several times in the past that their instincts might be slightly stronger than for other animals. Some dragons escaped wizards' traps when they shouldn't have been able to see, hear and smell said wizards. It was still subject to debate in the wizard community, but it was the best explanation Helena could find for Shimmer's wariness against Professor Quirrell. She was still putting the blame of his disparition on herself, and even Rowan's attempts of recomfort didn't do much to alleviate the guilt. Helena might have been the reason why Shimmer left, even if she kept the hope that he went to hibernate, but she would be ready for the next time they meet. She would do her best to know why Shimmer reacted like he did, so that she could both apologize and try to understand what he was trying to say. Helena spent the return trip to her parents in a cabin shared with Neville Longbottom. Said trip was mostly done in silence. Even if Neville and her did got to discuss their Christmas plans and even talk a bit about Shimmer. Neville may have been a very shy boy, but he was surprising why forward when asking about the little wormling, quite curious himself and not particularly liking how depressed Helena had been in the last couple of days. But finally, the train entered the terminus in London. Picking up her trunk, she said her farewells and good wishes to Neville and his grandmother, before heading out of the magical station to join the normal one, where her parents were waiting on the other side. Helena, how's our little girl? Greeted her father, Edward Granger, as he gave her a tight hug. Good, I'm happy to see you again. She returned the hug, but even then, her parents could feel the lack of happiness that was usually around their daughter. Even if she was truly happy to see her mom and dad again. Come on, let's go home. Nudged her Susan Granger, her mother. With her dad carrying her trunk, Helena followed them to the car before they headed to their home. So Sweet Tooth, how was your first term at Elder Tower? Asked her mother. Very surprising. Wizards are very different from muggles. Even the children are. There are so many strange objects, so many spells and creatures, it's amazing. Replied Helena, her happiness finally starting to cut through her melancholy. It's only been 4 months and it feels like I've learned more there than in the rest of my life. Well, it was expected. I mean, wizards, laughed Edward a bit as he took a turn toward the middle-class neighborhoods. And did you make any friends? Asked Susan, finally going to the point that was worrying both parents the most. The lack of response prompted her to turn around in her seat. Looking at her daughter who was looking down at her hands, smile gone. Susan instantly reached out, placing a hand on her daughter's knee. "Oh sweetie, I'm so sorry that it didn't work out," she said, assuming that it was the same as in her previous school. Even Edward, as busy as he was with driving, was looking in the rear view mirror with a concerned look, worried that his daughter might be ostracized even in that apparently wonderful magical school. "No, it's not like that," she replied weakly, not really knowing how to explain that she became friend with a wormling. "I had a friend, but I'm not sure if he wants to see me again." "What happened? I can't see what you could have done wrong," tried to comfort her mother. "Wait a little, we'll be home in 5 minutes. We'll talk then," cut off Edward. These 5 minutes went by quickly, and the three of them soon found themselves in the living room of the Granger home, with both parents slightly worried and facing their daughter, who was coming up with a way to explain everything. "When I took the train to Eldertower, I ended up in a cabin with 2 boys named Rowan Weasley and Neville Longbottom. We were talking about our your classes and in which house we wanted to go, when a little wormling came in by the window." She started. "A wormling? You saw a wormling before you even arrived at Eldertower?" gasped Susan in horror. "Why didn't you tell us?" asked Edward, thinking about all the letters they exchanged. "I'm sorry, it was a secret at first and by the time it got out, I forgot to tell you," explained Helena ashamed. "Never mind that. What happened with that wormling?" pressed her mother. "He was small, around a meter long, and not aggressive against us. We gave him coins to leave him alone and then it took half an hour for Helena to tell all her story and encounter with Shimmer, and she was nearing the end, the part that she was worried to tell her parents. Thankfully, they had calmed down after she went into more detail about how she started taming and teaching the wormling, not without a few apprehensions when Helena mentioned the part where Shimmer brought down a troll. "But 3 weeks ago, we got into an argument. He was trying to stop me from going in the defense against the dark arts class, and I called him a bad wormling before slapping him on the head. He got angry and then he left. I haven't seen him since," concluded Helena, small tears coming out of her eyes as her parents were staying next to her, her mom massaging her back to appease her. "Oh, Helena, you couldn't know he'd react like that," said Susan. "I should have," sobbed Helena, brushing a sleeve against her eyes to get rid of the moisture. "I'm a horrible friend." "You're not, sweetheart. You may have been a bit harsh. But friends are not friends all the time. Sometime they fight, and then they get back together," tried Edward. "But how can I try if he never comes back?" "Don't think like that. You told us he was going to hibernate, right? Then he's probably sleeping right now. He would be sleeping no matter if you fought or not." Helena mulled over his words, having already told herself similar things. It felt good to hear it from someone else. Especially her parents. I want to see him again." She dried her tears again, starting to calm down from her emotional roller coaster. "You will, sweetie, I know it," assured Susan before giving her a short kiss on her forehead. "What should I do?" Helena asked. "Well, I am no expert on dragons, but an apology would be a good start. After that, why? Oh, you said that he wasn't very smart, so," started Edward. "He is smart," interrupted him Helena. "All the books said that dragons aren't even supposed to understand humans." "My bad, sorry. As I was about to say, he probably don't understand humans very well yet. I was thinking of a gift, but I'm sure he wouldn't understand the concept. I would have to teach him first. It's not too hard. Shimmer is smart enough to draw conclusions himself. But I'm not sure if a gift is a good idea. He only likes precious things and meat," said Helena, starting to think about how she could make Shimmer understand what a gift was. She already gave him coins and meat before, but these were either rewards or to feed him, not as proper gifts. "I'm sure you'll figure it out. You're our smart baby girl after all." Susan tightened her hug a little, smiling at her daughter's resourcefulness. "As your mother say, you'll have something for him by the time he wakes up. Maybe it won't be a gift, but you know we're here for you if you need," added Edward. "I know, Dad. Thank you." She sighed in release, hugging them both tightly back. Christmas was unusually long for Helena. She was very happy with her Christmas. The feast shared with her parents and her maternal grandparents went very well. She got a few gifts that truly made her day. These gifts were mostly books, which were very welcome, but another one that was given to her in private was a Suncoin. She tried to tell her parents that she didn't need more money at school, but they replied that if she wanted to, she could use this one as an apology gift for Shimmer. Her dad even said, in extreme seriousness, that, if you can't get your friend back with an apology, then buy him. To which she proceeded to give him a small push before hugging both her parents, thanking them profusely for their generosity. And once Christmas was over, she had to be patient and wait until the return to school, where she was hoping to find a waiting Shimmer expecting her. She wouldn't know before going back though, so waiting for school was both a pleasure to be alongside her parents, and a torture of having to wait to see her friend again. Among her talks with her parents, she also came to realize that while he hadn't been nice on several occasions, Rowan was becoming someone that she could start to think of as a friend. Not like Shimmer, but close. So when her parents dropped her at the 9 3/4 station on the 12th of January, she was a bit sad to leave her parents again, but overjoyed at the idea of seeing Shimmer again. He wasn't here. Helena arrived in Eldertower in the early night, so she didn't expected to see Shimmer that day. It damaged her confidence and hope a bit, but didn't let it fall. The next day though, she had waited for him at breakfast, only for him to not show up. She went to see Professor Elderon, who sadly replied that he had not seen the little wormling of the holidays, but that it was still early for hibernating creatures to wake up and that she should wait a little bit more. Much to her regret and guilt, she found it very hard to keep hoping for Shimmer. Helena waited the whole day, hoping to see Shimmer fly in a CL's room or appear at the window of her bedroom, but there were no signs of the wormling. And none the next day. And the next. And again. Hi, Vilexto at the keyboard. Little chapter about Helena's holidays. I thought at first to jump straight to Shimmer waking up and meeting with Helena again, but thought it'd be better and more interesting to see how Helena deals with Shimmer's absence and her guilt over their last meeting. So you can probably guess what's going to happen in the next chapter. Told you I wouldn't take 2 years to update again. The only problem I have right now is how Hagrid is going to have to face Quirrell and Voldemort at the end of the year. I have a beginning of a plan to get there, but it needs a lot more work and thoughts on how to pull it right. And I somehow need to have Helena do most of the work, since our beloved Shimmer isn't capable of understanding much of what's going to happen. I wrote all of this today, thanks to a more open schedule, but I'll be busy this weekend. So maybe the next chapter will come next week. See you soon. The sound of a beating heart was the first thing Shimmer felt. Very slowly, over the course of 30 minutes, his heart started beating faster as his stiff muscles were being reinvigorated. Everything was numb for quite a time before his consciousness woke up too, the little wormling opening his eyes slowly. Every move was stiff, being nearly paralyzed after spending so long in the same position, but it was coming back to normal quickly. For Shimmer, since it was his 11th great sleep, it was perfectly fine. And he gave himself the time to properly wake up, first moving his head and neck as he yawned, then his arms and legs as his body warmed up. Stretching his slightly sore body, he moved around for a few seconds, finishing to wake up completely, before going back to his hoard to count if all of it was still there. It wouldn't do to have anyone thinking that him being asleep would make for a good excuse to take his hoard. Remembering perfectly the location of every coin and jewel, it didn't took him long before being satisfied to count the same numbers than before he went to sleep. And now that the important things were done, he turned toward the still blocked window with a single objective, filling his screaming stomach. Because after all this time sleeping, his body consuming his strengths to keep him alive, he had to go eat now. Using his fire, he burned down the seal of wood and grass, not caring in the least if it fell on anything below. As soon as the path was clear, he hopped on the windowsill and looked down at the castle, the lake and the surrounding forests, thankfully all empty of snow. Stretching his wings one more time, he jumped in the air and made his way toward the forests. Now a little bit green again in the early spring, ready to start his hunt. His absence made the animals who normally hid from him overconfident, and he had no trouble finding 2 unsuspecting squirrels and a small rabbit. Both of these were usually a normal meal each, but he was quite hungry, and only felt satiated once the last bit of the rabbit eaten. Only then, as he took to the air again, did he started to recall what happened before his long sleep. Helena being stubborn and refusing to listen to him, even if he was aware that he couldn't be clearer than saying, "Human bad." It didn't matter to him. He may have found the girl annoying for not listening to him, he didn't really had any notion of grudge. For him, she refused to listen, called him a bad wormling when she was wrong. And he left her to do whatever she wanted. He cared for her, that much. He already had difficulties admitting it, because he was a wormling and she was human, but she could do whatever she wanted. He was angry with her on the moment for not listening, but he went to sleep without ever thinking of Helena as anything different than a good human. Now sated and his mind clear, he flew down toward the Great Hall. Despite the hour being later than usual when he went to find Helena for breakfast. His entrance in one of the corridors spooked a couple of students who were walking there, but he didn't give them any attention. Going straight for the room with lots of food. Thankfully the large doors were still opened and he flew in, only to notice that a really low number of students were chatting around, waiting for lunch time. And Helena was not among them. Most, if not all the students, looked up at him in slight surprise, not having seen him since before the holidays. And one who recognized he little wormling instantly was the headmaster, sitting at the teacher's table along with the oily human, still dressed in black. "Oh, Shimmer, please, come here," called him the headmaster, happy to finally see the golden wormling again. Responding to the call, Shimmer flew toward them and landed on the empty table. "Hello, Dumb," greeted Shimmer. "Ah yes, you probably haven't got the time to work on that," chuckled the old teacher. "If that is how he calls you, then I'm worried how he calls everyone else," said Professor Snape, looking at the curious little wormling. "Helena here?" Shimmer asked, wanting to see her. "Yes, Helena is here, in charm class, I believe," answered Elderon, recalling the first year's planning. "Here?" he asked, wanting to know where it was. He may have known the name of the class. He couldn't recall where it was. "I believe it might be better for you to wait Helena here. It wouldn't do to disturb the class after all." Shimmer not understand. "I can't bell. I have that this little Gryffindor actually managed to teach anything to a wormling. Being capable to learn a lot is one thing, teaching is another," commented Snape, impressed with the little wormling's growing capabilities. "Yes, I believe this is the first time anyone has tried to teach a wormling how to talk. But, back to you," replied Elderon as he tried to come up with a way to make Shimmer understand that he had to wait. But then, he got another idea, rising from his chair. "Would you mind coming with me, Shimmer? There are a few things that I'd like to show you." Shimmer tilted his head, not understanding what the old human said. "What about this? Do you want a coin?" "Shimmer, coin, Suncoin," exclaimed Shimmer, jumping in front of the wizard. "I didn't think it was possible to see greedier than the goblins," said Snape as he stood up, a very faint smile at the corner of his lips. "Perhaps not greed per se, but you may be correct. Come on Shimmer, I have coins to show you." "Off," urged Elderon as he offered his arm to Shimmer. Not sure why he did that, especially since Helena kept telling him not to climb on her shoulders. He sniffed his arm looking for anything. Very gently, Elderon moved his hand beneath Shimmer's claws, slowly placing him on his arm, not without a warning growl from the little wormling. Now, I am an old man Shimmer. Would you mind going on my shoulder instead?" asked Elderon, patting his shoulder and pushing Shimmer with a hand. Another long growl followed, but the headmaster gently kept pushing Shimmer until he was on his shoulder, where his W8 was the most bearable for the old wizard. "Much better. Thank you, Shimmer." With that said, Elderon started walking around the Great Hall, much to the surprise of the few students not in class, who couldn't believe the sight of their old professor with a wormling on his shoulder. Shimmer, at first annoyed by the touches of the old human, quickly grew calmer as the old man walked, enjoying his sensation of being moved around by someone else. This definitely was less exhausting than flying. "How are you, Shimmer?" asked Elderon. "Okay, Dumb okay," replied Shimmer, recalling that he should ask back if someone asked him first. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you," said Elderon satisfied. "You may not know this, but your absence has been weighing quite heavily on Helena's shoulders." She hasn't been quite as happy since you left. Helena, okay? Wondered Shimmer, understanding from Eldaron's tone that something wasn't okay with Helena. It's my hope that she will be, once she saw you. Yes, Helena will be okay. He simplified. Eldaron took them through a long part of the castle, before moving up a lot of stairs to finally reach a ugly statue that took Shimmer by surprise, snarling and growling at it. Nothing to worry about, young Shimmer. This old gargoyle won't hurt you, chuckled the headmaster. Ahem, tender gum. The statue started to turn on itself, revealing a staircase that the headmaster climbed up. Entering his office, this gave quite the shock to Shimmer, to finally find himself on the other side of the window from which he spent so much time staring at all the golden and precious objects scattered in the office. So shocked he was, that he barely felt Eldaron move forward as he turned his head left and right to find all the valuables in the room. I know. It must be quite the pretty sight to you, but please refrain from taking my instruments, I still need them, said Eldaron as he came to his desk. A melodious thrill suddenly came from a corner in the room, prompting Shimmer to turn his head toward it, expecting an attack. He got another surprise at seeing the most colorful bird he ever saw, but he soon found himself relaxing at the chant of the bird, almost entranced. Now, Fox, no need to be jealous. I was only bringing our new friend for a visit, I am not replacing you, smiled Eldaron as he sat down in his chair. Fox, both curious and indeed slightly jealous at seeing another creature on his friend's shoulder, flew down from his perch to land on Eldaron's other shoulder, effectively trapping the headmaster between the two. An awed purring wormling at the left and an intrigued phoenix on the right. Shimmer, may I present you Fox, my phoenix? Fox, this is Shimmer, the wormling I told you about, introduced them Eldaron. Fox squawked in response, taking Shimmer out of his reverie. He shook his head for a second, before examining the bird before him. It was slightly old, that much was true with the dark feathers, a number of these a bit damaged. But there was still quite a lot of life in its eyes. Shimmer had never seen such a bird before, and wondered if the taste was different than other birds. Fow, he tried. Fox, corrected Eldaron. Fox, almost there. Fox, said Phoenix, sang in agreement. Well done, Shimmer. Now, would you be interested in this? Asked Eldaron, placing a moon disk on the desk. His first coin since his long sleep. Shimmer quickly, and without care for how his claws dug into the old wizard's arms, went down on the desk, taking the moon disk and putting it away from the two who were watching him. Moon disk, Shimmer, he stated, wanting to make his point clear. Yes, indeed. Feel free to look around. I believe Helena should be free in 15 minutes. Invited Eldaro, and as he took a small stack of papers that he started to fill in with a long feather. Understanding that Helena was coming, not that he had any notion of minutes, Shimmer took the moon disk in his mouth and flew on a shelf filled with many instruments. Most were uninteresting to him, despite moving on their own and making small noises. What got his interest was something that he never saw before. It was gold, which was good, but he had no idea what the rest was. Shaped like a small tower, getting thinner at the top, was a block of pure gold with many veins of crystal mixed inside it, giving the object quite the original appearance. Ah, you found my old Tremoran. This used to detect tremors in the ground, mainly earthquakes, but it sadly stopped working a few decades ago. It's only a memory now, a souvenir from an old friend, explained Eldaron, watching from the corner of his eyes the little wormling. Not having a clue what he just spoke about, Shimmer got closer, dropped his moon disk, and started sniffing the thing. The smell of gold, that he knew very well, but the other thing mixed in it, was eluding his senses and knowledge, but he faintly recognized the smell, similar to the one red-headed human's wand. When he kept it alight. Arcana, asked Shimmer, recalling the particular word Helena used to describe how the sticks worked. Yes, but I'm afraid there isn't any left in it. Tremorans are quite rare today, and sadly no one knows how to recharge them. I believe there are only 11 left in the world, with maybe 4 still working, replied Eldaron. What Shimmer got was that there was arcana in it. He suddenly made a connection. Back on the train, another red-headed human sent arcana at him, and it tasted good. He hadn't thought about it since, but maybe wands and other arcana objects were tasty too. Ready to prove his theory, he bit down on the tower, his teeth surrounding it as he started to feel some taste alongside the gold. Shimmer. No, sternly said Elderon, standing up as Fox flew back to his perch, coming to move Shimmer away from the Tremoran. The taste was good, but very faint. Shimmer guessed that there must not have much arcana left. He let go of the thing just as Elderon arrived next to him. Not arcana, explained Shimmer. As I said, it is empty. Grumbled a bit the old wizard, taking a look at the Tremoran, sighing in relief when he saw only some very small scratches where Shimmer bit it. You are quite the handful, you. No, not understand. The next 10 minutes were tough for the old headmaster. He may be a very strong wizard, even considered the strongest alive by many, but his body wasn't made to keep watch on a curious little wormling that kept flying from one side of his office to the other. Thankfully, nothing got permanently damaged, but he had to use his wand to pick up a couple of things that fell down. And meanwhile, Fox kept laughing at his master, very amused to see him running around like that when old man usually preferred the comfort of his chair. No Shimmer, you can't have it, repeated Elderon for the 6th time, looking at a suncoin that he stuck to the table with a charm, with Shimmer's standing right above it and trying to move the coin with his claws and teeth. Shimmer, suncoin, stubbornly repeated the golden wormling. Would you want me to take the moondisk back? Warned the headmaster. Shimmer's reply was a furious hiss as he moved back to his moondisk, standing on it to make sure that it wouldn't be stolen. As I thought, I believe that Helena's should be over now. Why don't you go see her? Suggested Elderon, now wishing to get rid of the little wormling. He liked Shimmer, don't get him wrong, but he was too old for this. Helena, asked Shimmer. Yes, come with me, it is time for lunch, invited Elderon, patting his shoulder. Recognizing the gesture, Shimmer took his moondisk in his mouth and flew on his shoulder, digging his claws slightly in the thick robe of wizard and using his long tail to wrap it around his arm for more stability. Satisfied with his grasp, he looked at Elderon, who nodded before starting his descent toward the Great Hall. Many students were now starting to fill the corridors, all eager to go for lunch, and all those who caught sight of their headmaster walking around with the little wormling on his shoulder were either shocked, in awe, or trying to avoid the little wormling who was trying to look at every faces passing by. Elderon, who was smiling brightly, nodding at the students as he took the last stairs toward the ground floor. They soon reached the Great Hall among the other students, and Elderon instantly noticed Helena sitting with Rowan Weasley and Neville Longbottom, all three looking to be in some kind of conversation. Making his way there, not seen by Rowan and Helena, who had their back toward him, only Neville saw him and didn't dare speak up. My apologies, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, but I believe there is someone that wished to see you. Grinned Elderon behind his thick beard, knowingly waiting a reaction. Both pupils instantly turned around at the headmaster's voice, and he wasn't surprised to see Helena's eyes widening comically, as if a dying spark had been reignited. Shimmer, exclaimed Helena, standing up on the second and reaching for him, not aware of how everyone's attention was on one. You came back. Not wanting to interfere any longer, Elderon lowered himself a bit and let Shimmer jump from his shoulder to the table, before quickly making his way toward the teacher's table. Hello, greeted Shimmer, placing his moondisk on the table, happy to see Helena too. Even if he didn't know why she was that excited. I missed you so much. I thought that you left, she said, a bright smile on her face as she started petting him extensively. You've grown. Not a lot, but I can tell. Maybe 10 centimeters longer. Shimmer not understand. Shimmer okay. Helena okay, he asked as he purred, enjoying the hand stroking his neck, saying one of the longest sentences he ever said yet. I am okay, and I'm happy that you're not mad at me. She continued, her smile dimming just a little. Mad? He questioned. Angry at me, she tried, even if Shimmer's face showed that it didn't help. She started to frown exaggeratedly, glaring at him as she pointed her face. Angry. When you don't like something or someone. Oh, so that was the word to describe how she was when he left, he realized. Was she still angry? Helena angry? No, I'm sorry Shimmer, I was too harsh on you. I don't think you can understand yet. But I missed you a lot. I thought that you didn't want to see me again. I was very sad, Helena explained, even if she was aware that it was a bit too much for Shimmer, as she wanted to let it all out. Helena sorry? Asked Shimmer, surprised that she apologized. He hadn't thought about that. I was bad to you. I am sorry, she simplified. Helena not bad. Good human. Not bad human, he replied, not thinking that she was bad. Wrong, perhaps, but he didn't know how to say that. Shimmer not sorry. Thank you Shimmer. You don't know what this means for me, she said, bringing him in a hug as he screeched slightly in surprise, before trying to squirm out of her arms. Laughing a bit, she let him go and focused on the last thing he said. But why are you not sorry? Looking at the bad human she was mentioning, he growled at the death-smelling human sitting at the teacher's table, not understanding how they could stand being near something with such a horrible smell. Yes, it smelled like a human, but there was something more, another scent of death that shouldn't belong with anyone. Bad human, he added, growling even harder, making Helena, Rowan and Neville look at where the professors were eating, with only Neville not knowing who Shimmer was talking about. I know. I read that dragons have such good instincts, that they can see and smell things a wizard never could. I'll never doubt your instincts again, she assured, going back to petting him, enjoying his presence as much as she could. She needed this. We don't even know why he dislikes Quirrell so much, commented Rowan, breaking the moment between the two. Quirrell, why, he don't really look that bad, said Neville a bit surprised. Yes. I don't know why Shimmer's reacted like he did, but I'm certain that it's because he must see Quirrell as a danger. Don't you find it strange how, out of all the other teachers who are scarier like Professor Snape or powerful like Professor Elderon, Shimmer is wary of Quirrell? Pushed Helena, who spent a lot of time to research Shimmer's reaction. Well, yeah, Snape is way scarier, agreed Rowan. Plus, I know that he is scared of his own shadow. But some students swear they heard him talking to himself a few times when he thought he was alone. Dean also said that he spends a lot of time on the third-floor corridor. Added Neville, I think he's completely barmy, said Rowan just as his meal appeared. The third floor, isn't that where the headmaster said it was out of bounds? Suddenly realized Helena. Yes, tentatively said Neville, maybe he was just looking for students. Shrugged Rowan. That's Filch's job. You're right Neville, there's something wrong with that corridor. Thank you, agreed Neville even if he didn't know why. Elderon did say that we'd die if we go there. Looks quite wrong to me, said Rowan as he attacked his lunch. Shimmer, who had spent the last minute turning his head toward each speaking human, let out a small whine at the sight of Rowan eating, still having some place for more even with his heavier than usual breakfast. Oh, there you go Shimmer, corrected Helena, putting a small prime rib in a plate for him. And I know what Elderon said. But then, why would Quirrell be there catching students if he is so easy to scare? Anybody could just scare him off and enter the room. It doesn't make sense. Shimmer started to tear into the rib, and to the slight disgust of some of the surrounding students, started loudly crunching the bones. But one look at Rowan and they decided that somehow the Wormling was the less messy eater between the two. Do you want to go see what's in that room? Asked Rowan, surprised by Helena's dedication to break a rule. Well, it is forbidden, she denied quite weakly. But what if what's inside is the reason why Shimmer don't like Quirrell? Suggested the boy with red hair, really wanting to know what was in that room. I don't know. It's not a good idea. What if we bring Shimmer in front of it? Said Neville. The two turned toward him in slight surprise, having almost forgotten about it. What? The two asked. Well, if Shimmer smells what's in that room, maybe he'll know if what's inside is the reason why he doesn't like Quirrell, explained Neville. Knowing they were talking about him, Shimmer looked up at them, wondering what they were talking about. If, and I mean it, if we do this, we must do it at night, when no one can see us. Started to plan Helena. How? Bluntly said Helena. We're not invisible and the fat lady will see us leave. She'll either refuse to open or she'll tell a watchwarden. Give me some time, I'll think of something. They started to eat their own plates in silence, except for Rowan and Shimmer, who had no notions of manners. It took longer than usual for Shimmer to finish, starting to feel quite full, but they all finished around the same time. Should we warn Elderon about Quirrell? Asked Neville. That was a good question, thought Helena. But should they warn the old professor? Would he deny their claims? Tell them that it was perfectly normal for Quirrell to anger dragons. Sharing their concerns was maybe taking a risk, but having the headmaster's confirmation, or warning him of something he wasn't aware of, wasn't a bad idea. He's going to think we're as barmy as Quirrell, quickly replied Rowan. It's not a bad idea. At worst, he'll think we're exaggerating, but he wouldn't punish us for so little. Pushed Helena. How do you know? I don't, but it's improbable. She replied. Sure, mumbled Rowan. Then let's wait for the end of lunch, we'll tell him once Quirrell is gone. Patiently, they saw that their suspect was actually trying to eat as fast as possible, even though he was stuck next to the very talkative Flitwick. Thus, they didn't had to wait long before the Dada professor stood up, leaving the table first. Helena then tried to go immediately, She was stopped by Rowan, who wanted to wait for Snape to leave too. And only once the extremely strict teacher left, did Helena, Rowan, Neville and a flying shimmer went to the table. Excuse me, Minerva, politely said Elderon before turning to the four. Yes, Professor, could we speak with you in private? It's very important, asked Helena. Is it now? Does this have anything to do with Shimmer? Partially, agreed Helena. Very well, I won't be long, Elderon said to Minerva before standing up, taking the four away from the racket that was the Great Hall, once in a smaller corridor, empty of all presence but their own. Did they shared their concerns? Shimmer, not wanting to fly on the spot, landed on the ground, barely reaching the student's midsection. We have reasons to believe that Professor Quirrell is either doing something bad, or is a bad person. She started, well aware how bad it sounded. That is quite the serious accusation, Miss Granger. Elderon replied, all traces of His cherry attitude replaced with a strict and serious face. Shimmer is the one who told me. Really? Wondered Elderon with a new look for the Wormling, eyes filled with curiosity. Shimmer. What was it about the Dada teacher? Asked Helena, looking down at Shimmer. Bad human, he growled. The headmaster looked at Shimmer for a few seconds before asking a new question. Tell me, young Shimmer. Why is he a bad human? Not knowing how to say this, Shimmer sniffed the air several times. He smells, guessed Helena, mimicking the gesture. Smelling. Yes, humans smell bad. Not okay, agreed Shimmer, his tail wagging a bit. Happy that he got understood. Hummed Elderon, looking down at the little Wormling. Professor, asked Helena, as much as I trust Shimmer, this is a rather poor evidence. He is a professor of dark arts, which sometimes cling to the wizard who uses them. I don't really see how this would make Professor Quirrell a bad person, replied Elderon, turning his gaze on the three students. Could it be because of the third corridor? Asked Rowan before he could stop himself. What do you mean, Mr. Weasley? Well, many students say that he spends a lot of time around the third floor, said Rowan, even if he was slightly uncomfortable. Ah, that is indeed concerning, but not in the way you believe. May I take the opportunity to remind you that the right room on the third corridor is out of bounds under risk of a most painful death? Reminded Elderon, feeling that his point wasn't being clear, or not really knowing if he wasn't understood correctly. Shimmer came right to the foot of Elderon's robe, looking up at him. Bad smell. Bad. Not human. Tried to explain Shimmer, suddenly knowing what to say. Not human. Not human. Not human. Now that is more interesting. What was this smell like? Asked Elderon, lowering himself to Shimmer's level. Shimmer looked at Helena, not knowing what word to use to answer. The smell, Shimmer. What smell? She tried to help him, relying on mimicking. Since it worked quite well up until now, Shimmer suddenly fell down on the ground, completely limp and immobile. Whoa, exclaimed Rowan, taking a step back. If I'm correct, Mr. Weasley, there is nothing to worry about, Shimmer assured the headmaster. Moving his eyes again, Shimmer moved his head toward the old human, still on the ground. Does Professor Quirrell smells like death? He asked the little Wormling. More like garlic, whispered Rowan to Neville. Human bad smell, said Shimmer. A moment please, replied Elderon as he took out his wand. Accio, painting, the old hunter. Single quote. A small gust of air blew out in the corridor, and in seconds a painting came flying at great speed, much to the surprise of the children and Shimmer, who jumped away, sending a blast of fire that missed the painting by only a few seconds. "No fire in the school. Bad Shimmer," shot out Helena by reflex, her and everyone else taking a step back in fear of the long spear of flame. There was no reply from Shimmer, who was glaring at the painting in Elderon's hands. "He is quite the handful, isn't he?" smiled Elderon, much to Helena's nerves, happy to see the headmaster not taking it too badly. "But, is this what you meant, Shimmer?" Elderon moved the painting before Shimmer, who growled at it before realizing that it was one of those things where creatures and people not alive but alive were moving in. In this one, a burly man with a large riffle on the should was crying over a large dead dog, a long gash in the animal's side. What made the image more striking was that everything but the dog was moving, and Elderon was placing a finger right on the dog. "Yes, smell bad," agreed Shimmer. "Death, young Shimmer. You smelled death, on Professor Quirrell," concluded Elderon. "How could he smell that? We'd know if he smelled like a dead animal," wondered Rowan. "Maybe that's why he wears garlic," suggested Neville with a shrug. "You understand, Shimmer. That's a dead dog." "Dead," pointed Helena, taking the opportunity to teach him. She had missed that. "Shimmer understand. Bad humans smell dead," confirmed Shimmer. "I must thank you for bringing this to my attention," said Elderon as he waved his wand at the painting, sending it back where it was. "However, there are still reasons that explain why Professor Quirrell may have such a unique scent. I'm going to ask you to not speak of any of these to your classmates and to not mention any of this to Professor Quirrell. I will do an investigation on my side, but I insist for you to not take any further action." "Yes, Professor," nodded Helena. "Yes, sir," added Rowan and then Neville. "Good. Now, go along. I'm sure you have classes to attend to," smiled the headmaster. With that said, Elderon made his way back to the Great Hall, leaving the 3 students and 1 Wormling to go in the other way, toward the classrooms. "Do you think he believed us?" asked Neville. "I think he did, thanks to Shimmer. But how can Shimmer smell death on Professor Quirrell? He reeks of garlic," exclaimed Rowan, looking at Shimmer, who flew before them, arriving at an intersection and scaring a few unsuspecting students. "Like dogs, they have a much better sense of smell than humans." "It's the same for Shimmer," explained Helena, laughing at Shimmer and the fleeing student, even if the Wormling was waiting for their little group to arrive. "Oh, what class do we have now?" "Potions with the Slytherins," replied Rowan. "Bloody hell," he grumbled. Rowan. Language. The end of the day came after 2 more classes. But finally Helena was able to return to her room with Shimmer. She asked Parvati and Lavender if she could be alone with Shimmer for a bit, and with only a little bit of teasing from the other girls. Was she allowed her private time? Shimmer, for once, didn't really want to be here anymore. He was still a bit tired, and the afternoon had been exceptionally boring. More than once he tried to leave, but Helena told him to wait, saying that she had a surprise for him. Whatever a surprise was, Shimmer called Helena to get his attention. "I wanted to apologize again. I refused to listen to you when you were only trying to protect me, and that was wrong." "Helena, sorry," he asked. "Yes, I shouldn't have slapped you, and I shouldn't have called you a bad wormling," she explained. Shimmer's brain was starting to overheat with all the foreign words and simply not getting what she meant. She was sorry, that he understood, he knew why, but didn't understand why she had to justify herself and say it again. "Shimmer not bad, Helena not bad, bad human bad," he replied. "I know, but I don't want to talk about Professor Quirrell. My parents told me that you may not understand what this is. But I'll try to explain as best as I can." She wanted to apologize a bit more, but felt like Shimmer simply wasn't like humans and didn't know about grudges. Not that she didn't like it, he preferred him to think of her as a good person. Helena turned around and caught a small cubic shape, wrapped in a bright red paper, putting it before Shimmer, who could only stare at it confused. "This is my surprise. It's a gift." "Gift," she repeated. "Gift?" he asked. "Yes, a gift is what a friend give to another. This one is both a Christmas and an apology gift. You're my friend Shimmer, and I want you to know that." Gift. Friend. Quote. Right. A friend. A good human and a good human are friends. A good human and a good wormling are friends, she said, pointing at a picture of her parents that served as good illustration. Before pointing both at herself and at him. Shimmer Helena friend, he started to understand. Yes, she eagerly nodded. And friends share gifts. Come on, open it. He simply started at it, even when Helena pointed at the gift and pushed it toward him. It took a little bit more before he obliged her, getting closer to the box and taking a sniff at it. His pupils and nostrils opened wide at the very recognizable smell of gold. Looking up, he looked at Helena with a questioning look. Go on, she invited him with an excited smile, pushing the gift toward him again. Not waiting any longer, he tore apart the paper, exposing the Suncoin within. His eyes remained stuck on it for a few seconds, before looking up at Helena. Helena, good friend, he said, getting closer and giving her a small nuzzle on the leg. For the first time, he was starting to understand that coins may not only be obtainable as rewards are from stealing. Thank you, Shimmer, you're a good friend too, she whispered, delighted for so many reasons that she found it hard to speak. Shimmer was back. He wasn't angry at her. He was still her friend. What more could she ask? She would do her best to work on his speech though. That was quickly becoming an issue as it looked like Shimmer would need to speak more in the future. But she had to be realistic and knew that it would take a long time before Shimmer would be able to perfectly speak English. And at that thought, she wondered how he would take the news that not all humans spoke the same language. She'd tell him later. These were thoughts for later indeed. For now, she would enjoy his dearly missed presence until he left, knowing that he would return tomorrow. Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. Woo, I'm on a rush. I didn't. She thought I'd have this chapter finished before the weekend, but I did it. First, a huge thanks to your many positive reviews and all the great ideas that have been shared. I've read them all, and can definitely said that I'll be implementing some of them with a few modifications to fit the story. I was asked in PM if the story would be as long as the Harry Potter books. I hope not. Don't get me wrong, I like writing. But I don't think the story will be that long. Year 2, Year 3, and Year 4 are a must. I want to have them. But for the latter two to work, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't read these books in 10 years, even if I keep looking up on the internet to not make mistakes in the lore. Harry Potter has to be known to work. Sirius Black would probably still come to Eldertower, expecting his godson to be there, but what will happen when he will learn that Hagrid has been missing for 13 years? And for Year 4, with the Goblet of Fire, where Bart Y. Crouch Jr. takes the opportunity to slip Hagrid's name in the goblet, which requires him to know of Hagrid, cannot happen right now. I'm mainly saying that, because I want to do a Shimmer against Hungarian Horntail fight scene. If the story ends, it's probably going to be in Year 4. In these 2 years, Shimmer will either remain a wormling and no one will ever suspect anything else until the end. Or he has found out earlier with one way or another. In that case, it would probably be kept secret. After all, who would believe that the boy who lived spent his entire life as a wormling? NK Year 3 can happen with Shimmer being Shimmer and not Harry Potter, but Year 4 somewhat requires him to be known as Hagrid to work. Or I could just not care about that, and have Shimmer be himself at the tournament. Maybe not liking the presence of other dragons, maybe one of said dragons could see him as a hatchling if he doesn't grow too much. Also need to consider the Horcruxes, can't forget about those. Can they be destroyed with Wormling fire? As you can see, there's much to consider. Sadly, don't expect anything more this week. I have a train tomorrow afternoon and won't have access to my computer before Monday. So the next chapter will come after that. See you soon. Shimmer's morning hunt hadn't gone as smoothly as usual. It had taken him longer than usual to find prey, and he was now heading to the Great Hall. 2 weeks had passed since his awakening, and things were going pretty well for the little wormling. The income for his hoard was smaller than before, but he still got a starbit from Helena every now and then, with the surprising addition of the human called Neville who sometimes managed to give him one too. Apparently, Rowan wanted to but couldn't and was a little saddened about it. But there was nothing he could do about it. Whenever Helena had to go to Dada class, Shimmer would give her a warning growl, not directed at her of course, and stubbornly refused to go with her. He liked his human friend, but he wouldn't be able to stand the stench of the evil human for the whole class. This surprised a bit Helena and her friends, since Professor Elderon had apparently done nothing to stop Quirrell from teaching or simply investigating what they brought up. He never came back to them either, so the three humans felt a bit lost about what to do. Shimmer had suggested, thanks to Helena giving him the right words, to get rid of him for good with fire, but his idea wasn't welcomed by the three. He was still wondering why. And, speaking of words, Helena used much of the time they spent together to teach him more words. Everything was fine at first, and he enjoyed these learning sessions, but now he was starting to mix up some words. There were just so many of them that he wondered how humans did to remember them all. He was even more shocked when Helena told him he was barely coming up to the level of a human hatchling, which he took as an insult, and it motivated him to learn even harder. Now, he was ready for another day in the human hive called school. Going in by the window left open for him, he went to the Great Hall first, but as he expected, it was mostly empty. He was later than normal, so he went in another direction, flying through the mostly empty corridors as most students were in their classes. The worst was, even after spending quite some time around Helena, he was still not capable to remember where she was supposed to be at each moment of the day. This wasn't helped by the fact that he didn't know anything about hours, only the time of the day thanks to the sun. Flying in one way, then in another, only to take some stairs to another level, he went through a large portion of the castle, frustrated that he could neither find Helena nor anything even remotely interesting to do. He couldn't steal coins anymore, so he had to find something else to do. His flight took him down toward the lower parts of the castle, where the air was moist and the light rarer. He found himself standing in front of the potions classroom with the door closed, and wondered if Helena was there. She told him many times that he simply couldn't come in whenever he wanted. And that seemed truer with the oily human of this specific classroom. This human didn't like to be interrupted. "Hey, you abhorrent lizard," suddenly came a voice from another corridor. Shimmer barely got the time to turn his head that something smashed him in the face. He squeaked and growled in surprise, not hurt but not having expected an attack, and turned his head toward a group of three human boys, laughing at him with large smiles. He recognized the main one, the loud one of the train with pale hairs, surrounded by two fat humans. He was about to attack, taking a big breath, only to cough violently at the horrid smell. It wasn't like the horrible scent of death that was wrong. No, this smell was just an awfully strong, pestilent and acidic smell, that it hurt his nostrils and his lungs at each breath he took, trying to get rid of it. And then a small liquid started running on his face, doubling the strength of the stench. It really didn't too. Long for him to understand that this slightly yellow liquid was the source of the stench, and that it came from the three boys still laughing. Now, one thing about dragons that Blackthorn, Crab and Goyle didn't know but should have been wary of, was that dragons didn't reacted the same ways than humans. They only knew one answer to aggression, and that was to counterattack even harder. No mercy, no excuses, only fighting back. This, combined with the thing they threw at him that still burned his nostrils, made for a very, very angry Wormling. What came out of Shimmer's throat was not a simple growl. He usually growled to warn, to deter his enemies from attacking or scare a prey into a run where it would be easier to catch. This time, it was a terrible snarl, promising death and blood. At that sound, the three boys stopped laughing even if the smiles didn't fade from their face completely. "Oh, is the little Wormling angry?" mocked Drago. "He's all stinky," added Goyle, showing his teeth, growling louder by the second and with smoke coming out of his nostrils. Shimmer suddenly made one thing happen for the first time in history. Vincent Crabbe understood something without explanations. He looks very angry," he said. "Of course he would be. Started Drago before stopping, realizing the threat before them. "Maybe we should go," added Crabbe. They didn't got more time to think about what to do, because Shimmer shrieked loudly and took off, flying straight at them, teeth and talons out. Screaming in fear, they ran around the corridor, hoping to escape the danger coming at them. But Shimmer was flying far faster than them and catching on extremely fast, snarling with only one idea in mind. Kill. In just a couple of seconds he was behind the 3 students screaming like headless chickens. Desperately trying to go away from him, only to lose more ground between them. Shimmer was about to breath fire on them, smoke rising from his throat, that a large, open chest suddenly materialized out of nothing, right in his path, leaving him no room to avoid it. He rammed the chest head on, caught inside it, and let out a spear of flame for a second before the lid closed, removing all exterior light as his fire burned the wood without breaking it. Even more angry, he trashed around, scrapping, biting and trying to burn the cursed thing to get out of here and have his revenge on those humans. "You can stop running now," called a strong, controlled, dark voice from behind. Blackthorn and his 2 bodyguards turned around to face a very stern, very angry Professor Snape. Wand out and pointed at the chest on the ground. Said chest, that was being shaken by the fury of the wormling inside it. "What were you dunderheads thinking?" He spat at the 3. "It's not a sir." "That," started Blackthorn, sweating profusely both from the fear of the wormling, and from their head of house. "Don't even try to lie your way out of this, Blackthorn." Shut him up, Snape with a terrible glare. "I could hear you laughing from my classroom. Tell me, how stupid are you to go anger a wormling?" The 3, for once, wisely kept silent and started at their shoes, with a few glances at the chest where snarls were still coming from. "Isn't the motto of our school simple? Daemon dormiens nunquam titulandis, which means, never tickle a sleeping wormling, if you idiots didn't know. How did you thought that throwing a stink bomb at a wormling, no matter its size, was a good idea, shall forever remain unknown, for there is no good reason." "Sir, we were just pranking him," tried Goyle. "Silence. There is no pranking a wormling, you fools. Be glad that I was there to stop him, or there wouldn't be much to remember you beside blood and ashes," nearly growled Snape before the 3 cowering Slytherins. "I would expect such a brash, foolish action from Gryffindor, not from my snakes renowned for their cunning. I'll take 10 points from each of you, and I hope it will be enough for you to remember to never do such a thing ever again." "Yes, sir," agreed in chorus the 3. "Go back to your dormitory. And I better not hear a word about you before the end of the week." No waiting for any more punishment to come, they quickly walked around him, leaving the professor with a hissing and thrashing chest. With a very loud, very exasperated sigh, he waved his wand at the chest, raising it in the air as he turned around, the chest following behind him. Thought of more punishments ran wild in Snape's head, but he kept them to himself, hoping that his godson W. Old finally grow and try to put an end to his own life every month by angering someone or something he shouldn't. A particularly violent knock from the chest prompted him to go faster, and he soon arrived before the Transfiguration class. Knocking briefly on the door before coming in. "Professor Matilda, I require Miss Granger's presence immediately," he announced, taking everyone by surprise. Especially the named girl. "I suppose this is urgent." "Very well, Miss Granger, if you please," replied the stern woman, giving a look at her students to remain silent. "Do not bother with your belongings, Miss Granger, it won't be long," added Snape, a bit taken aback. Even if she had an idea about why she was being called, Helena quickly followed Snape outside the classroom before closing the door behind her. But, out of everything she might have expected, a furious chest resting on the ground wasn't it. "Miss Granger, if you would be so kind as to calm your friend," Snape said, pointing at the chest just as it shook again. A bit worried, Helena lowered herself before the chest. "Shimmer, is that you?" she called. A small snarl was her reply, right before the chest stopped moving. "Helena," came the angry, darker voice of Shimmer from the chest. "Are you okay?" she asked. "No," instantly shouted Shimmer. "Professor, what happened?" asked Helena, looking up to Snape. "Mr. Blackthorn, G. Oil and Crab found it funny to throw a stink bomb at Shimmer. He would most certainly have killed them had I not intervened," explained the teacher, keeping an eye on the chest. Helena did a double take at that, briefly wondering how someone could be stupid enough to do that, before focusing again on Shimmer. "Could you let him out, please?" Nodding, Snape waved his wand and the chest opened, letting out a gasping Shimmer. Trying desperately to catch some fresh air, he took many big breaths, just as Helena waved a hand before her, trying to ignore the disgusting smell. Let's get rid of this, muttered Snape, a sleeve on his nose. Scourgify. In a second, the putrid liquid on Shimmer's neck and face vanished, relieving him of the constant assault on his nostrils. Shimmer, are you all right? Asked Helena again. No. Bad boys. Kill. Meat. Spat Shimmer, teeth showing and growling again as he got out of the chest. His point couldn't be clearer. Helena stood, mouth agape, as she realized what he just said. She never imagined that he could be so mad to the point of killing. Not after being here for so long. She thought that she had stopped this side of him, this aggressivity, but with hindsight it was a foolish assumption. Let me remind you, Miss Granger, that it is extremely important our young wormling learns not to do anything regrettable. Cut off. Snape, glaring at the wormling who didn't even notice, too busy growling and taking heavy breaths to clean his lungs. Shimmer, you can't kill them. They are bad boys, yes, but you can't kill them. Tried Helena, shocked by the aggressiveness of her friend. Why? Asked Shimmer, not understanding why he couldn't take his revenge. They would think him weak otherwise. We don't kill others. Even if they are annoying or attacking you, it's wrong to kill. She attempted. No, he refused. Shimmer, you can't attack anyone. You understand. Attacking is wrong. No. Attack bad boys. Kill. It's attack. She couldn't stop herself from correcting. And if you attack humans, then you are a bad wormling. That stopped him for a second, before he turned to glare at her, even if the glare wasn't directed at her. Human attack human, bad human? He asked. Yes, agreed Helena, feeling like she was starting to succeed. Human attack wormling, bad human. Yes, she said it, but was well aware that with the exception of Shimmer, there was no good wormling. Shimmer attack human, bad Shimmer? He finally asked. Yes, no, Shimmer kill bad boys, Shimmer good wormling, he said with absolute certainty. No Shimmer. She hardened herself, her brain working overtime to find a way to calm him down. Do you want to be a bad wormling? Shimmer good wormling, not smell, kill bad boys, he said, even though his SP each was starting to deteriorate with his emotions. I'm afraid that if Shimmer cannot control himself, I will have to put him aside for the student's safety. Said Snape, who had remained silent until now, seeing that Helena's method wasn't working. Yes sir, she agreed, gulping in worry. Shimmer, if you kill the bad boys, it's bye-bye for you. You won't come back here. That stopped his rage a little bit, as if water had been poured over a bonfire. Not extinguishing it, but dimming its flames. How could he leave when he was merely defending himself? Why Shimmer bye-bye? He asked, frowning. It's the same for humans. If a human kills another human, then they are sent to prison or executed. Executed. When you are in prison, you can't leave. She looked briefly at the chest. Like that, stuck in a room, and executed means killed. He turned to the chest, not liking the idea. Plus, he was aware that he probably didn't understood everything that it meant, but he got the main idea. And executed. Why would they kill him for defending himself? That didn't make any sense. Helena kill bad Shimmer? He asked saddened, wondering if she was the one who would do it. No, she shouted, horrified at the very idea. No, I'll never do that to you. You're my friend. But if you attack humans, someone, another human, will kill you. Shimmer friend. Shimmer. Kill bad. Human attack Shimmer. Shimmer kill. He tried to say that he wanted to defend himself, but didn't know the words. You can't kill humans, Helena said in the strictest of voice. Bad human. Dead smell human. He still asked, if Elderon say so. But no, you can't kill humans. She repeated. Shimmer, said Snape, getting both his and Helena's attention. I can assure you that they won't attack you again. They are young and stupid. And I'll make sure that they learn their lesson. But, if you cannot control yourself, you will be put down. The little wormling tilted his head a bit, understanding the first part but less of the rest. You understand Shimmer, you can't kill anyone, or we will never see each other again. She sadly simplified. Shimmer not kill, Shimmer attack. He asked. No, but if a bad human try to kill you, you can attack. But never kill anyone, she said just as Snape frowned a bit at her words. Bad boys. Not kill. Bad boy attack again. Kill. Shimmer replied slowly. He wouldn't kill them. Not unless they tried again. That will suffice, for now, said Snape, placing his wand back in robes. Miss Granger, I believe it would be in everyone's interests if Shimmer doesn't interact anymore with Mr. Blackthorn. Yes, sir. But I can't always watch him. Agreed Helena. Indeed, I will emphasize on Blackthorn and his friends the importance of leaving Shimmer alone in the future. If Shimmer ever crossed that line, there will be no saving him. The Ministry will want his head, replied Snape, looking down at Shimmer who was trying hard to understand everything. I understand, sir, she said. Good. Go back to your class and keep your eyes on him at all times today, he said, vanishing the chest before quickly making his way back to the dungeon. Letting out a very loud sigh, Helena sat down for a second. Still processing everything that just happened. She could hardly believe that Shimmer tried to kill Blackthorn, even if she hated him too. But now, an old fear, one that she hadn't felt in a few months, came back. The fear of losing Shimmer, for good this time. It wouldn't take much to anger the Wormling, who had no degrees of restraint whatsoever, and have Shimmer do the irreparable, condemning him to be hunted and killed. She couldn't imagine herself having to ever see that. Helena, okay? Asked Shimmer, noticing her shaken face. Don't scare me like that again, Shimmer. She sighed again, pushing herself up. Come on, classes aren't over yet. She made her way to the classroom's door, eyeing Shimmer who was following her closely. Lunchtime came not long after, and she and Shimmer were the talk of the Gryffindor table. Helena shared what happened, and while most of the Gryffindors agreed that Blackthorn was a prick, they too were a bit taken aback by the extreme reaction of Shimmer. Though, after a few minutes of talking about it, most found the reaction somewhat expectable from a Wormling. They were renowned for their ferocity after all. So, man, why concluded that Blackthorn got a good scare and that he would be truly stupid to ever do that again. Especially with the way Shimmer kept growling toward the Slytherin table for most of lunch. Helena spent a lot of time coddling him, petting him and trying to divert his attention away from the Slytherins, only managing to get a few minutes of peace when he started eating, only to have him glare at Blackthorn again. For once, the Slytherin table was particularly silent, with Blackthorn and his two bodyguards keeping a low profile. The afternoon classes went by quickly, with them only having an hour of charms and herbology. With their free time, Helena chose to go outside so that Shimmer could relax a bit. She, Rowan and Neville got to watch as Shimmer flew around, enjoying the outdoor for a few dozen of minutes while the three humans sat down in the grass and talked about their classes and Shimmer's dangerousness, with Helena defending him fervently against a skeptical Rowan and an undecided Neville. He wasn't trying to defend himself, said Rowan. Everyone saw how badly he wanted to hurt Blackthorn. Maybe, but he didn't do it. He understands that he'll be killed if he tries again, countered Helena. Didn't you say that he would kill them if they tried again? He reminded her. I know he said that, but as long as we do everything so that it doesn't happen, he'll be safe. Helena, do you think Shimmer would really kill someone? Asked Neville, looking at said Wormling that was currently flying in circles around the lake, apparently intrigued by it or whatever was inside it. Before today, I would have said no. But he was really, really angry. I think that he simply doesn't understand the situation like we do. I believe that he thought himself attacked, which he was, and he counter-attacked like he must have done before, trying to kill its attacker. It's hard to say, I'm only guessing, but he probably never felt pity. Why would he? He's a predator, she detailed, shrugging at the end. A very dangerous predator. What if he gets as big as a normal Wormling? He'll be even harder to control, continued Rowan. Then we have to teach him before he gets there. If he even becomes that big. Shimmer landed next to them, reaching their eye level with them sitting down, which was quite the change of point of view. Being at the same level, it was easy to not see a Wormling of half their size, but a very dangerous creature that could kill them extremely quickly. But Helena didn't felt that. She already saw Shimmer at eye level before. Helena, Hagrid, meet, he said. Hagrid, wondered Helena. She and the boys turned around to see Hagrid, entering his large hut with a large package on his shoulder. And considering Shimmer's words, they could guess what it was. Should we go see him? Asked Neville. Why not? We don't have anything else to do, shrugged Rowan, standing up. Following him, the group of 4 reached the hut's door and Rowan knocked a few times. "Hagrid, can we come in?" he asked. "Yes, yes, come in," came the voice of Eldertower, groundkeeper. Pushing the door open, Rowan was the first to enter, followed closely by Helena and Neville with Shimmer flying above their head. Hagrid turned toward them, a large butcher knife in his hands that was closer to a short sword for the young humans, busy chopping down large pieces of meats before putting them in buckets. His face brightened at Shimmer's sight, putting down his knife. "Shimmer, am I glad to see you. How have you been?" he asked as Shimmer landed on the table, eyeing the meat. "Shimmer okay. Hagrid okay. I am. Thanks for asking. Here, take a bite," said Hagrid, putting a small slice of meat in front of Shimmer that instantly started eating it. Excuse me Hagrid, but why do you have so much meat?" asked Neville, slightly uncomfortable with the very large amount of flesh. When they saw Hagrid entering his hut, they guessed that there was meat in his bag. They weren't wrong, but there was also 4 more bags opened on his kitchen table. "It's for Fluffy. Eating a lot that one, I prefer to feed him myself," he answered, going back to his chopping. "Who's Fluffy?" asked Helena. "Fluffy's my Cerberus, huge dog with 3 heads, kinder than a kitten." The 3 students stood there flabbergasted, looking at each other before looking at Hagrid again. "You have a Cerberus?" asked Rowan. "How come we haven't seen it?" asked Helena. "Elderon asked me to put him in the room on the 3rd corridor, has been guarding it since the beginning of school. He's a bit lonely there, so I try to go see him every day." "Even if Elderon said I shouldn't," simply replied Hagrid, invested in his work. "The 3rd corridor, isn't that where Elderon told us not to go?" whispered hurriedly Neville. "It is," realized Helena, looking at Hagrid with a sharper look but without changing her voice. "What is Fluffy doing there? Wouldn't he prefer to be outside, guarding the entrance too?" Hagrid stopped himself right before saying any more, frowning and looking down at his meat. "Shouldn't have said that. So there's something in there," guessed Rowan. "And whatever it is, Quirrell is very interested by it," added Helena, already starting to put some pieces of the puzzle together. "Quirrell," stopped Hagrid, a bit surprised. "Why would he be interested in Fluffy? Man's frightened enough already by me walking around. Shimmer told us that he was smelling of death." "Now, listen you 3, warned Hagrid, lowering himself without being threatening. "You're meddling with something that you shouldn't meddle with. Forget about all this. Dead, bad human," suddenly cut in Shimmer, getting closer to a large piece of meat. "Hey, that's for Fluffy," stopped him Hagrid, gently pushing Shimmer back with his hand. Many wouldn't have dared to put themselves between a wormling and its meal, but Hagrid was completely unbothered by Shimmer's small growl. With Hagrid busy, the 3 students huddled close to each other. "Whatever's in that room, it must be very important to guard it with a Cerberus," whispered Helena. "Why don't we listen to Hagrid?" "It doesn't concern us," countered Neville, already quite worried just at the idea of seeing Fluffy. "How could someone name a Cerberus Fluffy?" "It's not threatening at all," said Rowan. "Boys, it's important. We know that Quirrell is spending a lot of time around that room. Elderon knows it too, so why isn't he doing anything?" Helena tried to refocus the conversation on what was really important. "Maybe because Quirrell is just barmy. Or maybe Elderon was right and he simply do too much dark arcana," suggested Rowan, not really convinced. "I don't think Shimmer is wrong. He doesn't know a lot, but he clearly feels like Professor Quirrell is dangerous," assured Helena. Helena startled them Shimmer, taking them by surprise as he was standing right next to them. "Yes, Shimmer sleep. Bye-bye," he told her, satiated and ready for a good nap. "Oh, see you tomorrow. Have a good night," she said, not really having expected him to go away that early. She went to the door and opened it for him, moving aside to let him pass, and he took to the air. With Rowan and Neville still talking with Hagrid, she was the only one to watch Shimmer fly high toward the castle, toward the Gryffindor Tower, vanishing right as he turned around the top. Helena had for quite a time now guessed that he was living directly in Eldertower Castle, but it was the first time that she saw him go to his nest. She couldn't help but wonder what it looked like, and how to reach it. Suddenly reminded of what was happening behind her, her mind shifted toward Quirrell and the room on the 3rd corridor. What could be precious enough to protect it with a Cerberus? And why put it in the middle of a school, with hundreds of students around? Hi, Vilexto at the keyboard. So as promised, here's the new chapter. My festival went very well. So much so that I got a tattoo on a whim, first one I ever got. I had been thinking about one for a while, 3 years in fact, but I saw one of those displayed and just had to get it. So I now have a tattoo on my forearm. Of a wormling. Predicable, I guess. Back to the story, our team is getting closer to the truth. There are a few things to go through before coming to the end, especially Norb, RT, which will be quite the interesting experience for Shimmer, to see another wormling for the first time in his life. Then there will be the detention following that. I think that's it for the canon events. Unless I'm forgetting any, and if so you're welcome to remind me. I may also put some originals events, so we will see. Blackthorn didn't get the lesson the first time it seems. I want to finish the first year before the 23rd of March, as I'll be too busy after that to write for many months. I think the first year should be finished by next week or maybe the next one. See you soon. April came 5 days ago. And spring was everywhere. The air was warmer, not too much but enough to be felt. The nature around Eldertower was taking a more healthy green, and the end of the cold days brought back some warmth in the hearts of Eldertower inhabitants. Nothing much happened since they went to see Hagrid, just a few things that Shimmer didn't really understood. Helena, Rowan and Neville spent a lot of time looking around, researching what could be in the room on the third corridor, but so far they didn't found anything interesting. Yet as time passed, they noticed that Professor Quirrell started to look unhealthy. Pale and quite weaker than before. Again, they speculated and tried to find out why, but they had nothing truly concluding so far. That morning, Shimmer was flying outside, not really wanting to stay in a classroom today, and simply looked for things to do, or if, perchance, someone lost a coin that was free for taking. He spent a long time, flying around the whole school, before returning towards Hagrid's hut. The giant human wasn't in sight, and so he didn't thought about getting closer, but when he flew close to the smoke coming out of the chimney, he nearly dropped 1 meter in the air. What he smelled was a very distinctive smell, instantly getting all his attention. This was strange, because the scent mixed in the smoke was familiar, as if he had an idea of its origin without being able to recall where he could have smelled such a scent. And then, there was a taint, a very, very faint trace of a very bad smell that he also recalled. A bit perplexed, he went to the hut's window, wanting to find out what this was about, but was surprised by the curtains that stopped him from looking in. He went to each window, and was surprised to see that all the curtains were closed. With a small huff of annoyance, he took off, still trying to remember about the 2 smells. The second one, the bad one, was easier. He knew he faced it not long ago. The first and familiar one, he was quite certain that he never had the chance to smell it before, yet it still appeared familiar to him. He entered the school and went to the classroom where Helena was supposed to be, with the very small human teacher. Then he had to wait, perched on the ceiling beams of the corridor, until the door opened. Thankfully, his wait was quickly over when the door was opened and a small flow of students poured out, all going to the right. Taking his chance as soon as he saw Helena, he dropped from his perch, surprising a few students, before flying straight in Helena's face, hovering on the spot. "Oh, you're back already?" happily asked Helena, since they already saw each other at breakfast. Hagrid, "Smell good, smell bad, not know," he replied. "What's he saying?" wondered Rowan. "I don't know. We still have potion class to go before lunch. We'll have to go later, Shimmer," she told him. Satisfied with that, Shimmer went after them to the potion classroom, where Snape Fr. owned very slightly at the sight of Shimmer, since the Slytherins, hence, Blackthorn, were there too. He was concerned about how the small wormling was around his godson, but since nothing happened NCE their last interaction, he pushed it aside. That didn't stop Shimmer of reminding Blackthorn that he wasn't liked by the wormling, who gave him a small growl before he went next to Helena, laying D.O.N. on the ground as he started cleaning his scales. Busy as Shimmer was, he didn't give any attention to the class except when Professor Snape came walking around Helena's table, glancing at the man but not doing more. "Miss Granger," said the strict professor, Yes, sir. The headmaster told me that your presence would soon be required in his office, along with Shimmer. Do so at your earliest convenience. He told her. Yes, sir, she agreed. Their interactions went no further except for grading Helena's potion, and they soon found themselves in the Great Hall for lunch, which they rushed a bit to have the time to go see Hagrid. Rowan, Neville and Shimmer came to Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door, only to be very surprised by the unusual reply they got. Busy. Go away, shouted Hagrid from the inside. Hagrid, it's Helena, Rowan, Neville and Shimmer. Can we come in please? She asked, giving a small concerned look to her friends who only shrugged in reply, not having a clue about what was going on. Shimmer. The large footsteps of Hagrid echoed before he opened the door, his eyes going straight to Shimmer who was tilting his head, already feeling the scent double with the opened door. Come in, come in. He ushered them in, closing the door tightly behind him. Hagrid, what's going on? Asked Rowan. Shimmer wasn't interested by the words. In the hut, the scent was quite strong and he appreciated the far warmer temperatures than usual. Walking around the group, he went to the chimney and started sniffing around the fire, certain that the smell was coming from there. Until he looked up at a small thing attached over the fire. Not caring for the heat, not bothering him in the slightest, he placed the small claws of his wings on the edge of the perched thing and saw a small, oval thing. The three students, as well as Hagrid, all watched him look around until he stopped over the fire. The very smooth appearance of the thing and its black color was a bit surprising. But it was quite obviously an egg. What kind of egg is that? Asked Neville. I know what it is, affirmed Rowan, amazed by the egg as he looked at Hagrid. But, how did you get one? It's illegal. Won it at a bar last night. Its previous owner wasn't interested. He mumbled as he added coal on the fire. I think I saw one in my books about dragons, said Helena, starting to recognize the egg. Not just any wormling. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, said Rowan, still awed to see such a rare breed of wormling. That it is, confirmed Hagrid. Is? Asked Shimmer, fervently sniffing around. The egg as the smell was so strong that he could only wonder why it was familiar. All the eggs he ate before never had such a scent. It's a wormling egg, replied Helena with a small smile. Wormling, Shimmer. He tried to confirm, eyes wide open as he started to realize what it was. Yes, not like you, but another type of wormling. Which reminds me that we still don't know what species you are, answered Helena before mumbling to herself. Eyes filled with wonder, Shimmer explored every side of the egg, trying to memorize it. He couldn't ever remember seeing another wormling egg, even any other wormling at all. But he was excited at the idea of meeting another wormling. But then, there was the bad scent. That close, it was unmistakable. Helena, he called his friend. Yes, smell. Bad human, he said, looking at the egg. This instantly got Helena's attention and, after making sure Hagrid wouldn't hear her, lowered herself next to Shimmer. Are you talking about Professor Quirrell? She asked. Yes, bad human, Quirrell. She frowned heavily, wanting to discuss this more with Rowan and Neville, but couldn't do so with Hagrid standing right there. But that wouldn't stop her to ask some questions. Hagrid, why would someone have a wormling egg if it's illegal? She asked. Don't know. That man was actually very interested in Cerberuses, wanted to adopt one he said. So I told him I had Fluffy. Proudly explained Hagrid, much to Helena's consternation as she realized what happened then. And what did you tell him about Fluffy? Sorry, I can't tell you that. He stopped her. No, I'm not interested by what's in that room. Just Fluffy. Is he dangerous? What does he like? Helena said, aware that she was probably using the same tactic than Quirrell to get information out of Hagrid. Oh, then it's all right, I guess. Fluffy's a bit boy, but he's all bark and no bite. Sure, he could hurt you, but he's just like any dog. He answered. A dog with 3 heads, said Rowan to Neville, who nodded. Really? And, let's imagine, that he was angry with me. Is there something that calms him down? Continued Helena. Well, lots of meat of course, makes him lazy. Or music. I've been putting him to bed with a music box since he was a cub. The big loaf falls asleep with just that, added Hagrid, using a large bellows. And you've said all of that to that man last night? Sure did. The poor man knew some things. But he was no expert. He did well to come to me, said Hagrid, pleased of himself. Helena could only shake her head as she realized what happened. How easily Professor Quirrell bought Hagrid's informations on Fluffy with a wormling egg, the large man's love for exotic creatures being well known in the school. She turned to Shimmer, still busy examining the wormling egg, wondering if Quirrell would be able to go around Fluffy with what Hagrid told him. She was also wondering if there might be something more to protect whatever was in that room. A dog, no matter how many heads or how big it is, must not be a hard challenge for a professor knowledgeable in the dark arts. When will it hatch? Asked Rowan. Shouldn't be long. Need to be kept warm at all times. I'll send you an owl whenever it's ready, replied Hagrid. All right. Come on boys, we still have the afternoon classes. With a small groan from Rowan, they left the hut, with many, many things to talk about. So Quirrell knows how to avoid Fluffy. But why would he be barmy enough to even get close to one? Wondered Rowan. I don't know, but it has to be because of what's Fluffy keeping, replied Helena, slightly frustrated that after so long, they still didn't know what was inside that room. But Quirrell is the most scared professor of the whole school. I really can't see him getting even close to that thing, said Neville. It could be acting, assured Helena. Though, now that I recall, Elderon really didn't do anything since we talked with him. He said that he would investigate. Yeah, well, he isn't doing anything at all. I'm pretty sure he just dismissed us as soon as we were done, replied Rowan. That's not very wise, said Helena, concerned. Elderon is a magical genius, but like Percy says, he's quite mad too. Are you? The three stopped at that, turning around to see Shimmer retching something half-digested in a small bush. Shimmer. That's disgusting, recoiled Helena, trying to forget what she just saw. Maybe he ate something in Hagrid's hut, suggested Neville, also not comfortable at the sight. Bad meat, said Shimmer once he was done, flying away with the inten. Tion to find a better meal than the last one. He had wondered if some of the weird creatures filled with arcana had good taste. So that morning, for breakfast, he found some magical, flying, small humanish creature with blue skin, and ate it as the rest of these blue things fled in terror. The arcana part was delicious, the flesh, not so much. I never want to see that again, muttered Helena as three students walked back to the castle for their afternoon classes. The next day was a Saturday, so Helena was free to go see the headmaster early in the morning, accompanied by Shimmer. They reached the stairs to Elderon's office, which were thankfully opened, and they arrived in front of his office. The old headmaster was busy reading a letter when they came in, and he quickly put it aside as he saw who entered, a smile on his face. Ah, Miss Granger, Shimmer, good to see you, he welcomed them. Good morning, sir, politely greeted Helena. Dumbledore, said Shimmer, landing on his office. Not quite there yet, Elderon asked with a chuckle. Not yet, agreed Helena with a small sigh. I'm sure you'll have corrected him in no time. But he calling me names isn't why I asked for you. You see, there is still one unsolved problem around our dear Shimmer, this being all the coins and precious jewels he took, said Elderon. What should we do? Asked Helena, not really having considered that problem. Honestly though, she had mostly forgotten about it. I wanted to ask if Shimmer could give the coins he took back to their original owners. Shimmer may not be the smartest wormling, nor the most well-versed in human speech, not knowing he actually was, but he understood what the old man said, and he could only disagree with him. How mad could he be? To ask for him to give away his hoard? That was madness. No, Shimmer coins, he hissed at the headmaster. Shimmer, sighed Elderon. I think Helena told you already, that taking coins is bad, right? Yes, he said firmly, not say. What was wrong with the coins he already have? Except for the coins that someone gave to you, or that you found on the ground, you need to give the rest back. It's bad to steal from others, continued Elderon. But, Shimmer sleep coins, Shimmer want coins, need coins, he whined and growled at the same time. Shimmer, Professor Elderon is right. You need to give the coins back, gently said Helena. He mulled over the idea, but no matter how many times or how he thought about it, the answer was still the same. He wouldn't give up his coins, they were his and his only. No, Professor, what's going to happen if Shimmer doesn't give the coins back? Asked Helena worried. I could take some of my personal funds to replace the money lost, but I'm afraid this wouldn't be considered either fair or legal for the ministry. Same for Eldertower funds. We do have a policy of reimbursing destroyed items, and stolen ones can be recovered with Arcana, but I'm afraid that it wouldn't work in Himmer's case since he took so many from different students. Explained Elderon, who looked a bit more tired. If they can't be recovered, and the students' parents ask for a refund, I'll have no choice but call the ministry. Who will call the Wormling Reserve to take Shimmer away and recover the stolen properties? Helena froze for a second, before realizing that they couldn't let that happen. Her brain went into overcharge as she tried to come up with a way to convince Shimmer to give the money back. But she was interrupted by Shimmer himself. He had to nearly burn his brain to recall so many different words. But defending his hoard was worth it. If Shimmer no coins, no more coins. Shimmer go bye-bye. Go coins not here. It felt like another stone dropped in Helena's stomach. She wasn't certain if Shimmer was bluffing or not. Simply because he wasn't even supposed to know that concept yet, but she knew he liked coins very much. She could see him leaving if he had to lose his hoard. That was something she couldn't agree with. Professor Elderon, we can't. She started to panic. Calm down, Miss Granger. Waved Elderon with a hand, silencing the young student. I do not want to see Shimmer leave. 2. Taking a deep breath, Helena looked at Shimmer, who looked even more adamant than usual. And that was with him having a wormling face, not extremely expressive compared to humans. Shimmer, continued Elderon, all the coins that I gave you, that Helena gave you, you can keep them. They are yours. The galleons are yours, but the rest must be returned to the other students. Knowing that he could keep the galleons helped Shimmer calm down a bit, but he was still very unsure about giving up the other coins. Even if they were less interesting than the galleons, he still wanted to keep them. Shimmer want coins, he whined. I know, young Shimmer, I know. But you must learn to do the right thing. What you did, stealing from my students and staff, would normally have you arrested and in prison. Explained Elderon. Prison, he said, recalling what it was. He didn't like it. He still wanted to keep his coins though. He made an effort to come up with a suitable idea, something that wouldn't leave him losing. Shimmer back coins. Shimmer Suncoin. Negotiating now. Well, I suppose it fits you. Laughed a bit Elderon before taking a letter from a drawer. Let me see. That would be more beneficial for us. Professor, asked Helena. Shimmer, if I give you 1 Suncoin, will you give back the coins that you stole? Offered Elderon. 2 Suncoin. Instantly shot out Shimmer. From my list, what you stole doesn't equal to 2 galleons. 1 Suncoin is already a lot, you know. Shimmer was partially convinced already. He didn't wanted to lose so many coins. They made for a nice bed after all. But having 1 more Suncoin would be worth it. He would only have the galleons. 3 sickles and some nuts from Helena. It wouldn't be that bad. Horrible, sad and devastating. But still with 1 more Suncoin. Shimmer okay. He nodded hardly, forcing himself to agree and keeping the Suncoin in mind. Perfect. Thank you Shimmer, you're taking a thorn out of my side. Thanked Elderon happily. Excuse me Professor, but will the Suncoin be coming from you? Asked Helena. Don't worry, Miss Granger. I have plenty more to spare that are currently useless to me. Not to brag, but being Eldertower headmaster pays well, he said with a smile. Oh, I understand, Shimmer. I will give you this Suncoin once all the objects on my list have been returned. Do you think you could do this today? Yes, agreed Shimmer as he ran to the window, waiting for someone to open it. He spent the morning going back and forth a few times from his lair to the old human, but at the end he was free to leave with a new Suncoin. His 4th one. He was saddened by the horrible sight of his hoard, his bed, his everything, being almost naked against the ground, 4 galleons, 3 sickles and 30 nuts. Not enough for him to sleep on entirely without touching the ground, but he would remake it. He would be patient, no matter if he had to stay perched on the roofs of Eldertower waiting for someone to lose a coin. But he would get his hoard back. The month of April went by quietly, with not much happening except a few visits to see if the wormling in Hagrid's hut had hatched, but no success yet. This did nothing to deter Hagrid, and the end of the month was coming without sign of a small wormling. Smaller than Shimmer, that is. But finally, at lunch, they got an owl fro. Hagrid with only 2 words, "It's hatching." The rest of the day was long, as they excitedly whispered between them about the little wormling, with Shimmer being the most excited as soon as Helena got him to understand what was happening. Sadly, in their joy and trepidation, they saw that one Drago Blackthorn had heard nearly everything being said. That night, right after lunch, the 4 ran, or flew, outside toward Hagrid's hut, who opened it quickly, giving a small look behind them to see if anyone else was coming before closing the door. "Where is it?" asked Rowan, ecstatic. "Right on the table," replied Hagrid, as they could all see the egg shaking on the table. Spreading out around it, they watched with excitement as the egg was about to hatch. Shimmer was right next to it, taking a goo. Space around the egg, with only Hagrid being the other one right next to it. It didn't took much longer for a crack to appear on the egg, and within a few more seconds, it fell apart to reveal the creature inside it. Awe, joy and a little bit of fear went through the 3 students. Hagrid was in heaven, already cooing at the little wormling who was slipping a bit on the shells of its egg. And Shimmer was surprised, almost disappointed even. He expected to see a wormling much like himself, and even if Helena repeated many times that it was another breed of wormling, he thought it would still look like him. But no, this wormling had dark green scales that looked too fleshy, a much rounder snout, and was perhaps 3 times smaller than him. "Isn't he beautiful?" sighed Hagrid just as the wormling turned toward him. "Bless him, look, he knows his mommy." The wormling's head snapped at him, curious. Hagrid brought one of his large hands toward the small Norwegian Ridgeback, but had to retreat it promptly as it snapped at his fingers. "Isn't it a bit dangerous?" cautiously said Rowan. "Of course it is. His bite's poisonous and he can already breathe fire. But he would never hurt his mommy," said Hagrid, trying again to pet the little wormling. The answer he got was a little puff of flames that burned part of his beard. That didn't made Shimmer happy at all. This young wormling wasn't being taught anything but bad manners. He would have to fix that. While Hagrid was busy extinguishing his beard, Shimmer stood next to the small wormling and gave her a warning growl. He got one back in reply, but wasn't impressed by this hatching still covered by egg shells. "What are they doing?" asked Neville, confused. "Don't know. Shimmer leaves Norbert alone. He's just a little baby." Hagrid tried to shoo Shimmer away. "Not boy, girl," replied Shimmer, having a staring, or rather glaring, contest with the Norwegian Ridgeback. "A girl, oh well, Norberta it is then," cheered Hagrid. "He's lost his marbles," whispered Rowan to Neville, both admiring and truly surprised by how Hagrid could sometime be so simple. Shimmer didn't listen. He was busy making this hatchling understand who was the strongest wormling around. He suddenly jumped in front of Norberta and growled harshly. The newborn cowed before her elder, taking a step back and retracting her neck as she let out a small whine. Submitting, satisfied, he walked back to his spot on the side of the table, content with watching from afar. It all happened in front of the 3 students and Hagrid, who were a bit tensed as they watched Shimmer seemingly attack, only to move back as soon as Norberta submitted. "It's a bit like dogs," noted Rowan. "Show who the boss is. It's actually a bit strange. I read that dragons didn't do well with hatchlings that aren't their own," added Helena, glancing at Shimmer. "What do you mean?" asked Neville. "It ends up with the hatchling killed. Sometimes eaten." "She didn't said it, she was glad that Shimmer didn't do that. It would have been a nightmare to make him understand how wrong it was." "Bloody hell," gasped Rowan, a bit green at the thought. "Language," said Helena by reflex. Hagrid was picking up a small slice of bacon and was about to give it to her that she jumped toward the piece of bacon, nearly biting Hagrid as she missed, not quite used to move around yet. No one got the time to say anything that Shimmer was standing right above Norberta, snarling and showing his teeth. That quickly brought Norberta to a perfect state of immobility, waiting as Shimmer read at her a little bit more before moving back to let her stand up. "He's gonna be a better parent than you," joked Rowan toward Hagrid. "Well, he is a wormling. But I'm his mommy. You hear that, Shimmer? I'm his mommy." Hagrid tried to validate his point to Shimmer, who didn't understand. "What mommy?" he asked. looking around. Shimmer. We got that covered already, said Helena, knowing that he should know what it meant. Hagrid. Not mommy. Mommy girl. Hagrid boy. Hagrid daddy, surmised Shimmer, quite certain of himself. That's very good Shimmer. Praised him Helena, petting his head, happy to see he was remembering well as being capable more complex reasoning. It's a figure of speech. I'm his daddy, nodded Hagrid, understanding the little wormling's mistake. Purring under Helena's hand, Shimmer turned to look at her, and just as he did so, his eyes passed on an opened window. And the boy behind it. Screeching loudly, scaring everyone, he leapt from his place on the table to the window, making the boy fall. There's someone outside, realized Neville. Rushing to the door, Rowan and Helena got the time to see the shape of another student running away in the night, quickly vanishing in the shadows of the night. But even that far away, it was impossible not to recognize the very unique blonde hair on the student's head. Closing the door again, they looked at Hagrid that was positively ashen. Oh dear, he said, letting discouragement color his voice. Blackthorn had seen the wormling. It was Blackthorn, somberly said Rowan. Do you think he'll tell a teacher? Wondered Neville. Maybe, tentatively said Helena. Hagrid, I don't want to lose Norberta, he said with a small tear in his eye. He's already crazy about her, said Rowan impressed. Shimmer was growling in his corner. He recognized both the face and the name of the human boy, and was starting to be really angry at him. His tail was lashing out angrily behind him, and in the middle of it all Norberta was devouring her bacon without a care in the world, only wary of those who might steal her bacon. At least, Shimmer thought, she had the good reaction about keeping her food. What should we do? Asked Neville. You've already done enough. It's already late, you should be in your dormitory. Here, I'll give you a note, firmly said Hagrid, standing up and taking a large fee. There to write down a few words on a bit of parchment. Are you going to be okay? Asked Helena. I'll be fine. I'll see you tomorrow, he said, handing Helena the note. A bit forced out of the hut, the four friends made their way back to their beds. 3 humans toward the dormitory, 1 wormling to his hoard. Shimmer was wondering if this new wormling, Norberta if he heard correctly, would nay. Ed to be shown how to get a proper hoard. He wouldn't give her a single coin, not even to demonstrate anything, yet he would happily go coin hunting with her. But there was one thing that worried him a lot. Helena gave him coins almost every day. She would do well not to do the same with Norberta. He wouldn't share coins with her. Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. Thanks a lot for the great reviews, as always. It's good to see the story being appreciated. Some of the ideas I see in the reviews are quite interesting. Some, like Hoodogenius 98 Feet's idea, are similar to some of the possibilities I have either thought of or read. I hadn't thought yet of having Shimmer guarding the stone. It would probably be efficient as no one would know where to look at or even know that he has the stone, but getting it back would indeed be a pain. I should probably gather all the ideas I saw in the reviews, to not forget about them. I could pass next to some great possibilities otherwise. Today's chapter was supposed to be longer. But it's because I want to take a bit more time for Shimmer and Norberta to interact with each other, so this chapter is more about the birth of Norberta. And how Shimmer reacted to her. Like this, I'll be free to make another chapter or 2 with Norberta. See you soon. The next day, Shimmer came earlier than usual to Helena's window. Good morning Shimmer, she welcomed him, putting on her robes. Hello, Shimmer. Hagrid. Wormling, he told her. I know. But you can't talk about that, okay? She whispered, quickly looking at the door where Pottle just left. Why, it's a secret, she said as if it solved everything. What secret? A secret means that you can't say it to anyone. Only me, Rowan, Neville and Hagrid. It's something that can't be shared with everyone. She answered. Oh, that was something new. Words only for some people. He found the idea incredibly fun. Shimmer understand, he affirmed. Shimmer bye-bye, Shimmer Hagrid. All right, see you later, she said, pushing him gently in the air, closing the window behind him. Letting out a squeak of indignation, he flew down toward Hagrid's hut, thinking about the little hatchling. He had quite a lot to think about, and was still quite divided about it. First, it was good that it was a female. Another male and he would have had to defend his territory. It didn't mean that females didn't had territories of their own. But he preferred not to have to share it with a male. Second, Hagrid being the one to take care of the hatchling. While Shimmer didn't know much about hatchlings, he thought the idea of Hagrid trying to take care of it quite ridiculous. He himself survived on his own for quite literally forever, so he couldn't see any upside to this. Even worse, the hatchling wouldn't leer much with Hagrid feeding her and coddling her. She needed to learn how to catch her own prey, how to survive, how to be a wormling. How could she become any of this with a giant human? He simply couldn't see it. Third, what would this leave him? Having another wormling around meant sharing the food, the territory, the humans, but worse, the coins. If Norberta remained, then he would not get as many coins as before. This he knew, and he couldn't accept it. If she wanted coins, she would have to do it on her own. He wouldn't teach her how to get any and would dissuade the humans from giving her any. Landing near one of the large house's windows, he knocked a few times with his head until he saw movement inside. "Shimmer, come in," welcomed him Hagrid, opening the window for him. "Hello, Shimmer." "Wormling, Norberta," he replied. She's resting right here," pointed the giant. Indeed, Norberta was currently resting between a few rocks disposed like a bed, right next to the fire that kept her warm. She was awake, looking at Shimmer with a slightly wary look. That was good, thought Shimmer, happy to see that she wasn't too coddled yet and still mindful of her surroundings. Walking closer, he stopped right in front of Norberta, who shrank slightly in submission, all under the supervision of Hagrid. The giant was indeed careful of Shimmer. The books he read were quite clear. Had adult dragons often attacked hatchlings that weren't there. Even if it went rather well yesterday, he was still cautious. "I'll get you something to eat," he said, turning around and getting one of the bags of meat. Starting to cut some small slices with his knife. Bending down, Shimmer gave a few curious sniffs at Norberta, who did the same, both getting used to the smell of the other. It was quite surprising for Shimmer, because he recognized her smell as one of a wormling, like his, but at the same time it was different of a few levels. First was the fact that she was female, then that she was a hatchling. And lastly that her smell of being a wormling wasn't like his. He was quite curious, since she was the first other wormling that he met. Norberta was a bit better than last night, cleaned of the eggshells and the fluids that covered her back then. But he still found her appearance slightly unsettling, so different than his own. He wasn't quite sure what to think about that. "Come here," called Hagrid. Turning around, Shimmer used his wing to jump on the table, ready to have his meat. Norberta stood up, following him before trying to jump too, only to barely leave the ground for a few centimeters. Shimmer knew she was young, but it was truly pitiful to see this hatchling fail. He doubted she would survive on her own. He was interrupted by the slice of meat placed before him and he dug in with gusto. While keeping an eye on Norberta, she was still trying, but clearly wouldn't succeed anytime soon. Hagrid had just cut another slice for Norberta, and was about to pick her up. That Shimmer jumped between them, growling at Hagrid. Now Shimmer, I don't want to hurt her," tried to reassure Hagrid. "No, Norberta, learn." He refused. "Learn? She's too young to do anything. That's why I'm here to take care of her," happily replied Hagrid, trying to go around Shimmer. "No, Norberta learn. Norberta not learn. Norberta bad wormling," he countered, still growling, placing himself before Hagrid again. "She's too young, and you're quite special yourself," sighed the half-giant. "Special," stopped Shimmer, not knowing that word. "Different, unique. Other dragons are not like you. For one, they don't talk," explained Hagrid. Was it true? Was he so much better than the rest of dragons? He was divided between preening before the praise, and being ashamed of the idiocy of the rest of his kind. But the biggest thing was that he was apparently the only one to talk. He didn't understand why. Talking wasn't easy, but he managed to learn it quite quickly. This also brought another question. "Why?" "Don't know. You're different, Shimmer, that's all I know. But Norberta needs someone to take care of her. Do you think she could catch a rabbit like that?" asked Hagrid, pointing at Norberta, who was trying to go around Shimmer too, only to be pushed back by his tail. "No," he conceded, seeing that the size difference wouldn't let her catch a prey as small as a rabbit easily. But there were others. Bird, she can't fly yet. Give her a few days, she'll get there. Now, please move aside, waved Hagrid. Reluctantly, Shimmer jumped back on the table as Hager. It finally gave his slice of meat to Norberta, who caught it between her sharp teeth and quickly getting started on her meal. Shimmer really had a hard time understanding why Norberta was so different. Why couldn't she fly now? Why was she so weak? Was she a bad hatchling, unfit to survive? Why was he so different? He didn't know, and he had no idea what to do to find out the answer. Hagrid, Shimmer good, kill, eat good, Norberta not kill, Norberta bad. He asked. No, she's too young. Doesn't mean she's bad. You know all the students who eat in the castle, replied Hagrid, sitting in his large chair. Yes, he understood even if he had to process all the words for a few seconds to figure it out. They don't kill. Helena don't kill and she's not bad. Tried to explain Hagrid, aware of the Wormling's difficulties in language. Helena not bad, agreed Shimmer, but he always wondered where the food came from. Where meat? He asked. This one? Asked Hagrid, pointing at the bags near the table. No, who kill meat humans? Ah, other humans, far away. They take care of fields, orchards, herds of cows. Human can kill, but not all of them do. Young humans don't. Huh, so the meat was still coming from preys killed by humans. Weird how he never thought much about it before. Helena always said that the food came by Arcana, so he believed her. After all, he thought that the meat was coming out of nowhere. Norberta walked around a little bit before biting down on Hagrid's shoes, which were thankfully not of the feet of their owner. Hey, Norberta, come here, called Hagrid, not harshly at all. If anything, he sounded a bit proud of her even if he was trying to reprimand her. He obviously got no reaction, and Shimmer had anticipated that. If the other dragons were really as stupid as he thought, then there was only one way that Norberta would understand. Quickly descending from the table, he rushed at the little hatchling who tried to get away, but Norberta wasn't even fast enough to try. He opened his jaw and bit down on her neck, not hard enough to seriously hurt her, but enough to make her understand that she wasn't allowed to do that. He growled at her hard as she started to squeal and trash around, and applied slightly more pressure until she stopped. Shimmer, let her go, commanded Hagrid, who had jumped after them, standing right next to Shimmer with a very concerned frown on his head. Hands reaching toward them but getting any closer. He didn't want to risk Norberta's life. Not listening to Hagrid, even though he clearly understood him, Shimmer kept his paws. Ishin a few more seconds before releasing Norberta. She slowly turned around and gave him a few licks on the chest and shoulders, attempting to appease him and submitting to the stronger Wormling. Letting out a very, very loud sigh, Hagrid bent down, which was apparently a bit hard for him to do, and gave a look at Shimmer just as Norberta turned toward him. That wasn't nice, Shimmer. Norberta is just a baby. She's just discovering the world. It's okay if she wants to gnaw on my shoes. Tried to explain Hagrid, checking over Norberta and relieved to find no wounds on her neck. Not good. Bad learn, started Shimmer, obviously more knowledgeable on dragons than the big human before him. Shimmer good Wormling. Good learn. Shimmer learn Norberta. I get it, Shimmer. But, as much as I appreciate you helping, I'm not sure if that's the right way to do this. And you teaching Norberta is good, but attacking her is not. Shimmer frowned, not really liking Hagrid's way to handle the hatchling. But who was he to judge? He didn't really care for Norberta. He had been curious about learning about other dragons, but found himself disappointed. And if Hagrid wanted to teach Norberta how to be a Wormling himself, no matter how much Shimmer thought it was a terrible idea that would result in a weak, unfit for survival Norberta, he would let the half-giant have his ways. He flew to the window, wanting to go eat on his own and find coins. This appeared to sadden Hagrid, even if Shimmer didn't know why. I didn't mean to insult you, Shimmer. Sorry if I made you angry, said Hagrid, opening the window. Shimmer not angry, he replied, even if it didn't convince Hagrid. Free to go, he went high in the sky, flying over Eldertower and going toward the greener forest where he knew easy preys were hiding. Helena had lectured him once she heard what he did to Norberta, but he adamantly refused to apologize. After all, He knew better than humans how to take care of a hatchling. Helena, noticing how he wasn't bulging on that, gave up and instead tried to explain how human children were raised. It was quite interesting. He learned that humans aged slowly, that most would never kill any thing in their life even if they ate meat, that humans spent years learning about how to be adult, like Helena was doing right now, and that once they were adult, they would find a job for the rest of their life. Until they were too old to work. Shimmer was very happy to complete his knowledge of humans, and delighted that he could understand his friend a bit more, but was still confused by a few of the things she said. For example, he simply couldn't understand the concept of jobs. In his mind, he just had to go find food, eat, find coins, sleep and then start again. But humans, they apparently found or created these things called jobs, working for themselves or other humans. The reason why made sense, since they got coins for working. He vaguely compared them to bees and ants, doing something together, with each specialized for some jobs, to earn something at the end while perpetuating their race. Another thing he couldn't really get his head around the fact that humans needed to learn how to be adults. And that it took years. He thought that showing a hatchling how to survive was enough, since he himself managed to survive on his own with no one showing him how to do anything. And couldn't comprehend that humans needed so long to become adults. On the contrary, he was completely amazed by how humans managed to capture prey, gather them in one's place, teach them to be docile and used to their presence, to better eat them later. How cunning. He knew he couldn't do that, and despite being reluctant to admit it, humans were far better than him at keeping food for them. Back to Norberta's education. If Hagrid and Helena said his methods and ideas were wrong, then he wouldn't interfere. Not much. He was still quite curious about the hatchling. So he went to see her, visiting Norberta the next 3 days. Before he noticed something, Norberta was growing. Since it took so long for him to reach his actual size, he hadn't expected her to start growing so soon. It wasn't an impressive growth, but enough to be noticeable. He asked Hagrid, who answered that Norberta would grow very quickly for the first few weeks of her life, before stabilizing for a few months. And then she would grow again. Big. He repeated what Hagrid had said when he confronted the half-giant about Norberta's growth. Very big. Once adult, she should grow to 10 meters long. Jovially replied Hagrid, to reach around 10 meters long. 10 meters. Once Shimmer understood how long she would be, because he didn't know what a meter was and Hagrid had to explain, mainly by measuring with his hands. It shocked him so much that he froze for a little while, and then flew straight to see Helena in panic. He didn't know exactly where to find her, so he barged in a couple of classes, angering a few human teachers. Especially the tall one covered in black who threatened to turn him into a coat if he didn't leave, before finally finding Helena and the other 2 humans males in the room all the young humans wearing red gathered. He barged in by a window, breaking it, making everyone jump in fright. What the, bloody hell, Shimmer, screamed Helena amongst all the shouts, sitting on one of the sofas. Helena, why Shimmer not big? He nearly screeched in her face, landing right before her. Shimmer, not so loud, she complained, bringing her hands to cover her ears. Why Shimmer not big? He repeated at a slightly lower volume. Some dragons are small, some are big. She sort of shrugged, not understanding why he was so unnerved. What's going on? Norberta small, Shimmer not small, big. Hagrid speak, Norberta later, big, Shimmer not big. Why? He continued, much to the confusion of Helena and every other student in the room that was trying to understand. A small mix of shock and worry washed over Helena's face, right before she lowered herself to his level, whispering, "It's a secret, Shimmer. You can't speak of Norberta." She reminded him, "Shimmer not big. Why? You understand something?" asked Rowan, standing next to Helena. "Not at all," she replied. "Shimmer, you were with Hagrid, right?" Hagrid speak, Norberta later big, Shimmer not later. "Not big," replied the Wormling, not helping her much. "Should we go see Hagrid?" suggested Neville, as confused as everyone else. "I don't think we have a choice," sighed Helena, standing up. Almost pushed by Shimmer, the 3 students were led outside by a frantic Wormling, much to the surprise of the other students, before they reached Hagrid's hut. "Hagrid, are you there?" asked Rowan as he knocked on the door. Come in, came the gruff reply. They entered to see Norberta, maybe 2 centimeters taller than when she hatched, happily munching on a bone with some meat left on it. Shimmer flew right next to them, landing on the table and frantically moving his head between Hagrid and Norberta. Hagrid speak. Norberta big later. Shimmer not big. Why, not understand, he said quickly. Hagrid, do you know what he's talking about? Asked Helena. I sure do. He came earlier this morning, noticed how Norberta was bigger than before. I explained that she was growing, and he ran away right after that. He explained. How big will she get? Asked Neville. Should be around 10 meters long. He shrugged, giving a look of parental love to Norberta. 10 meters, shrieked Neville. Hagrid, how are you going to hide a 10-meter-long wormling? Calmly asked Helena, even as she was trying to figure out if Hagrid wasn't a little bit insane. She won't be that long before a year. She may be 2 or 3 meters long in a week. Maybe 2. Hagrid tried to reassure them. That did nothing to comfort the 3 students, and Shimmer still had no answer to his question. Helena, why Shimmer not big? Well, dragons can grow up to different sizes, depending on the species. Do you know how old you are? She asked, suddenly realizing that she didn't know how old he was. Shimmer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shimmer is 10 long sleep. He answered after taking a long time to recall the numbers. 10 years old. My, you should be grown up already, said Hagrid surprised. Should be, asked Rowan. Shimmer's growth isn't over yet. See his horns. If he was an adult, they would be twice as long. And his body would probably be a bit bulkier too, explained the half-giant, pointing at the nervous wormling. Right, considered Helena as she started to piece together Shimmer's worries. Shimmer, you are worried that Norberta will be bigger than you. Yes, Shimmer not big, not good, he stated as a fact, a little big angry and frustrated. Oh, Shimmer, she cooed with a small smile, petting his head gently. It's not important. It doesn't matter if you're big or not. Shimmer want big, he sternly replied, even if he was starting to be mollified by the movements of her hand. You're not an adult. You still. Shimmer not small Norberta. He spat. Let me finish. I'm not saying you're an hatchling, but you can still grow up. She said patiently, knowing how hard it was to teach him some things. He mulled over what she just said for a few seconds, before coming up with a comforting conclusion. Shimmer big later? He asked. Yes, I don't know how much, but I'm sure you will grow up a bit more. She smiled at him. So all of this was because he didn't want it to be small, said Rowan a bit incredulous. Looks like, mumbled Neville, pointing her little head from where she was. Norberta reached Hagrid's feet, and she was just about to pounce on them that a loud, dangerous growl echoed in the hut. Everyone froze, especially Helena, who was next to Shimmer, as he snarled toward the hatchling, not expecting that. Calm down, Shimmer. What's wrong with you today? Asked Helena, retreating her hand away from Shimmer. She knew he didn't want it to hurt her, but she was still prudent. He did that a few days ago, grumbled Hagrid. No, happy to see how Shimmer was intimidating Norberta, before sternly addressing the golden wormling. Stop that, Shimmer. Looking at the big man for a second, barely acknowledging him, Shimmer growled a little more to make his point clear, waiting until Norberta walked away from Hagrid's shoes before relenting. That's scary, noted Neville, cowed by the intensity of the growl, even if it hadn't be directed toward him. Awesome you mean, instantly replied Rowan in a whisper of awe. You shouldn't do that, Shimmer. Norberta needs to learn, but there is no need for violence. We already talked about that, reminded Helena to her draconic friend, a little scowl on her forehead. Shimmer wormling. Understand wormling. No wormling. Helena not wormling. Not no wormling. He simply replied, street. Ill, keeping an eye on Norberta, who went around the table and intrigued by the warmth of the fireplace. Is, Shimmer. Helena is not a wormling. And yes, we are not dragons, that much is true, agreed Helena. That would be awesome though. Cut her, Rowan. But we know a lot about dragons. She finished with a small glare at Rowan, who completely missed it. No, Helena is human. No human. Shimmer is wormling. No wormling. He persisted. It's endless. sighed Helena. No matter what I say, he isn't listening. He has a point, said Neville, blushing as everyone looked at him. I mean, he is a wormling, so it makes sense that he knows how to raise a wormling. No, we have many books about dragons. We know them better than they know themselves. Pushed Helena, feeling slightly insulted that her knowledge was being disregarded so easily. Now, I wouldn't say that, Helena, said Hagrid. Even today, dragons remain quite mysterious creatures. I know that they're still studied a lot, despite many wizards saying that we already know enough to control them. Helena no wormling good, Shimmer no wormling good, said Shimmer, starting to get a bit confused by all the humans were saying. Listen, Shimmer, I understand that you want to do good. But please, let us do this, asked Hagrid. Just as he always thought, Shimmer had no problems with that. He could already see at the cuddling Hagrid gave the hatchling would make her unbearable very soon. She was growing and didn't show any sign of starvation, so he knew that she would survive as long as Hagrid fed her, but without the strict watch and intransigent attitude of an adult wormling, it was clear that Norberta wouldn't listen to the humans soon. Maybe even him, if she kept growing until the day where she would challenge him. They wanted to raise a weak and turbulent hatchling. Then it was their problem. Snorting a bit in frustration, he turned to his friend. Helena, coin, he demanded. Aye sure, Helena replied, reaching for a starbit in her pockets, a bit surprised by the sudden change of attitude of her friend. Taking his due, he went to the door and waited for Helena to open it. She did so with a worried expression on her face, sharing a glance with her friends and Hagrid beforehand. Helena was slightly concerned that she may have offended him, even if she truly thought that his method of being aggressive with Norberta was wrong. She wanted to listen to him, but when she thought about what the books about wormlings said, she knew that Shimmer couldn't know that much about dragons. Not waiting any longer for the nightmare that would become that hatchling, he flew up to his hoard, slightly happy to at least have a coin for his troubles, leaving behind a small group of 4 humans and a dark green wormling who found it interesting to tear through one of the bags of meat. Hi, Velexto at the keyboard. That was a tough chapter to write, mainly because I spent so much time reading other stories. And because I have to think about the next chapters. Just a little clarification, Shimmer thinks he's 10 years old, when he's actually 11, because he doesn't remember that he was ALR 81-year-old when he became a wormling. I have 3 ideas for the next chapter. It can follows the canon story, with Rowan being bitten by Norberta and having to send Norberta to the Wormling Reserve. Or, Norberta is revealed to the teachers, who come to the conclusion to send Norberta to the reserve too, but with this there is no reason to have Helena, Rowan, Neville, Shimmer and Damon go into the Forbidden Forest. Or, Norberta gets to stay, most likely in the Forbidden Forest. Realistically, it would be very hard for Norberta to stay in Eldertower, as Norwegian Ridgebacks are very aggressive even against their own kind. So humans would be easy prey. Still thinking about how I'm going to do this, I'll take more time than I thought to make the next chapter. What do you think? Which idea sounds best? Or do you have your own ideas? I need to check the last reviews. I think someone said something interesting about Norberta. See you soon. It was 2 days later, with a happy Hagrid and a slightly bigger Norberta busy trying to flap her wings, that Shimmer finally heard a great news. Dragons don't collect coins, 'tis a myth. Nonchalantly said Hagrid, you're the only one doing that. Norberta no coin? He asked, flabbergasted. No, she might be curious about it, but she wouldn't try to collect coins. Ellipsis. If other dragons truly couldn't see the beauty of coins, gold and jewels, then Shimmer didn't want to be associated with them. Other dragons were truly dumb. Shimmer. Not understand. Sighed Shimmer, not quite sure what to feel about all of this. At least he wouldn't have to share coins with Norberta. Don't think too much about it, you're hey. Norberta. No, started Hagrid until he saw Norberta using her claws to climb on a chair, spreading her wings and ready to jump. As good, said Shimmer, a bit satisfied to see Norberta do things on her own. She could hurt herself, countered Hagrid, stepping toward Norberta. The hatchling jumped from her chair, wings opened wide, and barely got the time to fall down before Hagrid's large hands caught her. Sighing in relief, Hagrid brought her close to his chest where she started attacking his beard. Ouch. No, Norberta, don't pull, he said as he kept her in his hands, bringing her back down on the ground. Shimmer watched it happen with a disappointed look. Why couldn't Hagrid and Helena listen to him? He didn't know. But it was plainly obvious to him that Norberta was barely listening to Hagrid. Shimmer wasn't even sure if she knew her own name. Stupid thing. But she was growing, quickly, just like Hagrid said. And with all the food being gifted to her, Shimmer had doubts she would become a good huntress. Again, not his problem, but he didn't want to see her die so young. So he got an idea. He TCHED for a few times Hagrid leave the hut or open his windows, careful of how he did it, and once he was sure of his plan, waited for Hagrid to leave. Which didn't take long, as Hagrid was the gamekeeper of the school and was understandably busy with many chores through the day. And as soon as he left him and Norberta alone, Shimmer flew at one of the windows and unlatched it, leaving it open for him and Norberta. He tried to have her follow him by commands, growling and hissing, but he was starting to consider her really stupid since she didn't do anything except be wary of him. Exasperated, he caught her in his claws and, despite her thrashing around and even attempting to bite him, lifted her in the air and took her outside. She wasn't big enough that he couldn't carry her, but she was already quite heavy, and her frenetic attempts of getting away from him forced Shimmer to fly as fast as possible to the safe forest, not the dangerous one. As soon as he landed, feeling his wings being a bit sore, Norberta lunged at him. He let out a small growl at her attack, having expected something like that, and quickly used his larger size and more developed body to force her to submit. They rolled around in the grass a bit, trying to bite and claw at each other's throat and head as they growled and hissed. But he was the older one, stronger and more experienced, and he managed to tackle her on her stomach, effectively rendering her incapable of sticking back. As soon as she saw her defeat coming, Norberta let out panicked whimpers, accepting the victory of Shimmer. Taking a few seconds to catch his breath, he bit down again on her neck along with a warning growl to not start again, and he stood up to let her go. He was already starting to regret getting involved. They walked up for a little while, Norberta quite curious about this brand new world and stopping at nearly anything that caught her interest, much to Shimmer's exasperation. But he froze on the spot when he heard what he was looking for. Norberta imitating him instantly. Crawling on the ground, he slowly made his way through the bushes as silently as possible, Norberta right on his tail, until a small opening in the foliage revealed his target. A small rabbit, young and inexperienced, just like Norberta. He waited for her to see it too, and then he let her go. He wouldn't show her how to hunt, she should already know. But he was willing to at least bring her to a prey that she should be able to catch without problem. And Norberta required no prodding to act, silently and slowly walking around the bush. To get closer to the rabbit, who was still unaware of the danger lurking around it. Shimmer had to concede it, Norberta was doing a good job at being stealthy. She soon reached another bush and stopped there, having closed the distance between the rabbit and her at its maximum. From there, she would only have to be quick and efficient, go for the throat in a single rush and kill the rabbit before it even had a chance to flee. Easy and simple, so he wasn't worried. Yet, Norberta still ended up disappointing him. She rushed out of the bush with a quick jump of her legs and spat a small stream of fire that completely missed the rabbit. Now quite aware of the threat, it wasted no time and with only a couple of very quick jumps and bursts, disappeared in the forest, leaving behind a Norberta blinded by the fire before her. The fire didn't touch anything, so at least they wouldn't have to worry about that, but it blocked her view of the rabbit. And once she stopped, she was surprised to see her prey gone. Norberta started to go after it, but it was already too late. Getting out of his hideout, he growled at her in frustration. How could she have thought that fire would be a good idea? He didn't know. But he was frustrated and disappointed. He walked up next to her and nipped her on the neck. Bad Norberta, no fire, he growled. She cowed a bit, but it was very clear she failed to understand what he said. He was quite angry at her for missing such an easy kill. Sure, it would have been easier in. Shimmer nearly smacked his head in the ground as he realized that he forgot the most important aspect of hunting for a wormling, attacking from above. He knew that Norberta wasn't flying yet, but she had been trying for a few days now, stopped only by Hagrid. She was probably ready to learn. And once she would know how to fly, diving down on a rabbit would be as easy as taking a coin from a human baby.